Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the College Nation Radio Show. Welcome. I'm the chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours of interesting conversation and stimulating debate and discussion. Now, show folks, as always, we have explosive topics that get the mind working and feelings working and your intellect on. And I try not to disappoint, because when I pick these topics, it takes me a couple of days to come up with something I know is going to really get under your skin and get onto you. But things that need to be discussed. I notice the reparations movement is sort of dying off for some reason. It's like, I think people were doing reparations as a sort of, nah, I'm a FBA. I'm with reparations. You can't get none. And that was the stupidest strategy in the world. If you thought that black immigrants and Africans were going to be jealous of you because you had a reparations check coming they couldn't get, that not only makes you a fool, but that makes you somebody that screams, FBA all day, FBA all day. So long, FBA all day, FBA all day. And people like that, they will be calling you Bantu Mandinka. And like I said, I'm not going to completely beat up on my FBA people. But when is it time to throw in the towel? Really? Now, what's happening now is this. Africans have picked up the cue that there's billions of dollars lost in the transatlantic slave trade. Now the question is, who does that loss affect? And my thesis of tonight's show is might makes for right. You can have all the case you want, but you don't have the strength, the ability to organize. If you're not recognized, you are not going to get anything. This is why we have republics and nation states, because that's a unified stand. And unified stand, you make your case known of your grievances from a position of power, diplomacy, law, military, and diplomatic strategy. If you don't have all that, then technically you don't exist. The black man in America has chosen to not exist. You can't call yourself a proud American on one hand and then seek reparations on another hand. It doesn't work like that. So since you don't want to do that, you didn't want to become a republic or a nation state, a government or whatever like that, these African countries are saying, you know something? We're going to pick up the mantle and we're going to become this. And this is why Ghana is becoming the reparations hub. For example, it seems to me that Ghana has now negotiating seriously with former countries that involved the slave trade to get the grievances that we've been craving all these years. So some people say Ghana participated in the slave trade, but Ghana can say we're victims because we lost a lot during the slave trade. Any monetary damages should go to a geopolitical entity, a state. And since the black American does not have a state, he's not entitled to a thing. Now, the group of people that will be entitled to Black American reparations, right, would be the federal government of the United States government of America. So I want to know what the FBA think about this, right? You guys told me you're Americans on one hand. And I knew those guys were stupid. Americans on one hand, but yet you want reparations on the other one. Now, since you was dangling your feet all these years about becoming American, you want to become American so bad, you got your America now. Now the other countries in Africa are taking the reparations movement. You know, Ghana's like, look, man, these niggas messing around, man. We could use that money. And the way a lot of people, countries in Africa feel like it is, if Black Americans got reparations, they're not gonna know what to do with the money anyway. They'll be out there spending money on rims, Colt 45, you know, blunts and Gucci and all stuff like that. So reparations is a serious movement. Now these countries in Europe say if we pay money in reparations, then maybe we can keep some of the loot we already have. But they're not going to pay it to a non-existing people. An African American is non-existing on the world stage because he does not have a nation state. That's why when we get goofies like IC3 up here, all I can do is laugh. Now that's been 2 months, 3 months since he laid out his plan for some software. Remember that? That they're gonna pay into whatever like that. Yo, look, everything is done through force. IC3 has no power. He's a Caribbean living in the UK. He has no power. He probably collects welfare every day. I'm not being serious, DK. I'm dead serious. You're not getting reparations, DK. It ain't happening. Now, IC3, aka Captain Crunch, the chocolate Captain Crunch, is sitting in a little hovel there. And he's demanding reparations. We're gonna do all stuff. And remember his program, you know, now not right now, according to him, I should have a payout by now. That's been almost 4 months. But like I said, you know, anytime I try to get hope to these guys, I get my heart, you know. Yeah, but the British Empire, that's what you don't understand, DK. Now, the British Empire backs up Rhodesia. That's why they had sanctions on Zimbabwe all these years. DK, I know you have an IQ over 50. I know that. You're not dumb. So why do you say dumb shit on my show? You're a pretty smart guy. The black man in America has no government backing him up. Now, the government of Ghana is stepping in that place as the arbiter of reparations. And according to this article I'm going to read, Ghana is now striking major deals, what you call, so you don't need a state of your own. Okay. Oh, man. All right. Ghana's not that state. Okay, let's read something together, DK. Mr. Smarty Pants. I knew this topic would cause feelings to rise, passions to be raised. Yeah, I knew it. That's why I'm ready. I'm ready like day-old spaghetti. Now, it says right here, Ghana secures major reparations commitment from France. Now, DK, unless you say something I don't know about, where's the black man in America's major reparations deal with France. Ain't got one. It don't exist. You FBA Negroes, man, are a joke, man. All right. So let me read the rest of this article. Trying to read this article. I can't stand Ghana Web. They don't know what the fuck how to make a blog, you know? African blogs suck. They put a bunch of junk in there. They don't understand when you got news, you got news. You know, you got articles, you got articles. Keep the ads out of it. You got all these pop-ups and everything like that. It's a joke. All right. The government of Ghana has welcomed yeah, I know, but still, they abstained the UN vote and they're directly dealing directly with what you call it, with the countries themselves. They didn't want to be bound by anything the UN came up with. That's what's smart. So it's purple rain in it tonight. What's going on, sister? You know, I knew this topic was going to bring all the FBA goofballs out. The government has welcomed France's decision to work with Ghana on reparative justice for the transatlantic enslavement of Africans, describing it as a significant moment in international pursuit of justice of enslaved Africans. According to the government, France's decision marks a major breakthrough in a global campaign for historical justice and accountability. President Macron made the declaration during an annual event to mark the 25th anniversary of France's law. See, France already had this law recognizing slavery as a crime against humanity. 25th anniversary of France's law recognizing slavery as a crime against humanity. The announcement comes barely 2 months after the United Nations General Assembly adopted historic Ghana-led resolution recognizing the transatlantic slave trade of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. In a strongly worded statement issued in Accra, the government of Ghana welcomes France's decision, described it as a significant moment in international justice for the descendants of enslaved Africans. So, man, if there's any reparations going to give out, y'all got to go to Ghana. Y'all Negroes got to head to Ghana. DK, if you want that reparations check, you got to get that visa and go to Ghana. Tell you. In a strongly worded statement, President John Dramani Mahama commented that Macron, for what he's learned, honest, open reconciliation, extreme leadership, exemplary leadership, one of the most consequential issues confronting global African community. The government said Ghana was ready to work close with France on a broad reparative justice agenda, return of looted artifact, healing incentive, compensation, and repeal of slavery area laws. So Ghana's going for the bag, you know. So basically, Ghana's going for the bag, man. You know, compensation, all stuff like that. You're talking billions of dollars. So I have no problem with that, you know. At least somebody black somewhere is getting something. Man, come on, DK. That's a very damning thing to say. That's not nice, DK. I think we do more than that. I'm just saying, how can it hurt, DK? How can it hurt? Ghanaians are black, aren't they? They're black. We're black. So as long as somebody black up in it, you're gonna be. I'm cool as long as there's some black up in it, man. Ghana could take that money. Could we rebuild his highway system? Could redesign his airport? A lot of shit Ghana could be doing with that money. You get rid of that raggedy ass that square with the with Kwame Nkrumah. I heard that place is falling apart. How is tourism a scam? You know, I don't get it. Well, Ghana seems to be satisfied with that, man. It's remains to be seen if the AES is going any place. So we're going to talk about that tonight, folks, as only the college Genesis can bring it to you. The other night, I had Mike Olewale on. That was just like that conversation went completely left to the point where he had African goddess. You know, yeah. Well, after Ghana gets the money, then you can sue Ghana for your portion of it. Purple Rain, but you can't sue Ghana if half you Negroes running around talking about you're indigenous to America. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So that forfeit y'all claim. We got the number of people talking about they're indigenous to America, they're American, and they were foundational to America. That forfeits your right to talk about reparations. Now, what you call it? Those ninjas ain't getting shit. It remains to be seen, bro. Now, about Mike Olawale, his rant about black men, it's a problem. Like I said, Houston, we got a problem. We have a serious problem with, and Rico Miller said, why do I talk about, when I talk about college kid? Because Rico takes a broad brush towards all Africans. It's not all Africans, specifically Nigerians, and particularly Nigerian men. That's a problem, a serious threat to Black America. Because their whole idea is because they come from a loser culture that no matter what treatment we go through in America, we ought to be grateful to be in the white man's country. There was people that thought that one time that no matter how much we got whipped in slavery, we were lucky to be there because we could not survive on our own. So African guys basically broke it down. She was like, it's rarely ever you see Africans explaining their nuances of race, you know? And I know they go through shit. I know they get called nigger, ape, monkey, baboon, all kinds of shit by white people. But they basically ignore it because they figure the white people aren't talking about me. They're talking about black America. Like that lady who got called nigger in Japan. She goes, oh, I'm not nigger. I'm black. I'm not black American. I'm Nigerian. And the lady said, I don't care what you are, nigger. And they're shocked that it doesn't matter what you think you are. You know, when you have a African phenotype, you are a nigger to them. It does not matter. So traditionally, that puts people on code. Since they all dress the same way because we're black Africans, let's come build around that. But Nigerians just simply don't get it, you know? So they come over here, want to lecture us, and I ate him alive the other night, really. Mike Olawale officially looked like a fool. He dropped off. He looked like a fool after that debate. And then you got Nakmeezy, the slave catcher, you know, catching free. Talking about Kyle is so disrespectful. I'm sitting there trying to defend Black America. They got this Negro living in fucking the Netherlands, a white country, telling me that I'm being disrespectful to a no good race trader from Lagos, Nigeria called Mike Olawale. Shit gotta change. I'm dead serious. People better start deciding in the future what side you on of this race war. If I see you hanging out with people who hate our people, who hate Black America, I'm gonna look at you sideways. Yeah, she said that. She called. She said, "Oh, I'm not Black American." What the fuck does Black American got to do? You were halfway across the world in Japan. They know what the fuck you are. These people constantly making fools out of themselves. They're constantly going up to all white spaces, and they don't know the optics of that. You're a big black man. You be walking up to places hitting on blonde blood in Germany, and they got a resurgence of neo-Nazism and whatnot. And you stupid, dumb Negroes are still running around thinking race is just something that we that's in our imagination over here. And then, well, geez, I'm a Nigerian woman, but why can't we ever make any? You don't see any Nigerian women or any covers or any magazine, international magazines of fashion and everything, because the world does not like what you look like. The world rejects what you are. Instead of helping us build a black world up where we can give you grace and say, hey, look, we could be inclusive, you want to basically go out there and you want to try to overtake us. And that's never going to happen. Never going to happen in a million years. So these guys are acting like fools online, you know, all the time. That's why I don't take anything these clowns say seriously. African guy said, I listened to the discussion with you and your Yoruba, but she pawned them off on me. Your Yoruba, but isn't African guy say Yoruba? But she gonna pawn this Negro off on me. It was interesting. But I think some of the ideas being put forward quite dangerous. It's simply not true that race does not matter. Saying racism doesn't exist ignores the lived experience of many people. Yeah, Michael Lawali doesn't understand. Right before his stupid, dumb, stupid jungle bunny ass got to America, Black America was decimated by wars, literal wars inside, waged by the federal government to destroy whole black communities. They stole our banks, they stole our wealth, they stole our property, they stole everything. And he gonna sit here and wave his finger and point judgment. You didn't have to deal with the Ku Klux Klan, which is real. You didn't have to deal with racist police officers. They told me, watch this thing where this black gangster had killed 2 cops. Detectives had enough. They was going to black communities, just pick out any black man, just brutalize them, throw them back out on the street. That was reality for Black America. The white man bring you to his police station, you go in the police station for questioning, not come out back alive. And there's nothing we could do about it. Oh, we know this country. We know the sins of this country and what they did to us. And that's not making no goddamn excuses. It's just stating the fact. Yeah, they think we're going to do business. White man ain't doing no serious business with your monkey ass. And I asked him about your guy, Big Groove. That guy's embarrassing. I heard a Japanese guy tried to give him poison pufferfish to take him out. I get other races of people are getting tired of certain people embarrassing the black race. See, over here, we know acting like Big Groove is not cool. So we're on code. And Mike says, why do we got to be on code? Because that's how we survive in this country. You know, I didn't even notice until recently Stephen Fetcher was from the Caribbean. They gave him a role to play, talking stupid, lethargic, dumb, whatever like that. Because we came around and said, no, we ain't going to play those roles. We want dignified roles, images of our people. We want to uplift our people. So the white man got to go find somebody that's going to give them what they want. Somebody acting like a complete buffoon. Well, October, we have no way of fighting this. We don't have a nation state. We don't have a government interceding on our behalf. What government represents Black America in the diaspora? None. Or they might be selling cola nuts or some ground nuts or whatever the fuck they sell. And I mean, what I'm sick and tired of. Every time I hear African, I'm a businessman. Every fucking African is a fucking businessman. Me at the airport, I'm a businessman from Cameroon. I'm a businessman from the Congo. I'm a businessman from Kenya. But a fucking joke. And that's the backdrop of this whole thing. Uh, oh no, reparations nation. Yo, reparations nation, man. You got to hold the L, bro. You completely failed. Because while you Negroes over here in Cobra are talking about reparations, Ghana's making a serious move. Failed, ain't nobody got no goddamn money. That's why. All you do is get up here and talk about reparations, and you ain't got one fucking dime. Yeah, I'm in the hospital. I'm sick. It's my final phase. I'm in the hospital. I got a procedure I got to do tomorrow in the morning. You know what failed means? Reparations Nation, IC3 means you ain't got shit. You know, you have no ability to believe shit. And I'm sick and tired of people talking to me about shit. Really, not just you. It's the whole Pan African movement. Whether it's Liberia, whether it's this country, that country. I am so fucking sick and tired after all these years listening to niggas talk shit. I really am. The years I spent in this stupid movement, listening to fucking dumb niggas, you know, talk shit. That's all it is. If you come to me, talk shit, talk for real. We got to build a shut the fuck up. God, I'm sick of you niggas, man. Really. It's getting to the point where I'm starting to hate you people. All the black man does is talk shit. What he gonna do, what we should do, what we ought to do. Well, shut the fuck up. That's the tone I'm gonna deal with until I start seeing some real fucking results. I don't hear nothing anybody got to say. I don't hear nothing anybody got to say. Everybody that system. Now I'll listen to Ghana. Ghana's making a major move. I don't know whether it's going to work out or not, but anybody that can move the needle, I'll listen to. I don't know, but they're in talks and negotiations with France. I don't know how it's going to turn out. It could be nothing, but I do believe that you have a better chance when you sign diplomatic agreements between nation states because they got to be honored. Two countries don't sign agreements unless they're going to be party to it and keep their word in some sort of way. How much compensation and who qualifies for it, that's another whole argument altogether. So I don't know. Yeah, that's why what I would like to do is get into selling more international travel insurance, temporary international travel insurance. I sell that, you know. I sell temporary travel insurance. I think everybody, when they go to the continent, should have it when they travel. That should be one of the things you have when you travel. Travel insurance in case you get sick. God, thank God, I never got sick overseas. So, at least at Cape Town, they got medical assistant. So if you got money, you could afford it. He goes, Ghana will be coming to us for your okay, all right, okay, I see three, all right, all right, all right, okay, all right, all right, all right. Like I said, as long as we got jokers like this around, the black race ain't going nowhere. The Ghana's gonna come to you for your system. Okay, all right. And that Beezy, he can't get the white man's nuts all in his fucking mouth. I thank the white man's medical system and whatnot, you know. Not the fact that my doctors are diverse. I got an African American doctor, I got a Nigerian doctor, I got an Indian doctor, a white doctor, whatever like that. So the professional medical world is made up of professionals, not any particular race. But when you don't work in the professional world like Nagmeezy, you don't understand that, you know. People who are professional understand you're dealing with people that are at the top of their game. And race does not fucking matter. It's always been like that. There ain't no white man's this, white man that. Speaking of this, which they found a thing where they got rid of affirmative action and the number of whites enrolling in the college, white males, still decreased after they got rid of affirmative action with black people. It didn't go up or anything. Shows you that we were not their problem. The problem was a lot of white men are dropping out of life. They're not really pursuing academics like they're supposed to. You know? You know? So I'm saying, like, I'm pro-black. You know, if you want to call me racist, yeah, I'm pro-black. But I understand how the real world works. The difference between me talking this pro-black stuff and me understanding how the real works. I know how to separate. I know how to compartmentalize, Macmeezy. Your brain doesn't think that fast. No, I ain't catch nothing in Liberia. Nothing. This is an ongoing problem I had from 2 years ago when I got malaria. I had no idea until today. My doctor was telling me how bad my situation was 2 years ago when I came back 2 years ago. We did that tour of Bomani and I got sick. I was laid up in rehab and everything. I had no idea how bad my situation was. And I looked at the thing. I said, damn, I was damn near close to death. I didn't understand how to read all that stuff back then. But I claimed that close to fucking death 2 years ago. I almost died. Malaria. Now, what you call it? I've been back to Liberia twice since then. I take my malaria medicine. Smart. Because before I wasn't. Well, I thought I was invincible. But I got a procedure tomorrow. Hopefully this is the last 2-year journey. Hopefully tomorrow's procedure is the last, and that's it. We're on the road to recovery. Yeah, a lot of settlers went to Liberia and they died because they didn't have proper. It wasn't until they was able to get a cure for malaria and yellow fever that they started settling there and lived. But they were determined to come, no matter what. You couldn't keep them out of Liberia. You know, they knew the risk. Look, a reparations nation. If I'm in the business world, right, and I'm making money, which I do make a lot of money with people when I don't know what their fucking beliefs are, like they don't know my beliefs are. So Rico, the fuck I can't. But somebody like you, represent a nation who don't in the professional world, that would bother me. And a businessman, I'll sit down with fucking an Eskimo if it means signing a contract and getting shit done. I'll do anything it takes to win. Yeah, fuck, I care about somebody being racist when that be crazy. Like I said, that's what I'm talking about. We got people, and I think I got to bear responsibility for this because I let too many people on my platform that are complete idiots. people that at a certain age I expect to start talking like adults. My reparations, where the fucking real men and women at in the black race? Pastor Manning is 100% right. Something fucking wrong. What's up, Jonathan Miller? I just thought something. You got Rico Miller and Jonathan Miller. It's like, damn, anybody got other names? No, this ain't Liberia, bro. Actually, when I'm in Liberia, I'm very relaxed. If I wish I could stay there, I wish I could. Maybe not Liberia, but I love Liberia, man. But yeah, what they did to that country, I don't know. I don't think it'll recover in my lifetime. It's nice, but I like the best. I like the best. I don't think it'll be fully recovered. I can say equal to America. The countries I see that's what you call that's equal to America that I'm considering going there is I want to move to Angola in 2 years. That what I will do because I'm looking at Angola, Luanda is equal to any major city in America. So I'll go to Angola, bring the wife there. You know, we can have a good life there. So I'm not. We could visit Liberia, but nah, I can't do it. Nah. I love Liberia. It's a beautiful country. God damn. Oh yeah. Well, actually, Angola is a black country. Angola is a black country, a very black country. So I don't know what you mean by telling the white man's nuts. I'm going to be out of here. For somebody who basically, no, they speak English in Luanda. I got too many Angolan friends, and they all speak English. Everyone who's educated speak English in Angola. Let me tell you something. Like most countries in the world, right? Most people who are educated, except for countries like Brazil, for some reason, in Africa, almost every country in Africa that's prosperous at a certain level, they speak English, or French. Portuguese is a dying language. It's not a language that translates in business and everything. Most people in the business world speak English. So and language is like the least of my fucking worries. I don't give a shit about that. It's like when you go to some place, right? I don't talk to everybody. I've got my circle of friends in my community and whatnot. That's all I need. I don't need to fucking talk to every fucking body. Oh, for Rudy's in the chat. Well, the topic of tonight is Ghana is becoming the ground central of the reparations movement, right? And the reason why I don't really oppose to it is one, I hate FBA, and two, it demonstrates to me how much of a joke the FBA movement is. You can't take out reparations, blah blah. Who says your reparations? You're not a nation state. You don't exist. Now, the only impasse the black man in America has is if the black man in America fully embraces America, the red, white, and blue America, and America says, we're going to fight these other colonial powers, slave powers, for reparations. And the kicker is that we ended slavery, that the British, the Portuguese, everything. And we're going to help the black man in America sue Spain, France, and the Netherlands for slavery. That required black people in America to fully embrace America and America take black America under its wing. How many of you are willing to do that? Do you think America, if they do get that money, is going to give you anything? South Africa is too dangerous. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not even about this uprising thing. The crime in South Africa is real. Crime in South Africa is real. The only country in that region that's really safe, really, is Botswana. You know why? Because Botswana has a death penalty and they enforce it. Namibia could be like that, but they don't have a death penalty that they enforce. Botswana do hang people. Yeah, you could have all the community press releases, a new book called Racial Trauma. Bottom line, all that stuff sounds beautiful, but it ain't going to translate to fucking nickels and dimes. It won't translate to one nickel, and it won't say hello to one dime. What's up, my soldier? My number one soldier, Dark Migo. Dark Migo is a soldier, a colonization soldier. In the colonization multiverse. So it is what it is. So that answers a riddle, you know. How do we get reparations? Well, I'll say if you're serious about getting a reparation check, I would seriously think about getting a long-term visa to Ghana. Really, if you really want that reparation check, I would be heading to Ghana right about now. And then ask President Muhammad to intercede on your behalf. Because I don't see anything directly happening to Black America on the international stage. France is not going to talk to Black America. You don't exist. If you do not have a nation state, you do not exist to these people. You know, you got a country like Burundi, poorest country on earth, got more clout than Black America does because it's a geopolitical entity. It has a vote with the UN. You know, the black man in America is not a geopolitical entity. You control no territory. You control nothing And that's the way the world treats you. The world's about force. You control nada. That means you control nothing. Look, look, Rico, I am not trying to get half of y'all Negroes to move any place. I want most of y'all to stay the fuck right here. Hey, I'm gonna go all this trouble, working hard, so one day I can live on the continent in peace. I'm gonna bring y'all Negroes over there. Are you crazy? The hell out of here with that shit, man. Stay the fuck right here. But when I get there, 2 years, I'm gonna get into real estate. First off, hopefully become a wealthy developer tycoon, and I'll be building luxury properties and affordable homes and everything like that. It's gonna be business. And those black people that's building communities over there with us, it ain't gonna take much to convince them to get the fuck out of here. We had at Virginia Beach, we had a neo-Nazi rallies on Memorial's Day. Can you believe it? Virginia Beach, city, and you don't know the history of Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach was a black city at one time. Neo-Nazis showed up with their face covered early in the morning. They do it early in the morning because they know not to be there before anybody get there. They did their little march, like 10 minutes, and they left. I don't know what you're talking about. Brody, I'm not interested in all these countries. I'm not interested in all these countries. It's very likely that our people will get along with these people, with all these people in the country. That's why we gotta pick one country and build with that country. Because I know for a fact, brother, Africans don't get along with each other. They're not gonna get our people in the middle of that shit. But continue on saying about Michael Awali last night. He's a Democrat. That's another thing. Anytime something happens, people live in a delusion. Those are Democrats trying to scare you. Man, what scared me for what? Hello, sir. Apologize about that, folks. They had to move me to a new room. Just having a procedure tomorrow, so they gotta get me ready for this. So they had to move me to a smaller room. I don't know why it's smaller. Same thing, I guess the same thing, but you know, smaller room, everything. So yeah, so I'm back. Yeah, what was I talking about? Look, we have a serious problem in the fact that we have 45 million people that have no political, geopolitical representation on the world stage. And what I can't do is I can't keep talking to the same idiots all the time telling me this that until black people in America step up to that level of nationhood or the road to nationhood at least, and serious as that is our end game, everything else will fall in line, you know? Until that happens, we got nothing. I'm not going to candy coat this anymore. We have absolutely no power or no influence on the world. People are African Americans, the African American Historical Museum. What a fucking joke. And that's what it is. People play in our face all the time. People think we're a joke, and they can play in our face. They can clown with us and joke with us and everything like that. And they don't really serious that we are a serious people. And we're not something here to be played with. So while you're playing around and playing games, a country that is serious and people that's serious stepped up. Ghana. They saw the year return. They saw you grieving and crying at slave dungeons and whatnot. They were touched by that. They said, you know something? Yeah, let's adopt reparations movement as part of our policies. The only country to do so. And you got the FBA people talking about, I didn't ask for no help. Nobody cared about what you think. You see all four of them out there protesting the UN. Yeah, we made a strong stand against Ghana. They try to steal our money. Yeah, people fools running around to Ghana try to steal our money. No fool. They're trying to get some money in the first place. And they probably have a better chance getting it than you can if that's what you say you want. So it is what it is. We have people that are freaking are a joke, leading us, influencing us. I can't do nothing about it, but I can do stop it by stop entertaining this stuff on my platform. So if you sound like a fool, you think you're a fool, and you might be a fool, be warned. Yeah, but Ghana is, look, you said Ghana's not getting aid from the UN, but the thing is, the United States is not the main target. The United States is claiming to fame it ended slavery. The people who conceived and was built on slavery, Spain, France, all these people who financed the slave trade, Denmark, the Netherlands, Portugal, all these people are liable. Ghana knows it can't reinforce anything out of the United States, but they use the reparations as a geopolitical bargaining chip. France is losing power in Africa and needs allies. What's a few $1 billion a year payout to the bigger bag that France will get by supporting this? And the funniest part about it is, all you FBA people, and that's not a damn thing you can do about it. Oh, we got a little spark between Purple Rain and IC3. Are you sure? Well, she don't seem like a fool, IC3. You know, the United States government is not going to give a dime to the reparations movement. There'll be a fucking civil war in this country before that happens. Well, DK, it's called geopolitics. I don't know what to tell you. It's called politics. Yeah, but who are you? When you say fake reparations, you know, how do you know it's fake when there's nothing out there to compare it with? No one's ever got any competition with reparations, so you really don't know what to compare it with before you call it fake. Well, look, DK, I'm not arguing the case, but I'm just telling you what it is. It's reality. Oh, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger, bro. So, link is in the chat. Let your voice be heard. Tell me what you think about Ghana being the drivers of reparation. And like I said, I always had a problem with this slave castle visiting tourism. I don't like that. You know, I just something irks me about seeing a bunch of white people in these slave dungeons 100 years later. There's something to me that just doesn't doesn't float well in my spirit. So, but what can you do? We decided that we did not want to be represented by our own state. You know, a state that would be the sole purpose of talking on behalf of Black America to the world, exclusively for Black America, like the what you call it, Jewish state, the United States, does speak for the Jewish community in America. There's no doubt about it. My I'm under the influence. No, I'm not drinking. I just think you just don't like what I'm saying. If you agree with what I was saying, you be saying, man, Colin, you got the silver tongue. So like I said, you got people who wasted like the last 10 years in Black America talking about reparations. Now you got fools talking about no reparations, no vote. You might as well not vote. You might as well, if you can convince enough Black people, you can have 40 million people disenfranchised. Oh, I don't know. What do you call Umar Johnson? What do you call Umar Johnson? He said in 14 years he's building a fucking school. Never built it. What do you call Creflo Dollar? Creflo Dollar, I gotta admit, them Rolls Royces he has. He has a fucking mint green one that matches a mint green suit. That look pretty. And then he got a cream colored Rolls Royce to match his cream colored suit. And he's basically building money he wants his own private jet. So please miss me with that. Who's scamming? Black people have been scamming black people forever. Okay, forever. So if you're going to talk about scamming, I think you need to look in the mirror. These black mega churches. So what do you call your favorite pastor, T.D. Jakes? You know, somebody ought to take a stick, strip T.D. Jakes down, tie him to a tree, and take a stick and whoop his fat ass. What do you call Al Sharpton? Scammers. Well, Dr. Arcana, I don't really agree with her. There's no evidence he's scamming. I think the lady's stupid, to tell you the truth, and naive. But I don't think I haven't found no evidence that she's actually scamming. And she just came out recently. She's somebody new, you know. Let's not talk about Dr. Arcana when you got Reverend T.D. Jakes and all these other Jamal Bryant and all these mega church preppers. They got rich off of black people in America. One, I'm not a Pan Africanist. Two, she's not a leader of mine. I have no leaders. Can you name the Pan Africans that are getting rich? Name one Pan African's gotten rich. Everybody get into the Pan African movement, go broke. So what are you talking about? Some Africans like flashing stuff online, but they ain't got no money. There ain't nobody getting rich in the Pan African world. You say that. That's a new talking point. And where'd you get that from? TikTok? The Africans are going around scamming black Americans. There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of Africans on a large scale scamming black Americans getting rich. I have my criticism of Africans, but I'm fair. Everybody knows that I'm fair. I'm not gonna sit here and let people friggin' talk smack about somebody who was black American or African. I'm not gonna talk unfair stuff. That's not true. So, folks, what do you think about the topic? Should Africans be the arbiters of reparations? Will Ghana do a better job than what we've seen so far? I mean, we have been Cobra for years. Yvette Carnell, that was a complete flop. Tariq Nasheed, I didn't pan out too well. What do you got to lose by letting Ghana take the thing over? Really, what do you got to lose? I'm not mad at Ghana because I'm like, hey, look, it's a fellow black country. As long as I see some progress, I'm so desperate for progress. I don't care where it comes from anymore. Really, when you've been taking so many L's in this movement, you're ready for any sort of progress and moving forward. And Macron out there. All right, folks. I want to engage this conversation. I can't stay here all night by myself because I'm on this heavy medication. So if I have nobody feeding back, I'll end up falling asleep. I don't want to fall asleep on the air. So I need some feedback. I need some content creation. Say something in the chat room. So say Colin, go to hell. Say something. As I showed you how lazy black people are, they can't even speak. Lord, Colin, asshole. Well, for low IQ people like Nagmeezy, the topic is right there in the description of the show. So somebody who calls me a coon lives in the fucking Netherlands among white people because he chooses to, and don't understand that. No, I'm saying, DK, that Ghana is now going to be the central part of the reparations movement. In order for it to move forward, you need geopolitics. You know, I- Go ahead, Nat. I'm gonna try to be nice, so don't piss me off.
Okay, good, good. Let's be nice to each other today, brother.
Well, and also we talk. This is how it's gonna work. You guys have a lot to say. We're gonna be on timer. Period. End of story.
Uh,
We're not doing this. You'll get 2 minutes.
huh?
I get 2 minutes. That's it.
I
And
don't want to debate you, brother. I just want to
no,
have a conversation, man.
no. You make your point. You got 2 minutes to make your point. I got 2 minutes to
I don't
rebut.
have a point. I'm just calling to see how you doing, brother. That's it. One
Well,
coon
I'm
to
doing
another
all right.
coon.
You know,
Coon to coon, you know?
I'm doing all right. I'm not a coon, but I'm doing all right.
Yo,
Doing
so
all right.
let me ask you a question, brother. Is Ghana trying to get this reparations paid to Ghanaians or what?
Well, the thing is, they said compensation for victims of the translation. So those that live in Ghana that think they can file a claim, and that would in France, these countries say, yeah, we're trying to make an amends for what happened and everything. And the people could trace their particular lineage back to atrocities, Ghana could be the mediator of that transaction. But of course, the money's going to go through Ghanaian banks and stuff like that. So that does
Yeah,
put Ghana on a big profile. And so whatever it is, France has agreed to it, to look into it, to terms, compensation. They already agreed 25 years ago that slavery was a crime against humanity. That's why they didn't have to vote on this resolution. France already said 25 years ago that it was a crime against humanity. Now Ghana's saying that the part that we all don't agree on or how to do is compensation for the victims of the
right.
transatlantic slave trade and the people who are descendants who are wrong. And that could be anybody. That could be a Ghanaian, Black American, Jamaican, whatever. They have not gotten compensation or justice for what happened. And France is like, we're going to look into it. And part of
Mm,
the sticking points is what happens if, they do. France does say, okay, we have billions of dollars that we're going to compensate out. And we'll wipe the slate clean forever. And who gets to divvy that out? That's a question. That's what people are talking about. But at the same time, my thing is France is not going to deal with Yvette Carnell. You know, France is not going to deal with Tariq Nasheed. France will deal with a nation state, a government that it can form treaties and diplomacy with, and be tied to higher things in the future. That's what I see.
right.
So everything I've been saying for the longest time that black people are like, well, we don't need a nation state, right? We just need reparations. Well, part of getting reparations is like the Jews, the beneficiary of the Jewish atrocities was the state of Israel. So it is what it is. So Ghana could be like the state of Israel,
Hell no.
a recipient. Whether they take the money and give it to you or me, or they take it to build a new power plant and build a roads in the country. What can we say? We have no power to stop it or whatever. We can protest all we want, and that's what we're good at, protesting. But when you're powerless, nevertheless, the powerful do what they do, and the powerless do what they do. Nothing.
Right.
That's what I see.
Okay, well, look, here's my take. I don't know why they're speaking of France about it. Do you know why?
Well, I know it has something to do with AES and all that. I know that, but France is willing to step up, and if it's successful and they get something out of it, other countries do the same thing. You know,
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Hold on. I'm parking. I don't want to smash my whip. And that's good. So, okay, so France is trying to be mediator. The problem with this whole Ghanaian thing, in my opinion, is that uh, they were complicit. So
yeah,
I think they need to contribute something as well, and I think that should be the first thing that they talk about because that year of return was just a tourism thing, right? So what are they saying? Well, look, we are willing to do this to repair the wrong that we had a hand in to those descendants of slavery,
and the
and
person that you,
Some Black Americans from New York were also sold by Ghanaians um, because the Dutch owned New York for a while. So Kool Moe Dee.
yeah, what about him?
Well, his last name is Dutch. I know he's from New York, so he like somebody like that would probably trace their enslaved people back to Ghana. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where the Dutch were getting most of their enslaved Africans from was Ghana. Um, So what is Ghana going to do to the for the Black Americans that were enslaved by the Dutch that they were in business with? They got to step up and say, look, this is what we're willing to do. Not just this land stuff because that opens people up to scams. I'm talking about money.
Yeah, now the person that needs to talk about this, and I wish you would call it Zongo, because
Uh,
he knows a lot of nuances about the different groups of people in Ghana, the
uh,
Ashantis, and so that Ghana is not this unified country as we think it is. So when we say
no, I know
Ghana
it's
was
not.
involved, what part of Ghana? The Khans? Are you talking about the Fantis? Or are you talking about the Ashantis?
Well, to answer your
And those
question,
groups got subgroups, and they'll back
oh,
them up
oh,
with slavery.
Zongo doesn't know anything about it. Zongo comes from a group that's essentially the niggers of Ghana. Okay,
No, he's not a
they're,
God
they're
person.
no, I just well,
Zongo
I
is a
know he's not
Hausa.
guy. Yeah, he's a Zongo. The Zongos, in my opinion, probably lower on a lower tier than the Ga people. Shout out to the Ga. But to answer your question, it was the Ashanti, the Akans, not necessarily just the Akans. It was the Ashanti specifically, because the Fanti, who's also an Akan group, were down with the English, right? So it would be specifically going back to the Ashanti who worked with the Dutch for 300 years. So they need to come out, out of their pocket straight up.
but
The guy was down with the Danish. The guy was working with the Danish. You know what I'm saying? I don't even
now
know if they
they
had
are
a.
protected by the fact that they're no longer like Shanti. They're now Ghanaians. So it's kind of hard to stipulate. Okay, you're a Ghanaian now. You all rep because what your ancestors did. And you're like, well, no, that was before we became a republic. This is a deal between two republics. It's very tricky. It's very tricky in all this. How it's going to go down and stuff like that because these countries did not exist. Just like you cannot hold America responsible for the transatlantic slave trade because the slave trade was in full effect
Excuse
before
me.
America was conceived and existed. So the only chance black people in America really got with reparations is they should get America to, back them up and let's say go after these other countries that were involved in the transatlantic slave trade and which we go, that's all I could see it. Now black America's would America take black America under its wing as far as slavery is concerned? I don't doubt it. But that's what we're headed towards, because I don't see any other way other than black people saying, going to a country like Ghana and saying, intercede on our behalf, because who are you going to sue next? The Netherlands, the Denmark, all these other places like that. Who are you going to sue? And when you sue and you bring suit internationally against somebody, you have a means of recourse. You got to get countries to back you up. Problem with Black America, we got none of that power of
Well,
diplomacy.
you have courts. You have court systems and lawyers that can file case on behalf of a group, like a what they call it, like a class action or something to
Oh
that
yeah, you can
effect.
do that, but the bottom line,
But
when it comes down to a country or
brother, you
nation
stay
state,
jumping your bottom lines in the middle of me saying something, bro. You started with, oh, we're going to give you 2 minutes. I'm gonna take 2 minutes. Can I speak,
oh,
bro?
okay, it was such a let me put the stop clock on. Okay, let me go put
And
the
you don't
stop
have to
clock.
put the stop clock on, but just don't cut me off when I'm
No, no,
speaking.
okay, well, we're gonna be fair about this.
All
'Cause I know
right,
everything
that's
with
good.
you turns into debate. So
No, I'm not debating you, brother. I'm just
no, no,
saying.
it's a discussion. I want
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean, we
fair.
can have a
I
discussion for
want
the content,
I
just
want
like
yeah, I
you
want
want.
to be fair. I want to be fair.
Good.
So I'm gonna
Let's
let
be
you
fair,
talk.
brother.
I'm gonna let you talk for 2 minutes. I'm gonna mute myself.
All right,
All right,
thanks.
go ahead.
So I think that there's other recourse, like people from Suriname here and Curacao, all these people that were enslaved under the Dutch, they can start some sort of class action lawsuit, you know, and get that popping. I think Black Americans can also do that, but I think Ghana, it has to start with the people that supplied the goods. It has to start with Africa first. So they took, I guess moral responsibility, saying they apologized and everything like that. All right. So now it's time for you to start paying. Let's see some care packages go out there, not in the form of land scams and all that other stuff. They need to start paying money. If people can trace their lineage back to being Ghanaian and sold into slavery, by a certain ethnic group, and the ethnic group is now part of this nation of Ghana, yeah, y'all gotta pay up. Period. That's it.
Okay, I'm gonna let IC3 up. I'm gonna give him 30 seconds because I know
Wow.
because he told me 4 months ago he had this thing he was working on
Oh,
with this
please.
computer system,
30
and
seconds.
I'll be getting paid by now, and I ain't got a dime. So I want to see what he has to say for himself.
30 seconds, man. Cut, you're ruthless, hard on me, but it's
Okay, all
good.
right,
It's
you
good.
got 30 seconds. IC3. The time's
Yes,
gone.
right. So all this reparation talk is so positive. Cause I remember kind of saying, "Oh, reparations is dead," but now you see governments are starting to talk about it. So the angle really is the development of infrastructure or systems, processing systems. People are only just talking about it, but they don't actually have a system for the delivery of the reparations, and that is what we're working on. So the infrastructure, the actual systems, the identity systems, and on an international level. So the common model is that okay, uh, class action, like Nakmizi was saying, a class action lawsuit, and different groups arguing for their reparations with these different governments and different entities. What we're saying is that let them continue trying to do that, but the actual solution will be the construction of an international sovereign entity that will go back to what you're saying, Carla, that will have the ability to wield the power on an international scale. And what is that? Not guns, not ships, no. The sanctions. When you have a central international entity, just like Marcus Garvey, that
Well,
unites, yeah, go
what
on.
central international entity is this?
It has to be constructed, just like you were
Oh, you
building
saying
the
so?
BIO.
It
The
has to
same
be
thing.
done. It does not currently exist.
Correct. It does not currently
That
exist.
can you
But
understand
you have to
how?
build the infrastructure first, the
Like
science,
you
the
understand that
systems.
a country like Ghana has already got that.
No, no.
How is it that they're sitting down talking with thing, and you're saying it's been another 20 years before you even begin negotiating?
Could we move a lot faster than that? No, not another 20 years. What Ghana is doing and the United Nations and all these entities, they're stirring up conversation on reparations and so on. But there's nobody in the background, well, there is now, in the background building structures. Just like, you had the office and then Microsoft was building systems behind. And then what happens? All the offices start saying, okay, we're going to need a computer on every desk. And so all the offices now are, yeah, but Microsoft was in the background building infrastructure. So that somebody has to build reparations infrastructure, reparations software. Nobody's talking about that. They're not thinking that. They're just thinking, oh, should we get reparations? Should we not? But yeah, but they're not thinking about the software. So those who build the software and the infrastructure
But what
are
about the
those who already,
software? What about the software you
pardon?
showed me a couple months ago? What happened with that?
Ah, yeah, it's fantastic. It's developed a long way. It's developed a long way. Yeah, I can show you.
Nah, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, but yes, it's progressing. It's progressing. So
Right.
it's just like
Keep
the
pressing.
software, hardware,
In the
and
meantime,
then the governments.
I have to choose between IC3 and the Republic of Ghana under President Muhammad. I think I got to go with the other guy, man. You know,
Yeah, but Muhammad will be taking our reparation software.
how do you know that?
Oh, you watch. Who's developing reparation software?
They don't need no reparation software. They got banks and what you call holding companies, you know, and infrastructure, you know. So they don't need your software. You know, they already got all that.
No, the question. For example, a very popular conversation. People say, "Oh, um, some of the Africans, some black people sold other black people." Right. So this infrastructure, well, that will become under internal affairs. So France wouldn't have anything to do with that. So when you have an international entity, then that entity, which is a black African entity, has internal affairs and external affairs. So it will be talking to France and other countries as non-black entities and negotiating and applying sanctions on non-black African entities. Now, there's internal
How you gonna
issues.
how would you enforce sanctions on somebody?
Ah, right, okay. So, for example, if you imagine this international black African entity has branches uh, all over the world and it can coordinate them. So, for example, then a representative from that entity could say, speak to, they arrive with their case and say it would to speak to an entity, whether it's a nation or a corporation or whatever, and they say, well, as a result of our research, because we have our own historians, we have our own DNA people, we have our own mapping structure, that's all part of this entity. We have decided, looking at our records, that your entity has committed and this according to our records, and we've decided that you owe us reparations around about this figure. And so we'd like to discuss with you about this. And then they'll say, well, who are you and what power? I'll just shortcut it. Who are you and what power you have? And they say, well, we're a representative of an international representative of black and African people worldwide. And
Do you think they'll take you seriously?
of course not. Of course they won't take you seriously, but they have to be made to take you seriously. And how's that? Is that, just like the unions, like the communists and the unions, that they organize strikes. So it's a similar kind of thing
Right.
where we organize.
I had enough. This is what you're gonna hear forever. You know, babble and nonsense. You know, you have no government. The thing that will solve the problem is a government. You know, a strong government that's strong enough militarily, scientifically. Oh, that's IC3. You know, militarily. You know, scientifically, diplomatically, to take on these entities that's still out there. That was DK, brother. No, DK ain't that far gone. Black people do not have, the black people in the West have decided, like his ancestors did in the Windbush, went to the UK and they got mixed up in the whole UK thing, and they're basically black Brits. The average black person in America is a black American. That's just the truth, you know. What we sacrifice for comfort, we gave up that ability to ever fight for justice. You cannot have both. You cannot basically seek comfort and pleasure in the name of progress and then basically say you're going to fight for justice, you know? It don't work like that. We spent our inheritance. The white man offers us jobs. He offered us money. It was opportunity. He offered us a chance to be Americans. And we took it. When you dance with the devil, sometimes he says, you know something? I want your soul. Like the blues singer John Johnson, the devil and Tom Walker. We made a deal with the devil, with America. Now, devil saying, no, I got your soul. Michael Olawale, you are a straight up fucking clown. You even have African goddess saying you're an embarrassment. She disowned you. That's sad. One of your Yoruba sisters disowned you. On the Black Americans platform, you got disowned. I can't listen to Michael Olawale was saying, because Michael Olawale is a straight up clown. When you make a deal with the devil, he's going to want your soul. He wants the devil just don't walk away. When he gives you your 5 pieces of silver, he gives you your fame, your accolades. There's a price to pay. The price is eternal damnation. And that's what we're going through in America. You ain't going to get no reparations. You're not going to get no reparations because we sold our soul to the devil for trinkets, for breadcrumbs. That's the truth. They ain't being stuck in the past. It's just telling you, reflecting on why we are in the present. We are where we are. Oh yeah. Well, with that bread come a few pieces of bread and some cheese and whatnot, you know. If you're lucky, the devil might give you some wine with it. So you got sitting there with some crumbs, some pieces of bread, some cheese, and you might get some wine. And you get comfortable and happy and whatnot, you know. And next thing you know, you are in the soul of the devil. And that's what we are right now. We're in the soul of the devil. And you think we're gonna fucking just the right thing to do is have reparations? No, it don't work like that. Nope, I am not getting over slavery and civil rights. That's what people want me to do. They want me to get over slavery and civil rights. So it's people like 1776 feel comfortable, you know. So 1776 can be comfortable because Michael Lawalik comes from the worst shithole in the world, Nigeria. He doesn't care about justice. As long as he, oh, great. Yeah, I know America is the greatest country the world's ever seen. Doesn't change the fact that what happened to an injustice happened. It's like going to Disneyland and saying, man, Disneyland's the best place in the world. I want to live it. Eventually, you got to go home. Why the fuck would I go down to that Jackson, Mississippi? That's a symbol. Jackson, Mississippi is a symbol of tokenism. All those places in the South could have been great black cities and towns, but we sold our soul. We had black cities in America that rivaled the best of white cities at one time in this country. We had buildings, metropolises. We owned banks, insurance companies. We had trading unions. We had all these things. Black America used to be formidable. But somehow the white man convinced us that what God gave us wasn't enough. And our lust for the white man, our lust of his flesh, his world, his values, his women, is what still, no, it's too late, bro. No, we ain't gonna forget the past. Sorry. This country's not united. You know, something 1776, we had a neo-Nazi rally in my city, peaceful city of Virginia Beach. And so we got these scumbags showed up. Virginia Beach was used to be a black area. We had there's several parts of Virginia Beach that's historically black that comes from the Dismal Swamp area. My ancestors. You have SeaTac. SeaTac is probably it's still there. SeaTac is the oldest African settlement in North America. That's what Virginia Beach was built around, SeaTac. Look it up. Beautiful neighborhood, beautiful people. You go out to SeaTac, man, the people are so friendly, they wave. Hey, come on over, we're having a cookout. Well, you smell the barbecue out there, so good, the steak cooking. You go out there, and it was led by Bishop Thurgood, a real African-American preacher and crusader for his people. SeaTac is a beautiful community in Virginia Beach, Then you have Pungo. And then you have Blackwater. And then in the central part of Virginia Beach, you have New Light. That's a Pastor Sperling settlement, his flock, That's right next to CBN University. But Pat Robinson's CBN was built on some of New Light's territory. So these people coming here don't know. They see this beautiful city of Virginia Beach, and they think it's white. And black people, when city of Virginia Beach incorporated a city in 1963, more whites moved out here and they took over. But now these people running around acting like, oh, what are the black people doing here? No, we were here first. SeaTac is the oldest African community, you know, and like I say, African community because they were definitely Africans, and they basically built the community of SeaTac. The people of SeaTac, you go to SeaTac, they are the people look like they're part Native American and uh part Africans. When I'm hearing about the SeaTac, when people tell SeaTac tell you they got Native American blood, believe them. Because you can see it in their hair and some of their facial features and whatnot, you know. I could tell when someone has Indian in them because they got that hair, you know. I know George Washington movie gonna be good. George Washington movie was a George Washington. George Washington was the grandfather racist of this country. He was really a racist. He didn't even want black soldiers fighting in the Revolutionary War. That's how racist he was. Yeah, I gotta see my boy. I got yeah, boy. My yeah, boy. Only 1776 would be yeah, boy, and George Washington. God. Why do you think I'm here, folks? Do you understand why they call me the College Genesis? Why I'm the chief host of the College Nation radio show, broadcasting every night? Yeah, I see three babbling, and it's the point now where I'm tired of it. I'm tired of fucking people babbling, talking a bunch of fucking stupid shit. They keep moving the damn goalposts. Yeah, they go, oh, we will be able to sue. You ain't got no power, no geopolitical entity, no government, no nothing like that. Yet you're gonna bring charges against somebody. What the hell are you gonna do? Yeah, we see Mr. IC3. You got Joe stupid dumbass on a street corner got caught with crack. And you say his crack selling is because of slavery. Okay, let's compensate this guy. Case dismissed, $175,000. And he's going to walk out of court with $175 because he was caught up in the white man's system and he had to sell crack. This is the way these stupid motherfuckers think. And I'm at the point now when I'm tired of, when I talk about an Afghanistan, I'm fucking 100% serious. And anybody I talk to right now, for here on it, you better be serious. Or you're not going to talk to me. You go to any other channel you want to. But on this channel or whatnot, you're going to talk serious shit. Ain't nobody going to see that shit, you know? The only people that's going to see that is your Sean Hannity's, your Brian Kilmeades, and your what's his name? Greg Gutfeld. He's 76. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Anytime I see a Negro, yeah, boy, with white racists, man, I don't know a whole lot. I never claim to know a whole lot. But if you're yeah boying with fucking George Washington and fucking Chud the fucking builder, there's something you're doing wrong. I've said to God, I don't know a whole lot. I never said I was the smartest nigga in the world, you know? But if you're yeah boying with George Washington, I think you're doing something wrong. The UK brothers over there, they got way too much time on their hand. They get welfare. If you got all your welfare paid, at least in America, you got to work, so it keeps you disciplined on your toes. But you got UK and these countries like France and whatnot, they got nothing but time on their hands to sit around and dream up shit like IC3. And you can't say I didn't give this guy lots of time, chances. The most dangerous Negro is a comfortable Negro. That comfortable Negro will have you back on a damn plantation. So in the meantime, while they're doing all this nonsense and everything, these countries like Ghana are stepping up. Look, when I get to Angola, I'm gonna propose Angola starts talking about reparations from the Portuguese. Oh, look, I'm here to light the fire. You think I'm just gonna go out with a fucking? I know. I'm gonna go out with a blaze of glory. We're gonna have the Afghanistan, and we're gonna create such hell for the West you won't believe. Imagine Angola, man, be like, yeah, we're gonna have a Queen of Zinga day, and it's our day to demand reparation. You're gonna have, and then say, look, to the Congo, all the countries in the Congo, if people don't sign an agreement to the reparations movement, whatnot, you ain't getting in the Congo. Right now, if I'm lying, tell me why the M23 rebels has said they're willing to negotiate with Donald Trump to give him the minerals he wants. And this idiot Trump might go for it. That's what you're up against. It's a dog eat dog world. So, hey, we gonna play that game because I see the reparations movement, the FBA, they completely flopped. What I love about the Ghana FBA reparation movement is I get to rub this in the FBA's face. Y'all had no power to stop this. You have no say so. And reparations are given out. Ain't no guarantee you're going to get anything. Shit, I'll tell Ghana, if I was Ghana, I'd take that money and rebuild their roads and shit. Anyway, link in the chat room. Step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up if you dare. And where's the KRS? Pump jumped up and get beat down. Broke it down to the last countdown. Fresh for 88, you suckers. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, 1776. The day they give you $800, the day's fucking country will burn to the ground. They ain't giving niggas shit. But that was it, folks. I tell people all the time, man, look, I tell people all the time, I don't know a whole lot. Never claimed I was erudite. I knew everything. But I do recognize when people are acting a fool. Really. When people acting a fool, I can tell that a mile away. Yeah. I wait till somebody comes up. Step right up, step right up.
Yes, can I help you?
Oh, I didn't.
You need some help?
Yep, folks. So it is what it is. Because they forget the past, caller. Yeah. People always want you to forget the past, you know? How about this? Let's not forget the past. Let's use the past as a great reminder, motivator about what we could do in the future or what we should do in the future. Yep, folks. So it is what it is. Sometimes I wonder, am I getting dementia? You know, sometimes I can't remember whether I said something to somebody or it was a dream. Did I have that conversation? For example, I haven't spoken to nobody in days. Who was I speaking to when I talked to about uh, that woman, that African woman who said that she's not black. Who was I talking to? That she's not Black American. Who was I talking to? I'll talk about that to somebody today. Was I talking online, virtually? Was I typing? I can't remember. I'm not crazy. I know I had the conversation. The conversation I'm talking about is trying to think. Who was I talking to? When was my last show? Was 2 days ago. It was on this show tonight. No, the first person up tonight was Measy, the IC3 character. No, I think it was I think it was Zongo. Yeah, I think it was Zongo I was talking to. Good old Zongo Bongo. But it is what it is, folks. I deal in a realm of reality. The only place I know to be. In the realm of reality. Not fantasy, not hope, but reality. Oh, my good sister Afro Theory. Come to check in with Night Me Night.
Yeah, I was just calling in to say hello, and
What's going
I
on?
hope you're doing well and feeling better.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
As far as the topic, has Ghana become the main center of the slavery reparations movement? I believe so, because they're the only ones who's putting forth this big of an effort so far,
Now,
and they're
what do you
setting
think
the
about
stage.
IC3, aka Captain Crunch, talking about he got build the systems and all that stupid shit?
Oh, I don't know. It's interesting because I did read the draft that they wrote. I'm trying to pull it up on my computer now. To the UN. And so they are seeking, although the Ghanaian foreign minister, I believe, he stated that they weren't seeking monetary compensation,
No, but I'm
but they
talking about
are.
these other groups that, like, they call my show. The guy called a while ago, IC3, Reparations Nation. He's been talking about his reparations thing for years, talking about we got to build the systems and all stuff like that to collect monetary. And I said, look, the only thing that could be effective is a nation state, And this new thing with France, they talked about compensation,
Right.
you know.
Right, which makes sense. I mean, what else would they be seeking if it wasn't compensation? Otherwise it's just talk.
Right. So my point I'm trying to make is, um, now should Ghana be holding that? You know, if not, who?
Well, since Ghana is responsible, or the ones who's leading the charge, and they're speaking for themselves, they should get whatever it is that they are able to
No, they
receive.
talk about for everybody. France's role in the slave trade. So what I'm saying is, let's say France starts paying Ghana out like $10 billion a year
Hmm.
in damages, right? Now, where
Hmm.
would that money go to?
You just said it, they will be paying Ghana, so it'll go to Ghana. But I guess the issue will
Or how
come
does Black
about.
America feel about that?
Black America is not included in their draft. to receive reparations. Although they may say, or the rumors may say, I don't know where that came from, but when you read their draft, it is Black Americans are not included because we do not have a nation of our own. The Caribbean is mentioned, but I have to pull up the draft and send it to you, or somehow get it to you.
So that goes to show what I was saying about Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Kofa's like, fuck Ghana, man. Come on, man. Ghana's been our friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the draft right now. Yeah, and there's no way that they'll be able to disseminate the not the proceeds, but the money to African Americans anyway.
Yeah, because the United States will block it.
Exactly.
So why we have this so-called reparations movement going on? Like Black people think they're actually gonna get something.
Because people didn't look up the it's possible it's because people may not have looked up the draft or what Ghana is actually requesting. Now, my question is, what does Ghana is an Anglophone nation, so why are they going to France?
Well, Ghana has been moving closer to France lately because of the geopolitical moves of ECOWAS collapsing, and France is desperate to shore up ECOWAS. Now Ghana says, you know something, we got these billions of dollars in external debt. We could use a bump in the pay grade. And so
Right.
it is
But
what it is.
I don't see why France will even feel obligated to pay for reparations to Ghana when
Well, remember something, they're talking about Ghana's doing this on behalf of all the countries that were affected by the slave trade,
Mm.
not just its shore.
See, I'm looking at the draft right now, and they're very particular about the wording, and so you have to be very careful in reading it. And so it says, one of the points that stood out to me, it says, it calls upon member states, individually and collectively, to engage in inclusive, good faith dialogue on reparatory justice, including a full and formal apology. So that's it. That's something that is just talk. Calls for prompt and unhindered restitution of cultural properties, objects of art, monuments, museum pieces, artifacts, manuscripts and documents, and national archives of cultural value. And there's some other things. Hold on, I'm gonna find it in here. Matter of fact. Continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what you
I'm sorry.
want? So, with that being said, why do you got so many Pan Africans think this is it? We're gonna get our money, and then some other people saying God is doing all to steal our money. Is there any money on the table?
I don't know if there's any money on the table. It's they have a deadline in this document, or a anticipated date in this document for this year for them to further discuss this reparations issue that that Ghana brought to the UN.
Now, who is on there? Is it people like Dr. Obikali Kambon? And what kind of Black people are involved in this? That's what I would like to know. Are they reputable people or the same usual, you know, the same usual suspects? And Cobra types and all that.
Yeah, it doesn't have any names on here. It only has African nations and Caribbean nations mentioned on here. Commemoration of the abolition of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. It has African nations on here, and then it mentions Caribbean nations. Some Caribbean nations. Wait, I think these are Caribbean nations. Hold on. Venezuela is not Caribbean. Um, sorry, I thought I saw some. No, just African nations, excuse me. But it does says it invites the African Union, the Caribbean community. Here it goes. The Organization of American States. That is the only thing that references America in any way. So the Organization of American States. We need to find out who is that? Who represents that organization? So let me go back to reading it. Invites the African Union, the Caribbean community, the Organization of American States, and other relevant regional and sub-regional organizations to collaborate with member states and United Nations entities in developing frameworks for dialogue, cooperation, and action on reparatory justice and reconciliation. So it just invites. It doesn't say anything is on the table for African Americans or the Caribbean community. So I don't know where that came from. That they would. I think it was just media. It looks like that. The optics appeared like that, but that's the only thing it says.
But everybody was telling me the CARICOM nation got it going on. They get reparations and.
Well, it seems I would have to research that, but they do have a relationship with Africa, that we don't
You know what I'm
have.
saying is the CARICOM nations believe in suing for reparations in the European nation. That's been like 5 years now, and I haven't seen anything. What I like to know is, are we going to put this reparations thing behind us? Because
I don't think so.
that's the only thing. Hold up, that's the only thing standing in the way of a real nationalist movement. Is that people think there's going to be reparations and they can go back to clubbing and partying.
Yeah.
People think how Negroes are, right? They're saying, "I want my 150,000 because I want to buy that new Lexus or that new Tesla. I want to put down this. I want me and my woman going to take a vacation, and we're going to put some money. Oh, we're going to invest. Niggas don't know nothing about investing, but they heard it's a good thing. So we're going to take some money to invest. And we're going to take some money here to floss a little bit, buy some clothes, look good for a year and whatnot. They believe they're owed that.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I just think black people need to get out of that reality. We wasted so much time. You hear about this guy, this Congressman Al Green, he got ousted.
Yes. Was the guy he
A
got ousted by?
young black guy,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how I was gonna ask.
Al Green's problem was his ignorant. He came against cryptocurrency.
Ah.
Oh, man, I don't trust it. Well, he's an old ignorant man,
Yeah.
I think these old types they're a thing of the past, they're relics.
Well, I mean, he has a point to be concerned, people to be concerned about crypto because
My sister's making a fortune in crypto.
Yeah, I understand there's good and bad with it. I'm for crypto.
Black people who are doing really well in that. There's alternative economy that's emerging, into that.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of people making money doing that, right? But the thing is, though, the black leadership, whatever, they're just so anti-progress, And so I'm not to all that either, but but when you just take a stand that, oh man, and you tell me you're going to protect the same dollar, isn't that the same dollar that you was bought and sold for? So it's like we're living in a time where I think black people politics in America are done. Now you got people talking about no reparations, no vote. I don't know how we let fucking somebody like Tariq Nasheed friggin' like this. Look, I don't care about who you vote for. All I know is I do not want to see black people sitting home. It doesn't matter who you vote for,
Right. Mm-hmm.
as long as you participate. That's what they don't like. And that's what happened in this election right here, where
Mm-hmm.
you have to go out there because it's an open district now. It ain't like one Democrat runs the whole area and he was a shoo-in. Now you got to compete for black people to vote, young black people, and people ain't going to be all just you're black and Democrat voting for you.
Right. Speaking of voting and all that bills and all that, what do you think? Have you heard about? Okay, this is clearly old news, but it's something new to me. Did you know that the Caribbean American community, a representative from New York, they went to DC proposing a bill requesting to be counted as a separate group? So essentially delineating uh, from as their own block to become their own block in 2009.
Yeah, yeah.
So
The thing is, though, we include them in the Congressional Black Caucus. If that was the case, would you say, okay, then you're not one of our voting members of the Congressional Black Caucus? That means try getting something voted on and count on our rest of our votes.
listen to this. They said, okay, here's a quote. This is a truly an extraordinary step by our own Caribbean American Congresswoman, Yvette Clarke, who truly understands the struggles of the Caribbean community across the U.S., which continues to be dismissed simply because we have no means of accurately counting our block. That is the wrong quote that I was trying to read. Oh, here it goes. We must also mobilize around the census and realize the importance of our community being counted accurately as a block. And here's another quote. Let me see. Okay, here. The Caribbean Count Bill, a historic bill that calls for Caribbean nationals to have their own origin checkbox on the U.S. Census form. It calls for all questionnaires used in the taking of any decennial census of the U.S. population include a checkbox or other similar option be included so respondents may indicate Caribbean extraction or descent. So to me, that sounds like they had already pushed for delineation before FBA, which it makes sense.
They started it,
Yeah, so FBA, no one should even attack FBA for wanting to delineate.
Yeah, so I say, look, I have no problem with Black Americans saying screw the rest of these people because I'm just seeing the writing on the wall.
Right.
People want to be Black American when it's the benefits, but when it comes down to the hostility, like you got this education guy made a fool out of himself on TikTok, talking about he's supporting Chad the Builder, and he's like, I'm a Haitian, whatever. Look, they're not gonna like you, fool, And so you got these people running around thinking if they core favor white people, that white people will go easy on them because they know white people just don't like Black Americans the most.
But it's because we have a legacy, we have a generational history here in an intimate relationship with white people, unfortunately, that other Black people, when they come here, they don't understand the nuances of that and how to operate within that. And so we make it look easy. But all the Black immigrants came after the blood was shed and the blood dried. When you know what I mean?
Like I told Mike Olawale, I said, look, right around your time people came in the 60s, Black America was still smoldering in cities that were burned to the ground. Think about it. The last major race riot was 1945 in Detroit. Whole Black sections of the city were burned to the ground. Actually, another race riot happened in 1967 in Baltimore and Newark,
Mm-hmm.
But before those race riots, right there, it was white mobs who came in there and wiped out the whole black thriving section of St. Louis in 1917. You know, at
Yeah.
Rosewood, places like that. So
And
we
call it the
went through all this.
and call it the issue I have with Pan Africanism or the Pan Africanist, and I consider myself a Pan Africanist, just wanting the unification of Black people because of a shared history, you know what I mean? Shared goals and values. That's it. But oh gosh, what I was gonna say. The issue I think with Pan Africanism is that they allow Black immigrants to be disrespectful towards Black Americans for the sake of inclusion. You know what I mean?
That's a problem I had when I used to listen to the Dynasty show. And I look at all these, I said, wait a minute. I look at all these hostile fucking people in the chat room talking about Black American. On one hand, they were angry that Black Americans want nothing to do with Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, they're like, Black Americans ain't shit. They ghetto, but okay, you believe that. Then why do you care if Black people say, we're not going to the continent. We don't care about Africa or whatever. Let me get Dark Migo on. Dark Migo, go ahead, brother.
Oh, what's going on, Carla? Now,
What's
I just
going on?
wanted to say, man, yo, I've been doing my Lee Kuan Yew research, man. That guy, he's super cool, man. I like him a lot. I'm not gonna hold you.
That's the number one statesman. When I think of that,
Yeah,
when you think of the Afghanistan, think of Lee Kuan Yew. That's my
he,
idol.
yeah, yo, I see why you like him, bro. Cause I have seen he did like a speech. He was mad as fuck. He was like, I've built this up from the ground my entire life. You think I'm about to
He
let
goes,
it go?
I'm
He's
not
like,
gonna
you
let
need
it
some
go.
iron in your blood. I was like, yeah,
What he said was, he goes, you got to have that iron in you.
that iron. Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I like this
He
guy.
goes, or give it up, give it up. That's how I am.
Yeah, yeah,
You guys say when you talk about an Afghanistan, it takes a strong man. That's how
yeah.
I am with the show. You see how I am. See how I
Hmm.
act with the show. I talk. I'll be the same way. You know, you got to
Yep.
have that iron in you because that's what people respect. I look 80% of what I say and do, people are not gonna like until you guys see the one part where he talked about feedback. Find
Hmm.
that. That's gonna blow your mind.
Yeah,
He
I
said the
definitely
first
got to see that one.
generation of leadership, right? And so when
Hmm.
he took over Singapore, he was only 42 years old, young lawyer, right? He goes, the first generation, we came with ideas. He got the best minds, they had a game plan. After about 20 years, 5 years, they said, okay, we want to know how we're doing. So when they did this thing called feedback, they asked people random questions. What do you think about this
Hmm.
one? When he found there was large numbers of people didn't agree, you know what he said? You think he would change course? He said, what you guys got to do is go out there and convince them that we're
Yep.
right the first time, right? And then the next feedback, it'll correct itself, without doing anything. Because people don't know what they're listening, like in Liberia right now. The problem in Liberia is you cannot have ignorant people making decisions about life and death
Yep.
in the future. Africa has not figured that out yet. That's why almost every country in Africa, the population is damn near retarded.
Yeah. And I
Because
wasn't that like half the reason for his speech too, because he was saying like like this is life and death. Like you guys can't be playing around. Yeah,
yeah,
I think
that's
that
our
was like
future.
half of the reason why he made that speech. Yeah.
Singapore is all we got. You don't get a chance
Yeah.
to mess it up. Africans playing games with elections, democracy, and all stuff like that. The problem, then they want to keep. You heard the Afro Theory knows what I'm talking about on the private line. You hear them talking about their different tribes and whatnot, right? Afro Theory.
I'm no longer in the group. But yes.
Wait, why'd you leave?
Yeah, I just need to get away from that.
I don't worry, I'll add you back on soon.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. The tribes.
It's And then one night I went to bed I went to sleep, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then I got back on. I was half asleep. I got back on, and Chief Cafaro was up there, and St. James, and they just going in on this. No, we ain't gonna have this type of Muslim. We're not gonna do this. I was like, my God, gave me a nightmare. Because when I went to bed, the conversation seemed like it was all right, you know. And these guys, I said, man, that region ain't going nowhere. They can put all the Chahori up there, all they want. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
as long as Africa
Yeah, I
has
don't
that,
know what's going on with him now.
as long as Africa has that tribalism bullshit, it ain't going nowhere.
Right?
I think
You
it's in
said Lee Kuan Yew
moderation
said it, right? It's too corrupt, right?
Yeah,
about
Yeah, it's
Africa.
not even about. Yeah, it's not
Migo.
even about them being African. It's just too corrupt. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and tribalism and tribal identity is the excuse to be corrupt. You know,
yeah. And it's funny too because I see why you use Lee Kuan Yew's point because at the time he was building Singapore, it was like exactly like India, and but they ended up thriving rather than India. So I was like, yeah, he would be the one to
Singapore was
really see
less
why
developed.
Africa can't come up.
Singapore was less developed than Ghana.
Yeah, all that. Yeah,
All those countries, all those Singapore used to have to borrow money from Kenya and Ghana.
that's crazy. Imagine that you borrow money from an African country. Wow.
So what was it that stopped Singapore before Lee Kuan Yew took power? What was it that
Singapore was a
prevented them?
colony of the British. You know, it was a crown colony. You know,
Oh, okay.
it was a trading port. You know, part of Malaysia. And when Malaysia got independence, they abandoned Singapore. Singapore was
Mm.
basically stateless, no identity. And then Lee Kuan Yew said, "We want to become a nation. You got to assume nationhood."
Mm-hmm.
That's why I got the average. He goes, you just start doing the things of nationhood. You start organizing, forming military, put your prisons in place. You start assuming the responsibilities of nationhood, and your
Right.
nation will form.
Right.
He said nationhood is to assume nationhood. If you assume you're a nation, you got a piece of land, but there's no organization. You start making laws. Okay, well, we got to do this way. This is where the shipping's be done at. This is what you're gonna pay. All right, this man's gonna be called the inspector general. You gotta listen to him. He's gonna set the rules. It's assuming nationhood, you know.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you just act as if you behave as such, you become that.
You become, yes. That's why people ask me, "How are you gonna build the earth?" Then, Carla, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna become.
Yeah, Singapore is no joke. I had no idea that that was the case with them. I didn't look up the history of Singapore. I never thought to.
Lee Kuan
But
Yew is the
wow.
best statesman the world has ever seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna research him too, like Dark Migo did.
People come in my chat room.
Yeah, he up
Oh,
here.
you listen to a China man? You see, Dark Meagle, I think differently. People like DK, like,
Yes, can I help you?
hold up.
Oops, sorry.
But no, I kind of get what you was gonna say though, Carl. You're saying like just because he's a Chinaman, you can still take points from him.
Most
Yeah, like
definitely.
when I say I study yin and yang, Taoism.
Mhm.
I studied martial arts for years, and I'm a practitioner and a philosophy. My philosophy, when I came to politics, my philosophy is more Taoism than anything else.
Yeah, and you all it is you just follow what works. You know what I mean? Follow the blueprint of the
Yeah,
people who've been successful or who's doing it the right way or something that you can gravitate towards and build from. That's all it
black
is,
people don't
regardless of
understand that.
culture.
We listen to the same failed people year after year, year after year. One more failed leader, one more failed movement after another. We're just, you know, well, now we don't sit there and change course. Maybe there's somebody else out there that could show us a thing through. What? How are the Asians making it? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. What are they doing right? Because if that's the logic, then we shouldn't listen to any people, any black person, because black people don't have what other groups have.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to change and adapt.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
I'm just not listening to black people when it comes to like finance and stuff. Like that's where, I don't really try to hear them out on.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because it's not no like actual proof that Well, I mean, black people we do get a lot of income, but we do spend a lot.
yeah. We
And,
spend, we don't spend it because our money ultimately goes back into their system.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And we're so flashy. A lot of times we're so flashy, and you'll see, uh,
That's
uh,
so. That's that flashy stuff is so out of date.
yeah,
Yeah,
and wealthy people, they're not flash. A lot of them aren't
Well, a
flashy.
lot of
Wealthy
people got
non
their smocks on, their khakis, whatnot, and they
yeah.
go sit on the yacht for the weekend.
and New
But the thing
Balances.
is, like, you could still be flashy, but at least know how to manage your money properly. If you're gonna be that, that's like
Yeah, if that's
my
what you
own
want
Floyd
to
thing.
be.
Yeah,
Mayweather, they said he had to pay out $174 million to Israel, something like that.
that's crazy. Why?
They extorted him. They more than likely extorted him. He must have said something bad about Israel or
I
contrary to
think
what they want.
he took out loans with them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
So
what it was then. I mean, that makes sense. A lot of sense. That's probably why he was getting all this money. Yeah, that makes sense. I know he used
Mm.
to go over there and kiss the wall and stuff. So I'm like, yeah,
yeah, so
Oh, okay.
yeah. He supports them, yeah. Because I remember he supported the stuff that was going on with the war.
he always talk about Israel this, Israel that.
Hey, Kyla, what do you
Israel
think
with the
about
money.
black people? What do you think about black people doing business with Arabs? Do
Look,
if
I
you
like
can get
this.
in good business with them
My whole
instead
thing,
of Jewish people.
my whole thing about black people doing business, anything, right? Is I always see it one sided, right? Other people come in, they do serious business, right?
Hmm.
They're there for the long haul and win. I want to see that with black people, right? Hold up, folks. In other words, like you have groups like the Patels, world famous Indian companies or consortiums, businesses, and stuff like that. They're highly organized. Not only that, they're highly organized. They really able to do this because their family structures and business structures are in place on every level. They're part of business clans. A man named George Fraser back in 93 wrote a book called Success Runs in Our Race. George Fraser, that one light skinned brother, right? He's all about economics, you know? And he says, we have to become a global tribe, a global tribe with our own global banks or global everything like that. That but now with computers, you could do that. You have a business, let's say you have a facility. Now that facility is going to need everything in that facility. You're going to need paper, pens, everything. What if you centralize all the stuff that goes into that building, cleaning supplies, everything like that, right? What if all those suppliers are part of your own network? See, that's what other people have going for them. They're part
Yeah,
of them.
exactly. Yeah,
Whereas
nah,
they
I
stay
definitely get what you're saying. Yeah.
we're disunited, we're all over the place, and they only need you for one thing.
Yeah, just entertainment and food. That's the thing. Like black people don't have any really like they don't have that many well their business ideas aren't that like broad, bro. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
they think real small or like just copy something somebody else black did and that's successful in it. That's also what I really noticed. Yeah, you're right.
And to piggyback off of that, I was watching this documentary. It was a while ago on Netflix, and it was with the rapper Killer Mike, and he was pushing this blood pop soda, which is dangerous because it's about pushing gangsterism,
Oh, I
and
was
it
talking
was
about Red
these
40.
yeah, something like that, and he was I believe that
Bill
may be
Mike's
the
a clown.
but listen to this, Kyla. So he was discussing it with other black men who he was, I don't know if he was like mentoring in regards to business, but they had prior, they may have had prior jail experiences or something like that. And they were changing their life around. One of the men who was on the show, featured on the show, he shared his idea and he said, hey, my idea was we create a business for what is it called? The light switch covers. And you know how you have a light switch cover in each room, wherever you're at. And he was like, we start a business for that. Killer Mike shot that down. And I was like, what the heck? You could have made millions off of that. It seems like a mundane, like a small business, but it's not. It
Yeah,
makes it
everybody
seem
in their house
simple.
needs that. Exactly. Not even
And
just
in every
houses,
building.
anywhere.
And
Yeah.
my problem with Killer
Yeah.
Mike is the fact that when he said just one thing on revolt, he was telling people, yeah, go out there, get your hustle up, and then turn a legit business. Let me tell you something. You don't listen to nothing I say. All it takes for you, many people went down that road. I'm going to hustle
Yes.
and get out. But guess what? You never make it out.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those guys be doing like 50 years one night, like I was just going to make it out when something went wrong. One of their boys got shot or something went down, whatever like that. And you're like, damn, man, I just want to make some money to start this business. Never told nobody get into the thing. Whatever, if you got to work 3 jobs, whatever you
Exactly.
got,
Yep.
you know,
I was
when
gonna
it
say it's get another job. Yeah, that's it.
work
But
hard,
see that
take another year to do that, but he's telling them, oh, get out there and hustle and turn to legit money. That never works out, you
But
know?
see
Never.
the caliber of black people, like the quality of black people, during like this whole hip hop um, popularity, thing that's going on, or has been going on since the '90s, when gangsterism came into the picture. That's what they push. That's what a lot of them represent. You know what I mean? And so it poisons people's mindset and vulnerable impressionable black children and even adults mindset. That it's just ridiculous to me that he was so emboldened. Like there's no cultural pushback for people like that. That's my issue.
Yeah.
Why isn't black culture pushing back on that? Because that has become the
because
norm. It's been
look at
accepted.
Revolt TV. The founder of Revolt TV, he's sitting in jail right now. Why? Because he was Puff Daddy. He was a degenerate.
But even the name revolt, it signifies rebellion. Like why are we so rebellious and everything? You know what I mean? Revolt. What are we
Yeah, but
revolting
they
against?
revolt, but they're not revolting against the thing that's oppressing them. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
that's the problem. But nobody
And
stands up for. Nobody has conversations like this and says what needs to be said.
and Bill Cosby was right when he went against
Yeah,
that type of influence. That presence in black culture
yeah,
at that time.
he was 100% right. But the black people we turned on Bill Cosby.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
That's why a
bad
lot
for
of
him,
people are just
man.
like, yo, forget about it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
He
it
did
kind of
not. He
messed
did.
up, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, very, very.
Because I was just gonna say, because like he like all those years of hard work that he did, like
he
trying to
gave
change
over
the image.
$100 million
Yeah,
to black institutions.
And black people, we should have supported him more, but it was because he countered the black inner city culture, that black people didn't support
And then
him
you
like
had
we
this
should have.
guy that came out of nowhere, Michael Eric Dyson, leading the charge. This guy came out of nowhere.
Mm.
Next thing you know, he got this guy attacking Bill Cosby, and black people. Oh, this guy sounds cool. Also, Michael Eric Dyson would hang out with rappers.
Yeah, Nas. He will really push Nas. I remember him always rapping about Nas and think, you know what I mean? That
Yeah,
was his weight, his entry in.
him and Nas and Lil Wayne and David Banner.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Oh,
therefore, that's what you had. People listen to him. Oh, he's new scholar. And I said, wait a minute, where did this guy come from? Yeah, he came from television. We should start seeing him on TV, like Larry Dyson. Okay, I guess that's who we roll with now.
and Kala, I know you watched Gil Noble and the Black intellectuals when they were on TV.
Yeah,
Like, could Michael Eric Dyson and Cornel West stand amongst
these guys
them?
would
Like, were
not be
they?
the same. Couldn't serve these dudes coffee. They could not serve Gil Noble, Tony Brown, and people like that as coffee.
Hmm.
These are crackpots. And we gotta be careful because all these people, Cornel West, Mike Eric Dyson and Lamont Hill, they came to us via white media.
That okay, I get what you're saying.
You know,
Yeah, unlike a Ayo Kamathi who came to us. He didn't
right?
come to us
Yeah,
through white
yeah.
media, independent media.
Irritated Genie came to
Hmm.
us through lectures, and as a serious brother.
Yeah. He worked for Department of Health. I was saying this in a chat when we brought him up when he was in a conversation before. But he worked for the Department of Homeland Security, and
Yeah,
on the side,
no, no,
yeah.
nothing wrong with that. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Oh yeah,
I could tell when
yeah. I
somebody,
was.
I could tell when somebody's fronting and they're real. That dude was real.
Yeah, he got fired because of his stance and what he believed in.
Irritated Genie was the real thing.
Mhm.
People always
He's
use
still
that.
around.
People, I know. Yeah, people always use that to discredit people. He worked for,
Yeah, that's true.
but dude, I could tell when somebody's working for Homeland Security and faking it and do alternate. And I could tell when somebody, I listen to him, I look in his eyes, look at his voice, look what he talks about, look at the topics he bring up. You could tell Io, that dude is for real.
Hmm.
Some people there's no doubt in my mind, he's real.
He's the only black spokesperson or orator right now who come from that era of like when Umar was coming up and stuff like that, who I believe, like, I trust he's the real deal. He's the only one. I don't
Yeah.
see who we have left.
Umar just somebody running his mouth.
Yeah.
Umar's running his mouth, just talking a bunch of nonsense. Io is the real thing. And he's
Yeah.
all over Africa right now. I don't know where, I don't know what country he's in, but he's all over promoting Africa resettlement. That's because I know he knows too. We're not gonna get no place inside of America. We're gonna do this revolution. There needs to be a significant portion of African American, in Africa building a stronghold, starting all over. Even before an Afghanistan could be built, there should be significant numbers of us, not just that live in Africa, but live overseas.
Right. I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
Okay, where you go, as long as you're part of that. Because once you leave America and you're only around your own people, now you become a people.
Hmm. And Carla, back to the tribalism that you were speaking about. I think that tribalism is natural. It's been around since the beginning of
Now, I
humanity.
have no problem with tribal identity, right? There's a difference.
Okay.
Then tribalism,
Okay.
two different things. Your tribal identity is legitimate. Tribalism means that you live in an area where everything's supposed to be copacetic, but you choose not to get along with somebody just because of their tribe. That's tribalism, you know?
Hmm.
Tribal identity means I can live in a pluralistic society in a multi-ethnic society, right?
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, but I keep what's mine. The problem is in Black America is when we come down to we're the only group of people that was not allowed to keep anything.
Well, the Caribbean, the Black people in the Caribbean too, right? To some
No, no,
extent.
no. There's just no. They in the world have legitimacy for some reason. They think the Caribbean is more, I don't know, authentic, whatever. And then you look at the Caribbean, their culture all comes from the British and the Irish and all these other places, Dutch. But somehow in America, people see our culture as more white. You know,
Well, that goes okay. So about the Caribbean, Black people from the Caribbean. I was speaking to one of the persons on in that group, and she explained how even the language they've retained in like Jamaica and even in Haiti. Musa has shared that they've retained some of the words from the Congo, from different parts of Africa.
we have a lot of
So
words. We have a lot of words in Black America that's retained. We have a lot of retention culture.
from Africa, what words? What words?
Okay, like canoe, banana, jambalaya. A lot of stuff that we have in our culture. The
But
banjo, the
okay,
banjo.
but but okay, I'm talking about that's used in everyday language, and but
I
someone
mean,
from
I
the
mean,
Caribbean.
when you said banjo, we don't. I mean, we don't like use the term, but banjo just means a guitar.
Okay, well, I'm not fighting that. Hey, if we have that, then yes, I'm all for it. But we also should keep in mind that they're also Black majority nations, so they're able to retain a lot more than maybe we have.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but the thing is, though, with them and us is we had to rely on our blackness more than they did because when you're the majority, you tend to forget that you're the majority. You're black and whatnot, so that's why a lot of them act the way they do.
Well,
They,
and also I think that the climate, like their tropical climate, allows them. It's maybe very similar to Africa, Africa, and so that
yeah,
also
yeah,
helps.
so what you call it? In yeah, you're right. In like me and Bomani, we did that tour to Liberia, and it was like basically that's when I realized then that my good brother Bomani is an island brother because he's like, yeah,
Mhm.
I used to go get coconuts. I said, I do not like coconut milk. You don't like coconut cola, man? No, I don't like that shit. It's nasty.
Oh my goodness, Carla.
I don't. I just don't like coconut.
You,
Maybe,
per- you
maybe I had a raw coconut. Or something.
oh my goodness, but you said it before. You don't like the Caribbean. You don't want to go to the Caribbean. Yeah, I respect that. I admire that about the Caribbeans and their culture. That is so. It makes sense why they will have such a strong relationship with Africa. Besides the fact that they are sovereign nations. Kala, are you still there?
I'm back.
Okay. Back to the topic about Ghana. What made you what's going on with Ghana to make you have this topic? Are there any new developments?
Yeah, it was an article I put in which we call it, in the Afrosphere
Mm-hmm.
about Ghanaian president struck a deal with France, saying they're going to
Okay.
work on the situation. You see why I did it?
Yeah.
The point
Yeah.
I'm trying to make was that the people who thought they were going to stop all this, see how powerless they are.
Right.
And so they're like helping them down at the UN a couple months ago, hooping and hollering and all stuff like that. What did it do? Nothing. Because now you're talking about states. You know,
Oh, I see. Okay, so it makes sense why France would agree to it or to help Ghana because it'll allow them to cement themselves in Ghana for proximity to the AES and whatever their goals are in West Africa,
yeah,
while
long term, yeah, that's what they're thinking about.
they're also about to implant themselves in East Africa.
Yeah. In other words, they're not going nowhere.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. But that's because African nations are they're not they're not, some of them aren't practicing unity with other African nations.
Right.
But it may be more to gain from working with the European nation than it is their fellow African nations, it seems.
Well, if France is still, say what you want, France is going to be a world power.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Ghana is moving away from the United States and England. And so it's looking out
Okay.
for itself. And I
Yeah.
think they're really serious about this reparations thing because if more and more black people get money, reparations, that's more money that Ghana's betting that will trickle into their country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, I'd rather see it like that. That people take the money and spend it in Ghana and spend it back in the United States.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better than feeding the beast still.
Well, like I said, when I go to Angola, I'm encourage them to do the same thing. Take over the reparations thing, see what they can get.
That's what I would do if that
Else.
were to ever happen. There's no point to get reparations, fight for so long to get reparations from here, and then put it back into this
Well, that's
this
that's
thing.
that's not going to happen. What
Oh,
could
I
happen?
know.
What could
I
happen?
don't.
You could have a surcharge. Any country that don't want to participate, whatever. But Africa has to do more than being an extraction continent. For example, right? It's not only just an extraction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Africans don't mine the stuff, their minerals. They don't put it on the ships. They don't package it. They don't do none of that stuff like that, and they don't deliver it. It's just a foreign company comes in with all the capital. They do all the management. They bring this stuff out and pay the African government like 3%.
Mm.
You're not in a good position to bargain with that. So until
Right.
Africa changes that dynamic, it ain't going nowhere.
You think the dynamic will have a better chance of changing if Black people from the Caribbean and Americas move,
Yeah,
in mass?
if there was a real plan to build consortiums, think tanks,
Mm-hmm.
economic think tank backed up by governments, but Africans have not done that so far. It's like they put all their incompetent people in power, whatever. There's no African consortiums and businesses.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm looking at the scanning over the article from Ghana Web, and it mentions as part of efforts to sustain the momentum. Oh, excuse me. The resolution has since generated renewed global debate on slavery, colonialism, and the enduring socioeconomic consequences of historical injustices against people of African descent. As part of efforts to sustain the momentum, Ghana will host the Next Steps high-level conference on reparatory justice in Accra from June 17th to June 19th. The summit is expected to bring together heads of state, ministers, scholars, legal experts, and civil society organizations from Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, and the Americas to discuss practical frameworks for acknowledgement, healing, and redress. President Macron has accepted President Mahama's invitation to address the conference, while an expanded French delegation is also expected to participate at a high level.
They're powerful.
Very powerful.
Now tell me, what's the so-called African American equivalent? Tariq Nasheed?
Hey, you're gonna laugh at this. The Congressional Black Caucus. Just playing.
What a joke. What a joke. No, you're just joking, right?
Yeah, I said you're gonna laugh at this.
President
I'm
Black
being
Caucus has
facetious.
nothing to do with it.
I know. You said the equivalent. It was a jokey joke, Kyla.
Yeah.
It was a joke. A bad one, but it was a joke. I know. There's no equivalent.
Yep. Sad.
But you know what? It makes sense for Ghana to lead the way for slavery reparations because it's on par with their legacy of Pan-Africanism.
Right. And that means telling me that the Pan-African movement, despite everything saying it's dead, it actually won.
Yeah. That's a great point. That's a great point. It really is. And it will always win because unity will outweigh division.
Oh, no, tangibles will outweigh fucking people talking and shucking and jiving.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
The FBA people have been doing but shucking and jiving.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get killed.
Yeah, they believe that progress can be made in America when it's like our people have done everything there is to do besides, I guess, not get caught up in the madness and the confusion and lies of politicians. That's something we haven't done.
Right. Go ahead, Kidola.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you, Carla. I've been listening to
Kidola's the Grim Reaper.
I was listening to you, Carla, and to the young lady that was speaking. Ghana cannot lead the way to anything.
Yeah, I told you, the Grim Reaper.
Hi, Kidola.
Carla, Ghana cannot lead no way to nothing. The white man isn't going to give no money. Look, when Africa was being defeated, right? Forget all this so-called old story. I'm from the Kingdom of Benin. The white man defeated us, you know, which is the British. Before the British, we were cahoot with the Portuguese. You feel me? And a lot of shit was going on that time. There are some Portuguese influence in some of our food, you know. That food is called stew. You call that food Africans eat a lot? They call it stew and rice. You know, those are Portuguese influence, you know. That's when we're like partnership. We deal with ivory and all these things, you know. But that doesn't mean I'm not telling you that the kingdom I was from, yeah, that king was into slave trade. And that slave trade resulted to the fraction of that kingdom. You know, I'm from the Eastern tribe. We broke away from them. We even fought them. You know, who fought the Oba of Benin at that time. You know, so uh, Ghana is in the center of slave trade. What were they doing with the Dutch people for 400 years? Were they selling cookies? Or were they selling palm tree? 400 years of business with the Dutch company or Dutch whatever it is, it was partially slave. And not the whole of Ghana, but Ashanti was heavily involved in human trafficking capital, like what they call capitalist system. You know, they were dealing with those things with the people called the Dagba people. You know, for each is gone or something like that, those Dagba have to bring about how many slaves? Hundreds of slaves. And these slaves will be taken from what is called today Mali and Nigeria or some of these places there. So what do you want to ask for? What do you want to ask the white man to give you when you know you were heavily involved?
Well,
You
yeah,
know?
but so you make a good point, Kidola. So these are what we can frame the solution as internal affairs, nothing to do with the white man. And then we the European and everybody else, we see them as external affairs. So we sit down and we talk. The Caribbeans, the Americans, the Africans, different tribal heads. We sit down and talk.
Yes, that might be better. That might even be faster than the white man giving you whatever you're looking for. You understand me? If you talk what you said now, ICT internally. But you see, it's a very complicated. See, this slave business of a thing, right? It's very complicated. You know, we were growing up, we didn't know. But the moment you started, if you look at Nigeria, the landscape of Nigeria, the size of Nigeria geographic or something, all of them were still the white man came there to steal people. All lie. Yeah, they might have middlemen that were in, you know, bringing in and out. But if you take a place like Port Harcourt, what made up of Port Harcourt today as a state was slavery. It started from the Igbos. You know what I mean? From that area of Port Harcourt, that was like creek. That was like the Gulf of Guinea. You know, a lot of shit was happening there. The Igbos was willingly good to sell themselves. You know, you know what I mean? So nobody will come and say, "Oh, man, do you know the jungle you're talking about? Do you know the mosquito will kill you there?" It was us, the white man came to destroy it, the British. But even before then, our king was also involved in selling slaves. You know, if they conquer you, you'll be sold. Neither to themselves first, before to the white man. You know.
So therefore, we have family fights. It always have family fights.
Yeah. My tribe break away from the kingdom of Benin.
Yeah.
They came to fight us.
Yeah.
You know, we fight them back. If we did take down that king, I don't want to say KILL, that about that time, all of us would have ever been slaves. That's what he wanted to do. Right. But even when we came out of that, see, we will not just look. A one strong man is ruling you, right? A one family. Then out of the blue, start creating rules that doesn't favor you. You say, no, I don't want to belong to them. If you leave, it's going to attack you. That's where it goes. You see the way it goes? So you know what? People don't understand this so-called slave will not just, it's very complicated. You know what I mean? Up to today, my tribe, way back, we cannot even marry to Benin people. Well, I'm from the Esan. We can't even marry people from the Benin, the women even, because we say it's a bad luck. Even up to today, if you marry from that place, they'll tell you, okay, you're not the first one, you're not going to be the last one. You might not last.
Right.
You know? You see what I mean?
These things are all part of identity and part of what it means.
No, yeah, but it's still after the link of the battle to what today called the slave trade.
Yes. Yeah.
So you see, you know what I mean? So what led to the slave trade, the cause of the slave trade, even before the slave trade. You feel me? So we don't understand because we didn't know that slaves took place really, but we know why we not allowed to marry some certain people. You see, you know what I mean? So when you
Right.
focus slave trade in the West, but to us, we didn't know that human being was being exchanged, or if they catch you, you know that just you gone.
Yeah.
And so slowly, so the battle, what happened in the way back, even to my own generation, it still surfaces slowly. You know, it kind of
Yeah.
still surfaces slowly. We might be the same people, but we kind of like see have complication among ourselves sometimes of what happened in the past.
How is the history? How is the history that you're talking about kept alive among your people?
Yeah,
You can't speak to the others. You can't.
it- it's not a written history, but it's oral history that be passed down by your generation to generation, by your tribal people and everything. You know, they tell you this will fought us, what happened, what is it? They don't lie. You know,
Right.
because you see it on the play, on the play, the play field. Even up to today, even the people from the so-called Benin people call us, yeah, we were slaving you people, and that it hurt us a lot. You know what I
Right.
mean? Uh-huh. So they will tell you, they call us, oh, we were slave people. We said, no, we defeated you people.
Right. 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 Right.
You get, for us to have our freedom, you know, because when we left them, they came to invade us, kill our women and children, but we allowed them to come in before we start, ambushing them. Up to today, we don't like each other really.
So let's talk about history then. Let's talk about history. The African tribal
Hold on,
history.
how are you there? Because there's some background noise that's interrupting you guys' talking.
Yeah, because it's colors in hospital, so I think
Oh,
the
okay.
noise is coming
I
from
don't
the
think it's
machine.
me, but I'm a mute.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, colors in hospital.
So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so so let me tell you the history. In
No, no, no,
Ghana
no, no,
today,
no, 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 no. I'm not asking you about history. I don't want to sit here listening to all the history. What I'm
oh,
going to
no,
talk about is
in
how
Ghana today,
organized.
in Ghana you see it today, right? Forget about what you see face. They're not really united because they see type of hatred among themselves.
Yeah, I know that, Kidola. You've been saying the same thing. People always say that, but I want to talk about moving forward now. So, the value of history is what's that? What's the kind of person that's there? That's to remember. You should oral tradition. So, is it possible to maintain oral tradition and somehow link it with modern technology? Can
Yes,
oral tradition?
yeah. They have already done it. A lot of historians have written books, and those books, as what the people like, I know it orally, but I also saw it. I also read it also in books.
Right,
You know,
right,
and
right,
and history sometimes it neither can be manipulated or it can be enhanced or inflated heavily. So
right,
depend how the history favor you. If the history make you look bad, you start pretending, no, that is not me. You lie or something like that.
right, right,
So, but let's assume if you're the victim, sometimes you try to inflate more victim or you against the other to make the other people look very, very bad, so that the
right.
settlement can never be settled. You feel me? You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, it's very complicated when I start hearing, you know,
Yeah, but don't worry about the
some.
complicated because in this modern era with technology, that which is complicated is being. Don't get the Europeans have been fighting for a long time, and look how Europe is tightly organized. So,
Mhm.
what we can do, we can develop and build software that brings in the books and the oral history and traditions, develop that from a global perspective, which will be, there'll be constant debates and arguments, but we've got to build that into the system. The debates and arguments has got to be part of the system, just like you have
The
debating societies in the
look
universities.
the only way for black people to unite, we have to go back to the beginning. What lead to black people be displaced or be taken out of Africa? If we can
Yeah,
go there, look, it's not too far. It's about 500 years or 400 or something years. It's not too far. It's not too far. You see, the white Americans or the white people, they are heavily connected to their root where they're coming from, right?
yeah,
You can hear Donald Trump say his father is German.
that's
His
right.
father
Don't
still have
forget.
his father left 80 something, almost that similar time of that slave trade, right?
Yeah,
Okay. His father relatives, his father root, his father people are still in Germany.
yes,
The Trump family, you understand me?
yeah,
They still exist there.
yeah,
Why Africa wants a little bit uh, problematic, or is that they key the names of the slave they took away. Why the Europeans that left kept their name and their origin?
yes,
You see what happened? That's why you can hear a white man saying, "Would I live in America?" and said, "Oh, I'm from Norway,"
yeah,
right? By the last name that he's having, they can trace it back to a family in Norway. That the descendants of that name, they're still there. If you look at it, they still look alike.
yeah, yeah. It's true.
You feel me?
So what we can
But
do then, understanding that what you're saying, we can reconstruct through DNA.
yes,
We can do it.
if Africans, you see, Africans are submitted DNA, right? There are a lot of Africans, I think, in America or some of these countries are submitted a lot of DNA, right? That's why they could trace who they from, who are you, you know what I mean? You're
Yeah,
from here, you're from there, or something like that. But West Africa, I'm talking about West Africa now, right? West Africa have to give out a lot of their DNA so that they can unite some of these people from the Caribbeans and other places
yeah,
about family.
yeah,
You see what I mean? Can be fourth, it can be fifth cousins, sixth cousin, fourth cousin, third cousins. You know,
yeah. So
if
software can do it.
yeah,
Software can do
if
it.
I'm here speaking to you, I know the name of my 10th grandfather. You understand me? The 10th, time is 10 generation. I'm the somebody that make me as a man, blah blah blah, into the 10th, far away, out about 700 to 800 years.
800 years. How though? How? It's through oral tradition. How do you keep
Yes,
that 800 years?
the name, and the name. I can even say 1,000 years.
1,000 years.
Yes.
But how can the dates be
Okay.
kept
Look at the
in the
way it
oral
goes. Right.
tradition?
Look at the
Huh?
way it goes. The man that formed the man, to what kind of age they have names, right? They start mentioning the names, and we still know the family that came out of those family that will make us like what we call uh, we call it. Let me use interpret in English to you. They call the the Dor family. We call it Dor family. Dor family. Dor family mean we are from the same door. The
Right,
same source.
right.
Even when they expound, right? They expound now. Now we start talking about thousands of family now, right? Right? Because we stay in as a group and a tribe. A clown, clink, what we call, even side tribe, we'll call clown. Clan is sub tribe, side tribe. Mean to
Clan, you
say,
mean? Clan.
clown. Yeah, clan. Yeah, clan.
C-L-A-N.
Yes,
C-L-A-N. Clan.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This
But how do
clown.
you manage the dates? How did he manage
Hold
the
on.
dates? I
Yeah,
don't
that's what I'm
understand.
telling you. That's what I'm telling you now. This clown. These are the people that they have bloodline. That's why when I start hearing that Black Americans say, "Oh, bloodline, bloodline," they don't know what called bloodline.
Yeah,
Bloodline are
that's
people that you
easy,
are there.
Bikidola. But I don't know how what you're saying there is quite easy to understand. But what I don't understand is how do you say 1,000 years? The identity by name is
Yeah,
clear.
yeah,
But how do you
because of
measure
the
the dates?
yeah. 500 years is very close to us
Yeah, but how do you know it's 1,000 years?
because
If
of the
it's oral tradition,
because
oral
yeah
tradition.
because it's aura. By the time you started tracing it, where these people are coming from, you understand me? 500 years. I know my great grandfather 500 years. I know his name. You know.
And
Then
is there
before that
dates with the
one,
oral? Are there dates? Are they? Do you have a calendar?
we don't have calendar, but we know the way we can trace it. How long what was his age? We can guess the age before he died. Was he a senior man? Was he an elderly man? Was he the head of the clan? And was he head of the tribe? So
I don't
first of all, the head
understand
of the
though. I don't
clan,
understand how that
hold,
enables
see, see,
time.
see, before
How
you
does the
become the head of the,
African manage time
okay, that's what I say.
with no watches?
Hold on. Before you become the head of the clan, you have to get to a certain age. That certain age, you have to be the head of of a military formation, right? Each family, each clan have their head, and that age have to do with age. So we all come from the age of towards 15, you become into the army, the youth army that will defend
Right,
the tribe,
right.
right? Then you grow slowly, slowly. It takes years. It takes you up to 50 years before you can leave. Um, Before you can leave from the head of the military, which is to now become second to the elderly man. So you now become like a commander now. That means say the elderly man top five give command to the middle rank. Those middle rank you have to be around say 55, 52. You know those middle rank give now order to the commander of the youth now to up to about 45, 50. You see the way they do it, and
Right,
for you to do this, you have to be like head of your clan. Before you even become head of the tribe, before you even start coming out to the tribe is a
right. So your age also is an aspect of rank. Your
yes.
age.
Your age is it.
Right,
So
right, right,
you
right,
see,
right,
so they start grooming you when you're young how to defend the tribe.
right.
So the clan is the people that you have, the same bloodline, which is great father, Whitlam father side, or great father.
Right.
So we are not allowed to marry inside that clan. We don't even allowed to marry inside the tribe self. You have to go outside the tribe to go and look for a wife because in one way or the other we're connected.
Interesting.
You see what I mean?
You're
So
not
even inside
allowed
your
to
own clan,
marry inside the tribe. You've got to go
you're not allowed to
outside
marry inside the tribe. You have to go outside the tribe, go and marry a woman from the other tribe
and bring her home.
and bring her home. That's what we call fresh blood.
Oh, right. So that's why you get so many fights then. But I suppose it works out for
Yeah,
it works.
so when I hear people started saying bloodline, this FBS bloodline, I say, what do you mean by bloodline? Are people share the same great father. And those clowns, those are the one burying. If anybody from that clown is, they're the one burying marriages, everything. You see what you see? It's complicated, You have to live inside them to know some of these rules.
Right,
When
right,
I lost
right.
my sister, this clan people came to bury my sister. When my sisters are marrying, This client are the ones who come in to do the marriages. So these are people that you are just share the say great father up to 10 or 11 or 12 because
Right.
you hear the name you know the what we live inside those lands because land make you a tribe.
Land.
So we have a vast land
Right.
that we live into. We share land. If you into the age of marrying, you get a land from your family. You know,
Right.
just that's the way it
Wow.
goes. So from your clan first, then to the tribe. You know what I mean? So it's complicated. You know, that's
Well,
why
it's
when
not
you
complicated. It only gets complicated when you clash with the European system, and then European starts killing people and taking some of then the
even the
family
let me tell
line
you,
get
yeah,
damaged.
even if we start doing if Africa submit a lot of their blood tests, right? A lot, then they start getting these people into relatives now. Then you start picturing suppose, oh, I'm your fifth cousin. If you look at it, they look alike.
And reconstruct.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
so 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 you see them coming out. Oh, okay. You see that they some of them will look alike.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They'll look alike. Because
So that's so Kidola. What I'm working on is developing the software to manage that software, new software,
yeah,
because there's
but
no software.
you see, uh,
Ghana has nothing. There's no software.
you see,
Nigeria has
you see,
nothing.
because of the amalgamation of the people that are left. You understand me? There's so amalgamation among them, which is people that they took from Sierra Leone. They didn't really they mix them together, right? They mix them together.
Yeah.
They mix them together. That's why they could not able to speak or understand each other to rebel. Those are
Yeah.
the group, maybe 100 people that why the Haitians able to fight the Frenchman? Why the Haitians able to fight the Frenchman is because they mistakenly group 100 people from the Dahomey kingdom together with the other tribe.
Oh.
So they were speaking the same language.
Oh, right. So that's what enabled them to organize
That's why
effectively.
there's nobody to fight a battle against the French.
Right.
You know, I put it like that. They might group people about 100 of the same tribe, the same language, right?
Yeah.
And these people were already battle-hardy people. These are fighters, right? These are warriors, but maybe they know or they forget about it. And these people, they were hiding their languages because they were not just ordinary civilians. These are people already know how to fight, so they already know how to keep secrets and everything.
Right.
See what I mean? So what happened? They now include those other tribes into them and say, "Hey, this is it. You're gonna join us, or you want to die with these people for them to slave you till you die."
Right.
And because some of them that they brought there, they are close proximity, they are very close in proximity. Like the Yorubas will be brought also there. You see the way it goes? So
Right. Right.
Dahomey Kingdom and the Yorubas, they're not too far from each other.
Right.
So
Right.
they
Right.
understand each other language because of intermarriages, business,
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why the Haitians able to form as a battleground, battle-tested warriors being led by a woman. A woman who
Mm.
was like in Dahomey Kingdom fighter, what we call the African Amazons. It's being led by a woman who was already a commander under the king of Dahomey. So a lot of
Right.
this battle you see that be fought in Haiti, some of them be fought by women and men.
Right.
You see, and they use drum to communicate now. That's what called the talkie
Drums.
drum. They use
Right.
drums.
Right.
Yeah, that's called the
Is
talkie
the drum
drums.
language still around, or is it all forgotten now?
No, when I mean the talkie drums they used to communicate is if you hear sound bum 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 bum, you know, the click of these beats are the talking the communication they were using.
Yeah, but
Then you have
does
somebody
it
hit.
still exist now? Kadola, listen, I'm asking you a question. The
Yes,
language of the talking drum, do people still understand it now?
no,
Is
not
anybody
anymore. But
teaching
those
it? Is anybody
they can
teaching
teach.
drum
Yeah,
language?
but they can teach it. But the people that they took to they call Haiti, they were already fighting battles among themselves. These are people which they were already not under the sword already. So these are fighters. These are not just ordinary civilians they went to kidnap or steal or whatever it is. So majority of those that took to Haiti, they were like into battles already. They fought the Oyo Empire. They did not fight the French colonization. You know,
Mm.
you so Haiti was people who really know how to fight. You know, if you don't know how to fight, you remain under the slave there until somebody have to jigger the whole thing up. But if you already know how to fight, it'll be very difficult to because they will always organize themselves to rebel, to fight back.
Mm.
You understand? That's why Haiti, you can see the generation. That's why up to today that land is being disturbed still. Among themselves, because people that they brought in there, they were never civilians. You know, so you see you can see their descendants, the people at the barbecue and all these guys, they're ready to fight, and they're disturbing a lot. And part of it also came from Jamaica, also by the Ghana, you know, some Ghana people they caught.
Let me get my friend Focus Dave on. Go ahead, Dave.
Yo, good evening, College Genesis. Good evening, panel. Good evening, Condola.
Good evening.
What do you think about the topic?
Yeah. Kyla, it's a complicated situation. I mean, you have we don't know. I think there's Black Americans in Ghana probably pushing this slavery
It is. It is.
reparations.
There are.
Uh-huh.
So, and I think, so like it's like I don't even think the average Ghanaian is looking for slavery.
Ah, it's the Black Americans again.
No,
It's a
but
people. They're the ones
it's a lot of Black Americans too that live in Ghana, bro. Am I lying? And I'm lying. I'm lying. I see. There's a lot of
Right, right.
when the Ghanaian president came to New York, there was Black Americans behind him. Some Professor
Right.
Small and some guys was behind him.
Well, why? So
Guys
I
that
see
live
three.
in Ghana.
I see three.
I'm
Why do you
telling
think
you
that's so
something.
funny?
Why you think that's funny? That's true. You behind them.
Yeah, because it's like when you say, because we know the news when because I got it from you actually, the news about the Carla that Ghana is now
Well,
leading the way in
the bottom
reparations. So I
line
did some
is
research
the bottom
and I
line is
said, oh yeah,
it's
Ghana's leading the way in reparations. And then I'm
home.
thinking,
And the
wow,
main thing
Ghana,
is,
the people of Ghana are waking up. And then you come and say it's the Americans, the Black Americans in
yeah,
Ghana that
no,
are
the
doing it.
people of
No,
Ghana
It's
are
like,
waking up.
oh no.
It has
no.
nothing to do with the people of Ghana.
Oh,
It's the
it's
black
like
nationalists, the Pan Africanists. They're
Most
like, well,
most
Obadali Kambo.
an average Ghanaian is not going to be talking about
Yeah,
reparations.
Ghana. This is not.
But
There's so many black activists that live
Come
in
on,
Ghana.
let's be real, bro. The average Ghanaian is going to be talking about reparations in
Everybody
America.
don't know what you're talking
In
about.
America? No, bro. They're going to hustle. Come on, stop acting like you don't know. The African
David,
come to
Dave is
America.
right. Dave is
The
probably right.
The African man's gonna come to America. He's hustling. First thing
right,
he want to send for his family. He want to send for his wife, his children. He want to
right.
build his house. Send 1 or 2 cars. I'm lying.
You're not lying, man.
So the African man not worried about his reparations is America. I'm the
Right,
American.
right.
That's my
His
reparations.
representations
The
is
Africans
a
have got
visa card.
the Africans got no
Yeah, the
fight.
visa, the
The
green
Africans got
card,
no fight in
the
them.
social security number is his reparations.
Yes. They made it to the West and then earned dollars.
And then me, a radical Pan African, I come here. I want some reparations, man. And then, what's up, bro? What's up? Ghana man said, "What's up?" Or you want reparate? I want reparate. I'm a radical. So
Right,
out
right.
there. Pumping the Ghanaians, pushing their hands. Yeah. Oh,
Look,
man.
a normal Ashanti king, or all this king in Ghana, they don't even know, they're not even interested in that thing. That's just the
Really?
truth. Look, Kuruma so-called Pan-Africanism was to conquer the Ghanaians in one way or the other. He was a dictator. You feel me? That Pan-Africanism he brought from America is only on him. You know, just only on him. It was not with nobody. Pan-Africanism in Africa is a strange thing. What the hell is that? You feel me? You know, he brought Pan-Africanism into even before Pan-Africanism, the other Ghanaians in Ghana who was looking for independence. You know what I mean? They were already united in the way to drive away the white man. You know, so that they can rule themselves. Because they don't like the way the white man was running the economy. How can he be running the economy? We're supposed to be in charge of the economy. You understand? Especially the British way of the British way of colonization was indirect. So it was the kings and everything that was very connected to the white man. Ordinary people don't really see the white man like that because it's far away. It did change their landscape, it did change their village, everything inside their language, see that. But they don't just like among this elite that was in contact with the white man, they don't just like them at all. They want them to go so that they can control the business now. So then you want to tell an average Ghanaian, oh, we'll look for the money for the white man. They'll tell you crazy. I have a problem with you more now than the white man. You see what I mean? You know, classism are falling to Africa. Classism, you know, not about whatever it is now. Pan-Africanism died with Kuruma. He used it to oppress his own people.
Wow.
And it brought some yes, and it brought some well-looking men from America who died later there.
Weird? What do you mean? White people?
No, all these black Americans that look who call themselves people like the Dubois and all those guys, man.
Oh, right, yeah, Dubois. Right.
You know, even these black Americans are coming to Ghana. A normal Ghanaian people don't even know them. You know,
right.
In Africa, you need to consult before they accept you.
I don't know nothing about no reparations. African man in Africa trying to get a job. He trying to get a job. He ain't talk about reparations.
Right.
That's Negroes over here. Some radicals.
Normal Africa, Dave, Normal Africa man want to build his mansion and marry and have children and live his life.
He's not thinking about reparations.
But you know something? If we look at cold business model, I mean reparations. If you look at it as a business model, you're working hard, trying to get the dollars, leaving Africa, coming over to America to try and earn the dollars. Whilst all you need to do is just link up with the Black Americans and make an effective reparations campaign, and that'll bring
the Black Americans are no longer the Black Americans are no longer typical Africans. You understand? Let's just be honest. Majority of them, they're not coming to Africa. Few of them might be having that fantasy. That's why I said Kuruma brought some kind of well-looking men into Ghana and said, these are brothers. You know what I mean? These are well-looking guys. As a typical Ghanaian man, do you know? As a typical Ghanaian man, do you know who's the boy? They say, no. Who the fuck is that? That history, that dance is between Kuruma and the boy he went to brought and all these well-looking dudes. You know what I mean? You know, only God know what they stand for.
Weird looking dudes, mixed race. You're trying to say?
No, I'm just telling you the truth. You know, they don't get it. And those people.
That's actually
those
pretty
people.
funny.
You know, that will happen. He
You
died
brought
among
mixed
criminal
race
living room
people.
there. Yeah.
Weird looking.
So the Africans, that's where they will sit down, you know.
So
Don't you know how they take care of
the reparations plan can be okay.
But
Those
why people? For me, let's be honest now with reparations. Why are we still talking about reparations in 2026? What?
because there hasn't been a proper plan and no system.
No, I don't think reparations is not coming. I don't think it's coming.
It's coming. What are you talking
I don't think
about?
it's coming, bro.
I'm building software, and the governments are gonna buy the software off us. We're developing software. There's no reparations software. The last reparations system, they was trying to use it to get money for the Jews from Germany. So they were setting up system, but there's been no.
Right now, January 6 victims. Trump said they're victims. The January 6 victims are about to receive $1.8 billion. I know College Genesis will love to get that for an Afghanistan or a grant. Come on, it's crazy. The guys that went to jail for January 6th, the riot at the Capitol building in DC some years back,
Right.
about to get reparations.
Yeah, but you see, the reparations you're talking about is what the government dishes out. The reparations I'm talking about is that which is demanded by force from a sovereign entity. So representatives from our organization will go and have a word and say, listen, this is who we are, this is what we represent. Now we say how much you owe us. We tell you, because we have our own DNA system. We have our own historians. So we tell you, the entity, what you owe us. And if you don't want to pay it, then we will bring sanctions on you. It's a different model from what you're saying. We're not asking. It's a different model altogether. And where's the power going to come? We'll say, okay. The nearest thing to illustrate, to try and explain, the nearest model is basically how the unions worked. So the unions, they would come together and say, okay, we're going to strike. So we wouldn't be, it's not like a union. It's not, well, it sounds good actually, reparation union. It's just language, just to try and explain, where we can say, well, okay, well, all the black people in that district or that area, we will support them from an international level, support them in their activity against this particular entity that we have decided owes reparations. That's organization. So it's a different model from the model you're talking about, which is putting a case together and then asking the government to pay reparations. No, we're saying reparations has to be processed through an international sovereign entity with the power to make demands, to target entities, target corporations, target governments, and extract reparations through sanctions, through organized sanctions. Because the black people are working all over the place, keeping these systems going. So I understand your model of reparations. That's the popular model.
Okay. All right. That's a different way. We can try that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So that model, it just requires software organizations, international organization, and software, and then on the website, part of the software that we're developing, it has, see, Kadola's talking about tribes and clans. Yeah. So it brings in, like, it combines the current identity system with traditional. So therefore you put in Nigeria. When you put in Nigeria, and then you put in Ghana, it has tribes. So some tribes, some of them are in Ghana and some of them are in Nigeria, because that tribe, that identity of that tribe or that clan, when they split Nigeria and then Ghana and they draw the border, some tribes and clans and groups cross over those borders. So therefore we say tribe A, section Nigeria, tribe A with links in Ghana, tribe A also has links in Cameroon. So tribe A has 3 divisions: Ghana, Cameroon, and Nigeria. But also Nigeria has that tribe as an aspect of the identity. So through software we can manage the identities of all, and then we link all the tribes, clans, nations, states. We process all of it through software. So therefore, when we make a demand for reparations, we can say, right, okay, what happened to this particular tribe? Because we build portfolios of nations, portfolios of states, portfolios of tribes, portfolios of clans. So we could say, right, this happened to this clan at this date for this period of time. That goes in the database. And then these are the oral history, plus combined, so that clan will have its own oral history. But there also will be history that's in the Western systems, in the museums, in the banks, where that clan is mentioned. So we combine the information, the oral information of the clan history, the oral history of the clan, combined with the Western banking, so on, museum history of the clan. We then collate all that information, and then we have a portfolio on that clan. Then the international entity that we have, we can select that portfolio, and then our representatives will use that portfolio as a reference when we go to speak to the entities, when we go to speak to the corporations. We'll say, well, according to our portfolio, we have this clan history, and we also have records from banking, and so we have decided that your entity owes this much. And if you don't respect us, then what we'll do, we'll send a report back to central office, and then we will put a bad mark on your corporation. And then when we put a bad mark on your corporation, we send it back to head office. That's our job done. Head office now is coordinating where does head office will decide where to focus our resources, where to focus the sanctions. So we might choose to sanction BP this month. So we all internationally focus on extracting what we deserve from BP. Then we might decide, okay, we're going to now focus on an American bank. So the word goes out throughout the organization. We are focusing on sanctions on JP Morgan because we need to extract reparations from JP Morgan. Therefore, we coordinate on an international level, focusing on JP Morgan until JP Morgan starts paying reparations. And then our representatives, they'll go and speak to maybe Barclays. And they say, well, according to our dossier, according to our portfolio, Barclays, you was involved at this time in this place with this clan, this region on this date. So according to our portfolio, as put together by our historians and our DNA department and our griots, that's the word I was trying to remember. Kidoli will know that. The griot, because the griot is the one that keeps the oral history. So central office has griots there. It has scientists there. It has historians there. It has financial historians there. So they sit around a table, and then they decide who to focus the sanctions on, because we have limited resources. So therefore, we have to use our resources in the most effective way. So we can't attack all the banks and everybody all at the same time. No, we say we're going to focus on this particular entity and get that rolling, and then say, okay, now we're going to focus on this entity. I mean, that's the way that they. Yeah, go on.
ICT. ICT. Well, you want
griots?
It's okay. Dave may understand more better. Africa is a complicated territory. Well, your sister, you bring in, you have to also be very careful. What you bring in now, these are pan group of people, different people that come together to form what you call Jamaica, right? Sit down together.
No, it's not another. No, it's not another country. This organization, this entity that I'm describing, is a reparations entity. That's the only purpose. Its purpose is to process and facilitate reparations on an international scale. That's it. Just do nothing else.
For who? For who? For who?
For all those defined, or for all the clans, tribes, and groups that are classified.
Africa's a typical Africa. You must say some of greedy kingdom is not going to work.
Why? Come on, test me some questions. Fire some questions at me and see if you can find a flaw in the plan. Go on.
Let me tell you this. For us that remain in Africa, we saw some of the good things the white man brought. They come with hospitals, education. Africa has already got their reparation anyway. I understand what you.
Don't mix it. Challenge what I'm saying.
I don't understand what kind of reparation. I don't know what kind of reparation you're looking for. They give you hospital. They give you education.
The white people are giving Africa.
The white man arranged some kind of system that look at democracy, that will also not interfere into your kingdoms and all these things.
Say that again.
Understand me? The white man give Africa. I said the white man give Africa some kind of democracy that will not interfere into their kingdoms and their kings.
Right. So it's a threat. You accept democracy, or else we're going to start a coup in your kingdom. That's a threat, isn't it? Accept democracy. Do some deals. Sell us your oil and your gold and your diamonds at a certain rate, and accept democratic government, and then we will not cause trouble in your kingdom. That's the threat, isn't it?
So
when you say gift, when you say the white man gives, the white man gives. Slow down the language.
I see they're nothing like reparation. They're nothing like reparation that is coming. The white man have already given us reparation already. They give us the school, they give us the whole thing, and they did take. Okay, they might take some of our our wood or this, but they did. It was us that destroyed our, man. Let's talk about good thing, man. Forget about everybody was slave at one time.
Kunola, you're losing it. Kunola, slow down.
Look at Russia. Hold on. Look at Russia.
Kunola, slow down.
Look at Russia. Do you think
out of your own mouth? Out of your own mouth, Kunola, you just said it destroyed.
Hold on.
You hold on. You out of your own mouth. You said the white man came and destroyed. And then
No, I didn't say they
out
did
this own
destroy.
mouth, you're
I said
saying
we
the white
destroyed.
man's giving.
I said
What
we
is he doing?
destroyed.
Is he destroying or
We
giving? Which
destroy
one?
we destroy majority of our own thing. It's not
No,
even the
no.
white.
Don't
When the
switch
white
to
man
we.
came, when the
Don't
white man
switch to
came,
we.
no, I'm talking about Africans that live in Africa. You understand me? We don't need no money
I
for
know you're
nobody.
talking about Africans that live in
The
Africa.
Russians were slaves. Most East Europeans today they were all slaves. That's what they call them, the Slavic nations.
Adela, why are you
You
switching
understand me?
to white slavery? We're not talking
The
about that.
the
We're talking about
the Irish,
reparations for black
the
Africans. Why
Irish
are you
people
talking
were
about Irish
slaves.
people?
You know,
Why
so
are you changing the conversation? Why are you flying all over the place? Slow
no,
down, use your mind, walk through the conversation. Don't jump all over the place. Why are you talking about Ireland? What's that got to do with the conversation? We're talking about reparations for black Africans and how to organize reparations for clans and tribes and how to value the contribution of the griots. The griots are the people that hold the oral history. They're the people that you were talking about earlier. So don't talk about Slavs and what Poland and Irish. What's that got to do with the conversation? We're talking about
because
reparations.
those prefer themselves to be great. You have to fight yourself to be great. You have to develop your own mind,
Yeah, but I
yourself,
don't care.
and
We're not
everything.
talking about them, whether they're great or not great. We're talking about the delivery and the facilitation of delivery of reparations to those classified as black African. How to facilitate the effective delivery of reparations to clans, tribes, and those people, those black people that have lost their tribal and clan identity. So we have clan identity, tribal identity, and then black people that have lost their tribal and clan identity. So how
Yeah,
to facilitate the delivery of reparations to those
yeah, that's
groups?
what. Okay, get them.
Got
Get what?
nothing to do with
That's
Ireland.
what. That's what. That's what. That's what. You have to be family business now. But those are called themselves Africans. I'm not talking about those who are try to fake and call themselves Africans, where they know they don't really feel African. But those are so okay, the descendant of Africa, or these people that live in the western coast of Africa, then that's what DNA have to come in. It's easier to settle with those with the eternal eternal conflict than to ask the white man to give you anything. That's when people are from Jamaica, Antigua, Grenada, all
Cadola,
these
Cadola.
Caribbean countries. Hold on,
Slow down,
all these
Cadola. Slow
Caribbean.
down.
Hold on,
Slow down.
all
Cadola,
these
listen
Caribbean.
to what you're coming out your mouth. You said it's easier to do this than to ask the white man to give you anything. Right.
Yes,
That whole state of mind, that whole way you're speaking is not, it's just off key. It's easier to do this than to ask a white man to do that kind of talk is not relevant. I'm told you we're organizing an entity for power. So that, what do you mean? It's about nations and sovereign entities negotiating with power.
you.
I
Which
mentioned
power?
sanctions. Sanctions.
Which power are you negotiating with?
Okay, right. So I'll repeat it again. When you have an entity that its sole purpose is to facilitate the delivery of reparations to tribes, clans, and those black people that have lost their tribal and clan identity, its purpose is to facilitate the delivery of reparations to those people classified, as
By
I've just
who?
said.
But
Right, hold it, hold
where,
it. Let me answer the
who are you going to
question.
negotiate this thing?
Listen, let me answer the question. We're rushing. Relax. So, once we clarified identity, which brings in the griots, as you mentioned earlier, which is the clan, which is the oral history, right? The effective organization of those people, that organization can then send representatives to go and speak to those entities that we have decided owe reparations to the people I've just described. Now, we expect that those entities will say, we don't know who you are and we ain't giving you no reparations. That's standard. That's not a surprise. That's obvious. We planned for that before. When our representatives go with their case and come jump off the plane and say, we're booking an appointment to speak with you, we expect them to say, listen, you've got nothing to talk about with us. We don't recognize you. We don't know who you are. At that point, all we need is them to, we say, excuse me, what did you say? Did you say that you do not recognize us and you do not want to speak to us about reparations? Yes, we did. Say, okay, can we have that in writing? That statement, you see, it's not gossip. When an entity officially makes a statement that they are not interested and will not pay reparations, then they have declared themselves officially an enemy of our state. It's declared, it's not gossip. So that becomes currency. That brand, that entity and its brand, then we associate it as an enemy of our state. And then we organize around that. Then we apply sanctions by any means necessary to that entity, one at a time if necessary.
Look, I say three. There's nothing like organizing nothing. Look at South Africa. Look at South Africa that the whole of West and East Africa fought for, and some part of South Africa fought, south part of that territory fought for. You can see what they're doing now. You feel me? It's not going to work, ICT.
Okay, so what's the point you're making there? Run that point. So look at South Africa. So let me see if I understand the point you're making. Let me repeat what I think you're saying. You are saying, tell me if I get it right or wrong. What I understood what you just said, you said, look at South Africa. Okay. So I understand you mentioning South Africa to say, okay, South Africa has organized themselves into a democratic government. Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
What you're saying about South Africa?
You can see what the black South Africans are doing to other blacks that came to that place.
Hold that point there. Good point. Okay, good. Okay, good shot. Good shot. So look at South Africa.
So you can see
xenophobia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see what black Americans are doing to Africans in the United States.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good point. Okay. Good point.
So what are we organizing? What are we organizing it for?
Right. So the entities and the tribes and the clans, right? Remember I mentioned earlier on, we have internal affairs. It's internal affairs. There's external affairs and internal affairs. In internal affairs, this entity will bring representatives of a clan to speak to another clan, or a representative of a clan to speak to a tribe, or a representative of a Black American organization to speak to a clan. Do you understand? This is all internal affairs. So we have conferences, we have meetings, and we work out internal affairs just like any government would do. We don't bring the white people involved in that. It's got nothing to do with them. That's internal affairs. But as a group, as an entity, as a Black African entity, we create sanctions, focus sanctions on those entities that have declared themselves an enemy of our group. Once they declare that we will not pay reparations, can we have that in writing, please? Once we've got that, right? Then they've declared, and then we can set. We then start the process of reparation, of sanctions, of coordinated attack on that enemy entity. Internationally coordinated attack on that defined entity that has declared itself an enemy of the organization, which is an enemy of the tribes, it's an enemy of the clans, and it's an enemy of all black people that do not have a tribe or a clan, but they have an organization. All we need is a declaration. So, you don't want to talk to us then? Okay, that's a declaration. We wanted to have a chat with our representatives, said we want to book a date to have a talk with your bank about the reparations that we have decided you owe. If you say you do not want to meet us, you do not want to discuss, thank you, that's fine. We'll put that on record. You have decided that you do not want to talk to us about reparations. Fine. We will register that, we will log that, and then we will act accordingly when we decide to, and how we decide to act most effectively to extract what we have decided must come from your entity. And the fact that you refuse to talk to us, well, that doesn't change. All it means is that once you declare yourself enemy, it gives us a focus. All those that are negotiating with us, all those that are talking to us, then we're not going to sanction. But if you declare that you're not going to get reparations from us, I say, okay, we will register you as an enemy of the clan, you're an enemy of the tribe, and you're an enemy of black people. That's on our register. And if we don't get you this year,
ICT.
we'll get you another time.
Let me tell you this, ICT. What are you going to do about those black Africans in Jamaica and the black Americans that own slaves in these countries?
Excellent question. Those black people in the Caribbean, in the Americas, that have no tribe, that have no clan, we will be working with them to organize themselves in groups that they perceived as most effective, that they want to organize themselves in. Because certain things may have happened, let's say like something happened, Tulsa, right? So the black Americans could be organize themselves as a department, as a Tulsa department. The black people of Tulsa, the black people that suffered in what happened in Tulsa, and the descendants of those of Tulsa. So Tulsa becomes a name of it's like a name of another clan or a name of a tribe. It's just a group. So you have clans, you have tribes. You might not like the word, but you have gangs. So maybe even a gang could say, look, this gang has a history. We were set up at such and such a date, and this gang was set up for this purpose. Or it might be like the Black Panthers. So you could say, right, okay, we are the descendants of the Black Panthers, what happened to us and so on. So the Black Panther portfolio, yes, or the Tulsa portfolio. So every organization has its portfolio. So that tribe that has its griots with their oral history, they have a portfolio. right? They have a file in our organization. That clan that has memories of what happened to them under colonialism, they will have their portfolio, their file, and representatives from those clans, from those tribes, from those gangs, from those groups, communities, they have representatives that will sit around the table, and then we will plan the most effective way to extract reparations for that group, because it's a group with a portfolio. It's a group with what's the word? Debt, things that's owed to them. It's owed. So each portfolio has a history, has a file, and that's centrally organized. And those who are in the central organization, they will look and say, well, how much resources do we have? How much manpower do we have in America? How much plus women? How much people power do we have in the Caribbean? How much people power do we have in this part of Africa? How much people power do we have in South America? Okay, so let us organize our resources. From the resources we have, we may decide, what we're going to focus on this bank, extracting reparations for this bank, or we're going to focus on extracting reparations from this particular oil company, this particular, not all oil companies, but we will decide where to focus our limited resources and time to maximize effect. So one small victory on one entity that owes reparations, that has declared itself an enemy of our organization, one small victory against maybe even a small company is one that it goes into the central coffers. And then those central coffers of time and resources then gets used to organize the next entity, and so on. So we deal with one entity and then add more to the portfolio. So as the portfolios are increasing, and don't forget, more people will be joining the organization, more people will be joining the clan, more people will be joining the tribe as they see that they're organizing themselves effectively. More people will be joining the gang or community or and new formations of groups will be, because groups will say, wait a minute, I've seen that those groups are organizing for reparations in this new model, this new international model. We have things that happen to our family and that happen to our part of the world, and we want to start building a portfolio. And then we have standard portfolios because we help people organize within their own area. We help people organize themselves because we have a standard format. Because we're an international organization, we'll have a standard format for organizing clans. We'll have a standard format for organizing tribes. We'll have a standard format for organizing different black groups. And that way we can effectively coordinate on an international level against the enemies of our state. We call it a state or organization. Those, and the enemies are those that have declared openly that they will not pay reparations and they have no interest in talking to us. Once that entity declares that, then we declare that they are an enemy, and then we can organize effectively. But as long as talking is going on, we have to be, you know all this already. I mean, that's how states work, don't they? It's nothing. I'm not really saying anything that you don't know already. I'm just putting it in a different
I understand what you.
frame.
I understand your route, your path to reparations. I understand it. It all makes sense now.
Yeah, it's just standard. It's just putting it in a different context.
Basically, it's basically you building a database.
That's right. That's right. And that database has names, tribes, gangs, communities, places, DNA,
Now
history.
that's realistic. That's realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
History,
realistic.
artifacts.
And you forcing their hand too.
That's right. And we force their hands by them because they're the ones that that cause the trouble. Because when we ask them, we'd like to come to speak to you. This is who we are. This is our organization. Uh, Representatives of our organization would like to come to speak to you about reparations. The letter goes out. Soon as they say, sorry, we're not interested, they say, okay, thank you. Now we know. Registered. We're not interested. Who are you? This is who we are. What do you want? We want to talk about reparations. We want to talk. We want to explain to you what our portfolio, what our file says. Some will say, okay, come and talk to us. Some will say, no, we're not interested. Soon as they say that, it's registered. And then we put it in our archives. And then we remember. We remember all those people that are enemies of our organizations that have declared themselves, they do not want to deliver reparations and justice to those people of the clan, of the tribe, of the group, of the gang, of the community that have been abused. And we have evidence because we have portfolios on every clan, we have portfolios on every tribe, we have portfolios on every community, every black community. We've got portfolios on every gang.
As a theory, the white man have already given you reparation by giving you Jamaica as a country and give you the right to rule. Don't expect no money, don't expect nothing. I don't know what you're looking for. You have hospital, you have everything. You know, Africans have already got there also. They have education, they have good hospitals that they drop for their long time. If they cannot manage it, that's their problem. If you cannot manage your country, that's your own problem.
Okay.
There it goes.
Okay, so that frame of mind, Kadola, we even have management for that. That is a section. We'll say, look, okay, there's Africans, there's clans, there's tribes, there's gangs, there's communities that are not interested in getting reparations. All they want to do is work hard and make their money and earn their dollars. Right. Those people that talk like that will be outside the organization. So when the reparation starts coming in, starts flowing in, then all of a sudden they're going to start saying, wait a minute, where's mine? I say, well, excuse me. Didn't you say that you were not interested in reparations? Didn't you say that you've got received reparations already? Why are you coming to talk to us? What are you talking to us about? Reparations, we're all those that are members of our international organization, they share in the benefits that our organizations and extracts. If you say you're not interested in reparations, if you say you have reparations already, fine. We'll just register that. What did you say your name was? Okay. So you're not interested in reparations? Okay. Okay. What your name is? Okay. Okay. We registered that. We won't be talking to you. Don't worry. You continue earning your dollars. Good luck.
Who give you money control you?
Pardon?
Whoever give you money control you.
Gives money control you. That's right. We
Yeah.
extract. We extract whatever resources we decide we deserve in order to deliver justice to those members of our organization that deserve reparations. We extract reparations because we have the power to on an international level. Why? Because we're organized, and we're organized on an international level. If you want to earn money, fine. You don't want to be part of the organization, fine. But we're organizing for all members of this international entity comprised of tribes, clans, communities, gangs, and so on. And we plan that most people are going to laugh and say, what's this? What's this? But once they start seeing the power, they'll switch and say, you know what, we want to join us. You want to join late. You want to join us now. You start to see, okay. But we're going to have it on record that you were supporting the white man against our reparations activities. So just be careful. Be careful. If we put you down as a corroborator, there'll always be a way to bring you back in.
I will betray you.
Of course, but we got that planned. We got that planned. Of course, we expect betrayals, so we have to organize for that. That's part. Why do you think every government, every state, they have national security? They have police. Yeah, every organization has to secure itself.
I will betray you.
But we can manage that, because what we'll say, because you are an African and you're a black African, when you attempt to betray us, we're going to blame it on the white people. We're gonna classify you. You're gonna classify yourself as a betrayer, but we're gonna classify you as a hostage, and that you're out of your mind, and that the way you're behaving is a result of the abuse that you're receiving from the white man. So we're going to classify you as mentally ill. So yes, we'd expect you to try and betray us, but the only reason you're trying to betray us is because of the white people, and we're going to blame the white people for making you behave like that.
I will betray you to collect all the money that you are looking for.
But we've got that planned. We expect there'll be black people, African people, tribes, and clans that will seek to betray us.
I will take all the money to myself, the Caribbean money, the Black American money. I will take it to myself and form a powerful army for myself to protect me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. So therefore, it moves into the realm of organization, and then. Is your organization superior to our international organization? So therefore, we'll challenge. If your organization is superior to ours and stronger than ours, we'll say, well, you're going to be successful in your betrayal. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, because we're ahead of you already.
In every society, the white man only look for who to betray the other one. I will betray you people.
Of course. But we know that. We know the patterns already. We know the patterns. So we have to put that into the plan. You have to put that into the plan. Otherwise, the plan is useless. If you hear us saying, "Oh, we've been betrayed," oh no, well, we didn't expect it. That's stupid. Of course, we build that into the plan.
I will betray people. I will lock people up immediately.
Well, of course, we know that there's black policemen, there's black people in the military. Yeah, there's Africans. Of course, we know that. So we have to manage that situation.
You people not got no money.
And don't forget, we're going to have our own spy network as well, because don't forget, we're an organization. So we have our own security. So we have our people within the police. we have our people within the military. Of course. What's the problem? It's
I'll
security.
take all the money. I'll take all the money. I said, let the Negroes fuck themselves up, man.
And one of our people will be working in the same organization.
I'll tell the white man.
Observing, and
I'll
they'll
tell,
be sending us reports of what you're doing. They'll be sending us reports back to central office.
I'll tell the white
And
man.
then
Don't
we're
listen
going to
to
report back. We're going to report back to your clan. What's the name of your clan?
I'll tell the white.
Catolia, what's
I'll
the
tell
name
the
of your
white man.
clan?
I'll tell
What's
the
the name
white man
of
not
your
to listen
clan?
to you. I'll tell the white man not to listen to you people. You people are clowns, man.
We'll say, find out the name of Cadola's plan of clan. Who's this tribe? Okay, good. Put it on the record.
All y'all will be in jail.
And then when we're organizing reparations for your clan and your family and your cousins, when we're organizing reparations for them on an international scale, and you start behaving like that, we will report back to your family. Do you know that Cadola is behaving in this way? Because our networks will be that tight. So don't let us find out where you're from. Don't let us find out your family. Don't let us find out your tribe and your clan, because if we find out that, it's going to go on the file. And if you're
Before you people do anything, I will round you people up and put you people in jail immediately. With the help
well,
of the
we'll
white
see.
man.
Yeah, we'll see who's better. We'll see who's more organized. If you could do rounding up before we do.
If you don't have money, you can't do no shit.
Okay, we'll see.
I have the money now. All the money's in my pocket.
We'll see. Money without organizations. You know something? Efficient organization trumps those with money. Listen to that carefully.
I'll make sure that all of you people that are talking about repression or organizing nonsense, you people are going to be in jail and I'll vanish you out of the earth.
Yeah, we have lawyers on the team. Don't forget, we got our DNA people, we got our lawyers, we've got our files. That's all part of the organization. So you organize against us until we win you over.
I'll be like the white man. I'll be like those black people that have slaves in Jamaica and America. Don't you know black people have slaves in America?
Yeah, but they're victims.
Also in Jamaica.
Yeah, but they were economic victims, just like, you know, the white people turn up and say, listen, give us some slaves and we'll give you these guns. If you give you these guns, you can defend yourself from you can defend yourself, but you have to get the guns from us and you give us the slaves. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna take the guns, because they say, well, you can take these guns and give us slaves, or we'll use these guns on you and enslave you. So what are you gonna do? Choose now. Should we shoot you with these guns and enslave you, or so we'll sell you these guns, give us slaves, we give you these guns, you can protect yourself until we're ready for you. Until we're ready to take you. Go and farm some slaves for us. Yeah, here's some guns. Here's some guns to protect yourself, to go and hunt slaves. Go and hunt and bring the slaves to us. Here's the guns. Go and use them.
All you Negroes that talk about reparation every time, make sure that you people doesn't see the sunlight. You people have to be far away, so that the ones that want to work hard and create a strong nation can work and create a strong nation. You're looking for money for the white man, will send you people far away to the hard labor. Go out, you people will learn how to work hard in that labor camp, and let the ones that want to work hard already to build a nation without not begging money for nobody, so that we can be like the Russians. Those are the ones that will be ruling and having good time, drinking wine and everything. You that is looking for the money for the white man, you'll be far away, far away. There ain't no money coming to you people. You people will learn how to live life again.
And
I
if you
put you
talk
people
like
there
that,
for
Idola, if you talk like that, the representatives from our organization will arrest you and bring you into our re-education departments.
teach you people how to weave the basket.
We'll arrest you and then bring you into our mental health hospitals, where we'll look after you and decolonize your mind. We'll wash out that white supremacist way of thinking, and then we'll feed you good food, put on some nice clothes, and we'll give you good work, and then you'll be healed
You
from that white supremacist
you
view.
people will not even have that. You people will not even have that time. But I gather your leaders up and put them on the labor camp to learn how to weave basket, learn how to do the
We
modern things,
basket.
learn them how to polish shoes, and how to those who want to make hair, learn how to make salon hair, learn how to without not asking for money for the white man. When you put there for 40 years or 50 years or 60 years, when you put come out, you put will be normal.
So we will be doing that. We will be doing
Huh?
that in the reverse. Reverse
No,
engineering and reverse conditioning. This
no,
organization
no,
exists.
because you people are begging. You start begging the white man for money. You people don't know how to do nothing.
You beg.
So
All
after
this work,
reestablish people,
Dola,
in the labor camp
this
to learn how to
begging,
make
this
to learn
begging
how to make
is in your mind. We don't beg.
to learn how to make tires,
We're
how to pump
organized.
tires, how to do car wash, and build some houses for about 50, 60 years. When you people done with that, I think I'm
I'll be back in
satisfied.
a minute.
You know, so you people can have a normal life that start begging for money. You know, you see, Kala don't beg for money, eh? Kala working hard. Your Negroes want to beg the white man for money. The white man give you everything. You're still looking for more. For what? You want to buy Cadillac, huh? What do you want to buy? Hmm? What do you want to buy? Looking for more money, more money. The white man give you too much money. Are you looking for more money? Put you on a camp to learn how to behave. See, charge your phone. People must learn how to behave. Feel me? Be careful, man. Shit, yeah, you know, also teach you how to dance. Because you Negroes like to dance a lot. But you dance with a normal good dance of progress. Oh, come on, be asking for money, 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 money. Dave, am I lying?
I mean, for me, man, the reparations, man. I just, man, I don't be liking to think about it, bro. I wouldn't prefer my great grandparents get it, man. You know, they would
Dave,
have been more.
do you have a great grandparent that's Black American?
Yeah.
Is the one that came to Liberia?
No. Homegrown. USA. Yeah, man.
But you're from Liberia, right? How do your parents came to Liberia then?
No,
Your ancestors.
my father's Black American. My father.
Oh, okay. Your mother is Liberia, right?
Yeah, mommy's Liberian.
So
So
Dave, you
yeah.
cannot really support no group. You cannot be in my camp. You cannot even what camp you gonna be in then?
I'm just here. I don't know, man. I don't know what nobody wants me. I'm just a mutt.
Mm. So Dave is gonna be a battle then, eh? where you belong to.
Hey man, no man. I just want everybody to work, man. Work together, man. I want unity, man. Everybody work together, man. Organization.
Wow.
Everybody should be organized. The black man is not organized. No, we're not organized. Africa not organized. Black man, America not organized. So that's why we got all these problems. So we're not organized.
That's what I said, Dave. I said the Russians were be slaves. That's what they call it, the Slav people, right?
Yeah.
Nearly the Middle East Europeans, they were under slaves from the hand of the Swedish, the in the other ones, right? You know, and some of them even went to Portugal as slaves from the hands of the Greeks, also the Romans. But look at Russia today, and this Eastern, they become strong. When you beg for something, you become weak. You know, you become weak. You can't achieve anything. You can't even build a house. You know, nothing you can do because you begging. Like ICT3 is begging. You know,
No, he's not begging. It's a database, Kadol. That's all he's saying is a database. That's all. That's
Nobody
all.
want that goddamn database to be brought to nowhere. Ain't no database coming to anybody.
It's a
Go and work.
database, Kadol.
Go and work hard. Go and work hard and build your territory. You feel me? You know, one street at a time. You know, you asking for money from you could defeat the white man. How do you want to get that money? First of all, you have to defeat the white man to get that money. You know, create a link for you
You
to be
know
powerful.
the reason why I don't like talking about reparations because nobody's willing to go to war for reparations. Reparations is war talk. That's war
Thank
talk.
you.
That means you're ready to go fight war. And
Yeah.
then after the war, you get your reparations to repair from what y'all damaged during the war. You know?
Go go go.
Reparations come from the word repair. You're repairing something. So that's
Dave,
war
Dave,
talk.
the only way all African descendants can get united, right, is in the way of big time communication. That communication have to have dimension. You understand me? And that dimension have to be well established. You feel me? What create unity in a society, even to your enemies, have to be well established communication. If that is not there, it's not going to ever be there. Okay, just imagine there are some Black Americans who said they're natives, right? Who said they're this, they're that, they're that. I understand. But they're not really natives, but they run away from who they are. Rather to, okay, you can be mixed with something, right? You can be mixed with, okay, those are said they're even mixed with white. We understand that from living a place for so long, you can be missed. Okay, look at even the modern technology, the modern, when I mean airplane. Dave, you don't need to come to America before you have a girlfriend from America. You know that?
Yeah, that's true.
Uh-huh. So
True.
with the way the transport system is so very fast, you know, Europe to Africa is about 6.5. Anywhere Europe, maybe Spain, Portugal can be 5.5. Taking a plane and jumping from Europe to Africa, it's like you're going to eat breakfast in somewhere and come back. So the communication there is already strong. You know, it's already strong. And even when the sea divide us at the desert, but you can see, oh, my girlfriend's from this, my girlfriend's from that, all over Europe. With these African Kenyans and all kind of Africans who have never ever left Africa, you know, who have never ever left Africa. So we have to establish.
Afro theory, all of those groups receive reparations after war. What are you talking about? The Chinese, those they all receive they all received that after a war. You know?
Dave,
What we
Dave,
talking
Dave.
about?
Last weekend ago, come and see what happened in Berlin. It was Africa Day. They were dancing in the street of Berlin with Africa culture and everything. What is going on? They're bringing Africa culture to Europe. That is called communication. Establishment of cultural exchange. You understand me?
Nobody celebrated Africa Day in America. Nobody in America
Okay.
said anything about Africa Day. I didn't know.
Okay, look,
Nobody,
in, in part of Germany, they celebrated it there. All different type of African traditions, culture, music is being played there. The white people, they were jumping, they were having good time, they were dancing, eating, drinking all African food. That is for cultural exchange. Cultural exchange, that's for communication already. You understand me? So if you don't have communication, you cannot be united. Forget about whatever Pan-Africanism they try to form. That is bullshit. You need a strong communication, and 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 the white people already know much about this business. That's why they're very heavily communicating with Africans. You understand me? They 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 travel down there. They have safari. They go there to check the elephant, the hippopotamus. They go there to check the other things. You know. So all this so-called clown in internet that be formed with under FBA clown people. That insult other people. But I think it like that will get as reproach. Oh, we don't want Africans attacking Jamaicans, Africans. It's not going to work. Mean to say you just distance yourself from the communication, and you might be like that for the next 500 years, and your descendants. Do you think Africa is talking about white people that came there to slave them? Hell no, because of the communication. Africans have already forget about white people coming there to buy slaves or colonize them. It does not exist anymore. They're marrying the victims, not marrying the perpetrator. So it doesn't really exist anymore. That is being cancelled now. Be another new order being established. Well, called, I don't care, I don't know, I want to move on with my life. You feel me? You know? So the white man already give look, there's a hospital in my village that been brought by the white people. You know? It left for us if we were able to manage it well or not. But
I want reparations. I don't see it. It's not realistic, man. I don't want to waste my time on hoping and I already know black people not organized. Black people not organized. So a lot of these problems stem because we're not organized.
let them manage. Dave, look at if they want to have reparation, right? Let them ask their billionaires and basketball players and their musicians and their business moguls. Let them maintain Mavis. You understand me? They all attacking Mavis. Mavis look like a. Let them all the black territory where the black people occupy. Let them go and build it to be modern cities. They're asking for that money. You know, they're dominating the area. You know, if you go to where black people stay in the United States, it's almost empty now, especially the rural area where there's land. You know, go to Tennessee. So rural area there, but where the black people used to stay a lot and everywhere, it's all been left. Useless houses. You only see one or two black people without no teeth coming out. You know, you know, but they all want to live by the white man. You know, that's bad.
Kadola, a lot of the medieval West African tribal wars, it spilled over into America. That's why a lot of black people, fight with each other. A lot of those tribal wars from medieval Africa, we still fighting it today in America. You know that, Kadola? That spirit. That spirit from the war. Tribal war from back in Africa. That's why they fighting today. I'm telling you something, bruh. Fighting each other, whoop, whoop, whoop. And they don't know.
West Africa problem is still carried on to the Caribbeans and to United States, right?
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. That problem from 500 years ago is still we still on the problem.
we still we still siding each other like, hey, I know what your tribe did to my tribe, huh? It's not your feeling. You know, you know?
Yeah,
Dave, I live in a tribal way of mindset, huh, in my mind. You understand me?
yeah.
I live it. Maybe my children might not have it fully, but the way I will tell them, I will build it in them in a way without you not knowing you're doing it. You feel me? You know, without you not knowing that you're building a tribal stuff into your children, then when your children grow up, they start seeing things the way you see things. You understand? You know, that's just how the way it goes. You know, my grandfather fought tribal war, my father not, me not. But if I see the people that my grandfather fought against, I will sometimes not cool with them. You know, sometimes not cool with them. You know, my baby sister married from that tribe. Sometimes, if even when I sit with the guy, it's always in my mind. We fought war together. You feel against each other. You feel me? You know, you know. So it intermarriages help a lot. Intermarriages. What we bring black people together, both the Caribbeans and some African descendants in the United States, is intermarriages, interrelationship marriages.
But that's going on, Padola. That's going on a lot. That's going on. So it's
That will
happening.
bridge, yeah, that will
That's
bridge the
bridging
gap
the
a
gap.
lot.
That's going on more than FBA. I can
Yeah,
tell
yeah,
you.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Way
Yeah,
more than FBA in real life. So all of that stuff. I got I, I
yeah,
got
because
I got one of my home girls, right?
yeah,
I went to
yeah.
high school. She did her DNA. Her DNA
Uh-huh.
came back 45% Nigerian. A lot of people coming
Whoa.
back Nigerian too, Condola. You gotta take it easy with your brothers and sisters in America. Take it easy. A lot of them are coming back high percentages Nigerian. My homegirl
Yeah,
did her
because
DNA
of
and
the
she
large,
came back 45% Nigerian, and I think the other 30% was spread out through Ghana and Liberia, and but most of it was Nigerian. Most of the African part was Nigerian. I
yeah,
got
that
another,
is,
yeah. So a lot of
yeah,
people be easy with the brothers and sisters. You hear me? Be easy with them. I was surprised, you know. A lot of couple of my guys, my friends and stuff, they're coming back Nigerian.
yeah,
35%,
yeah, yeah, that's what I said.
45%.
That's what I said. The more we become in-laws and family member, you can't expect me to go and fight my cousins. It's not going to happen. You feel
Yeah,
me? Yeah. So it will take some time
You
until,
just said communication, talking to each other more.
yeah,
That's all. That's all.
yeah, yeah. That's the only thing that will bridge that gap, man, so that we can have peace and welcome everlasting ceasefire. You know, internet ceasefire.
It's
you
still we
know,
still on tribal war from 400 years ago,
you
Condola.
know. Then
And
when internet came,
that spirit still in most people.
yeah, I understand. You can see what happened in internet, David. It was a Africa war with Africans with other people war. It was a war in internet. I'm like, hey, ceasefire, man. TikTok pick it over, YouTube pick it over, Facebook pick it over. Whoa, even the white people say, what is going on? I thought you people were brothers, sisters, kissing each other. Why you people fighting? You know?
Tribal war.
internet, the wall of the wall of the African descendants on internet. You know, you know. It's not that you will find the one you get tired. Dave, that I was a foot soldier then. You understand? I was a foot soldier that you know. It was a battle there. Walk on. I ever get tired of it, man. When will this for end? I'm getting tired. Even before me, now ceasefire now. Stop fighting. Go and marry Las Vegas. Go to Africa. Go marry Ghana. Let them beat drums so that this war will be good. So we can enjoy each other's spaces. You know what I mean, Dave?
No, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear anything you said. Your phone was in
I
and out.
said, I said we need what we call a permanent ceasefire so that
Yeah, we
people
need
can go
ceasefire. Ceasefire,
and
everybody come together and talk. Just talk.
yeah, yeah.
In all
Permanent
seriousness,
ceasefire.
in all seriousness, man. But the reason why I did this topic tonight, man, because it just showing me the whole reparation movement has been done by loons. Just loons. We got to build a computer system, stuff like that. I'm saying to myself, I don't believe the fuck I'm hearing. Ghana is a nation state. It can negotiate with a stroke of a pen with another nation state called France. That's how you get this war started. That's what people figured out a long time ago. You're nothing in this world unless you become a geopolitical entity. And the ultimate geopolitical entity is a republic. That's what treaties are housed, That's what international law is furnished and
If the
protected.
if the FBA was smart enough, they could try to get the reparations through Liberia. But they damn stupid.
But they're not serious about getting reparations.
They damn stupid.
They're not serious. They're not serious.
If they really wanted reparations, they could get it through Liberia. But
Yeah,
they
they're
damn
not
stupid.
serious.
Look, that's why right now there's a flight from Nigeria straight to Barbados to all these Caribbean countries now flights. So you don't need to stop in America to change flight anymore because why Africans will not go into those Caribbean countries because they need a travel visa to stop in United States and America was not giving it. But now there's a route now. Nigeria have already established that. Air Peace have already established route now from Nigeria, Lagos to some of these Caribbean islands. And guess what? If those routes now fully established and stop playing, they're loading already. All these African billionaires and multimillionaires can be going over there to enjoy the coconut, to enjoy the weather, the tourist site this country have. The Caribbeans can also be coming to Africa to reconnect. Through that process, we have work of fast communication and permanent communication that will lead to different dimensions. More than different dimensions, we're not talking about businesses, cultural exchange, marriage exchange.
Theory. I don't think nobody delete your comments. Sometimes, folks, you gotta hit that thing twice, and sometimes it don't go up. Dave, you ever had that problem?
I'll give it to my.
Huh?
So, Dave, the African descendants, the United States, they don't have that one yet. It's easy for Africans to go to Caribbean. Sometimes some of them are even visa free. You understand?
That's
And guess what's
good.
gonna
That's
yeah,
good.
and then guess what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen now? You start seeing a lot of Africans, a lot of Caribbeans with a board they travel to Africa. When Africans are bored, they travel to they exchange money. Before you know, they start marrying. They start having businesses together. They already look alike. You can change that. Then the war become more peace. Why the problem with Black American ones is that they don't have their own country yet, or they don't even have it. So they still have to. They're under on umbrella, but still we can still communicate with each other without not fighting each other. You feel me? So we understand what lead to all these things. As you said, Dave, The battle of 400 years is still there. You feel me? It's still there. The tribal war is still there. It's always going to be West Africa's mindset. You
Who?
know, you know,
I'm telling you, Condola, that spirit still there. That spirit
because
still there.
we still need to establish. Dave, Dave, let me tell you this. There's a guy from South Carolina, a black American guy that came to marry from my village, right? The guy is born in the United States. The father is a pharmacist. The mother is a doctor. And this guy is a black American, right? He came to marry the first daughter of that man. They came to my village to do the traditional rites. I swear to God, my village people, my village elder men, they were thinking this black American from the other side, maybe is from the other tribe or maybe it's inside Nigeria there. You feel me? You know? So they were asking, oh, where is he from? Where is he from? Which tribe is he from? Which area is he from in Nigeria? Until they have to explain to them, oh no, these are our people that they took away a long time. They have to kind of like sit and think deep. How? When? Before they oh yeah. That's the realizing, yeah, that really happened. But these are the people you start seeing now. You feel me? That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. You know, have you watched a Suriname? Have you watched a program? A Ghana man went to Suriname to meet a guy that speaks Ghana language. A tribe is in Suriname. Have you ever watched that documentary? Dave, have you watched that documentary?
Which
You know what?
documentary?
Listen to people like Nac Meezy.
Which documentary?
Hold up.
Documentary.
Stop. Hold up.
Okay.
Kidola, I'm talking. When Nac Meezy makes a statement like, please tell Kyle appreciate what the foundational white man created for him. That's somebody who's never read Black Inventors, Black Encyclopedia, don't know anything about Black achievement in America. He credits everything in America to white people. Let me tell you something, Nac. This is how it works. In every race of people, there's about 10% to 15% of the population that are geniuses. Smart people, elite, educated, sophisticated, connect everything. The other 85% of people, what they call the proletariat. Because when you worship the white man, we have this thing where we see all white people as part of the upper class and all black people as part of the proletariat, which is what we can't keep showing. I never saw these people as superior. Somebody could begin praising them for what? They had to build this country like we had. We had to sit back and build invention by invention, innovation by innovation. We were here too. We contribute just as much the building of this civilization as a white man did. So it said, oh, you got to appreciate it. I don't have to appreciate shit. Am I grateful for some of the stuff that this country was able to achieve? Of course. But that does not mean my life ends in America. Dave, you understand where I'm coming from?
I get it.
My life does not end in America, That's what
it's a big world out here, man. It's a big world out here.
Short to shore mentality. And if it was that mentality, the white man would have never freaking grabbed the places like Guam. He would never grab up the Hawaiian Islands, Midway. Only because he has a quest to see what's out there. Right now, the same white man that praises, right, is thinking about how he gonna colonize and build colonies on the moon.
Yeah, they're going to the moon. And the Chinese too. The Chinese going up there. They said they're going up there for the 80th. The Chinese going up there for the 80th anniversary. That's why the US want to go up there.
So you got the space exploration. Why do you think we got NASA? The white man pushes his frontier, space, time. He pushes it to the limit. But the
Uh,
black man, I don't know where this is the same people think that uh
uh,
uh but and he's him and Mr.
you,
Sandman, you know.
you cannot blame the white man for that if the black people
Well, I'm not
refuse
blaming nobody for anything.
to
And it was saying
explore.
that
It's their
not
nature to explore. They explore a lot, a lot.
you know.
You
But I don't
know,
see nobody. I don't see any following of people saying I got to get down with that music. Worshiping white people, another race of people, is not cool.
Kala, Kala, I don't think anybody worship anybody, but they are far more advanced than any other race. You understand me? It's not the black people refuse to even the advancement even allow us to even live. They gave us human rights, freedom. Man, if the white man would really bat heavily like that, man, we all be dead by now. You feel me? We all be dead by now. I understand the what happened, but you have to understand, even inside the Africa, inside Africa, there are people, bigger tribes also dominate other tribes also. You understand me? So what we have to do is to establish a communication zone, let the past be past, let us look forward, and let's because if you start having look, that's why I brought Russia in as an example. Russia were heavily slaves. They were slaves everywhere to Portugal. Do you know majority of some Portuguese are East Europeans and everything there? You understand me? But what happened? The Greek slave them, the Western European slave them, but they fought out and become a very powerful people, all the way from Russia to Czech Republic. These are Slav people. But what I don't like about the Negro race is that we want to hold on to the past that actually never benefit us. We have to look forward and try to be into today way of life. Try to
But when
build
the white man
claim.
wants to conquer people, the first thing he does is pull out history books. Reminds people of the Roman Empire, about the Greeks.
No,
Those people.
what okay, what is Africa history really have to tell us? We have to look at the Chinese.
African
The
history
Chinese
tells
was the,
African
the
history.
Chinese was
African
yeah.
history, to me, tell us what not to do. You know,
We have to do what the other ones are doing. Look at the Chinese. The Chinese were heavily humiliated by the British, by the Anglo-Saxons. Even they even start doping them. Doping them. Do you know Taiwan was being formed by those who collaborate with the British? That when the other one take over, the other one fought them and take over, that man run to Taiwan, and went there to hide there. He took some of people along with him. That's how Taiwan was being formed. A person who saw, okay, we're not going to be united. Well, the black people, they have to fight to be somebody. I'm talking about the black race. You understand me? They have to try to build plane. China is still building plane, not to today. The Russians are building plane. Build plane, uh, build cars, build good hospitals, try to build telephone. We don't want to hear fake story. The black man invent toilet. No, we want to see it now. If you invent toilet, why are you not inventing nothing anymore? Which is all lie. Maybe you can say, okay, they invent Jack Daniel. I believe that. But say invent traffic light, where you can even construct a road, that traffic light will be controlling. You know, I think we built castles on the air without actually not achieving nothing. You understand me? Look at the white man. They built airplane, engine. Do you know what containers that go to this airplane? So this airplane carry about 12 containers plus 300 people into that plane. Mighty engine taking off. You'll be wondering when that place on air. What man? You have to praise the white man, man. Not this African way of, oh, I used to fly. What you fly? Fly in the night with a broom? Is that what you want to tell me? No, man. Bring you out to reality life. The white man winch is far more bigger, far more superior than the black man winch. Our winch is somewhere in another crazy world. That's all, man, Carla. We need to take present now. Forget about the past. The past is favor us. It's a bad history, dark history.
Oh, we gotta remember the past. The past gives me a roadmap on how to take the future on. For example, what happened in Africa? This is what happens, Kidola. The people, the reason why Romans, the Spaniards, and these people were great is because they had scholars. The scholars, the average person didn't know history. The scholarship class did. The scholarship would warn them, like, look, if we do this, you may not see it now, but 200 years from now, this is what's going to happen. They can predict out the future by knowing patterns in the past. That's what happened in Japan during the Tokugawa period. In 1600s, the Portuguese and the Spanish showed up, right? And the Dutch. And some Japanese began suspicious. Should we trust these Europeans? Some people said, no, we could get rid of them. They said, why should you get them? Well, look what they're doing here in the Philippines. Look what they're doing over here. They did in China. Look what they're doing in Mongolia. All these places. So they had years of discussion. They came to a conclusion. The World Bank and the IMF and all stuff like that. So therefore, you had the Japanese said, we're going to get rid of all the Catholics. We're going to ban Christianity. And they drove all Japanese that were practicing the Catholic faith. They killed them all. And what was the result of that? Japan was never conquered by the Roman Catholic Church. It still has its culture today. Had they not done that, Japan would look as pitiful as Southeast Asia. So knowing history is very important. Don't listen to anybody tell you forget history. History will guide you on what not and what not to do.
Yeah, you can't forget history, Colin. Never forget.
What they want is to paint a rosy picture. People like him and most Africans like him, they live in a delusion. That's why Africa will never grow. You show me any African historian, they don't exist.
Mm-mm.
They live for the day, you know.
I don't know any African stories.
Oh, don't worry about history, Kyle. No. It's a teacher. So they tell us not to remember history. I remember shit. More than remember what
You can't
happened.
forget history, man. Can't forget the history. You gotta know what happened.
You don't know what happened. If you don't know history, you're bound to repeat it.
Yeah, you don't repeat it.
You're doomed to repeat it, you know? I mean, I like Shane Diop and Ben Yusuf, but these are some questionable characters. Afro 30. We gotta take everybody with a grain of salt, man. I mean, all these people are so-called master teachers. We gotta look at everybody. We gotta look at everybody with a wide end nowadays. You know, how were they master teachers? I don't know. It just I don't know. There's some things that people say rub me the wrong way. Now that being said, like I'll disagree on a lot of black supremacy. So I don't like black supremacy because it lures black people into a delusion of grandeur. But instead of building, yo man, there's a picture out, Dave. It is so fucking pitiful. I'm gonna say it to you.
Well, what happened?
Oh yeah, you didn't never hook up me on Telegram so I could send you some shit.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
it was a picture. Some white boy, racist motherfucker. He had a bunch of sub-Saharan Africans, right? And they're in the thing with their half naked, whatever. And the picture, the caption was, "Oh man, you bit pairs, but we just forgot." I was like, "Man, that's fucked up." We built all the pyramids, but we forgot. That was so long ago. We forgot. We say things. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm like this, man. Look, I would be like saying, my ancestors came from the Congo. They didn't build no damn pyramids, whatever. But I tell you one thing, I'd rather have a clean slate to start from nothing. Like Dark Migo was saying about Singapore. Singapore was nothing, but they said, what? I want to be something.
Yeah.
The black man in America can't get himself together because we keep feeding ourselves these delusions of we built civilization, we built this, we taught the white man this. Dude, stop it. I know it sounds good.
I like the I've moved on from those talking points long ago because it's like I'm scared of the white man telling me, "Well, go build a new one," and then we
Yeah,
can't go
but
build a new one.
that's what
Go
I
build a new one.
what you call it, when Farrakhan used to get up there and say, "We built Syria, we taught them something." But Muammar Gaddafi offered you $1 billion and some land in southern Libya because he was believing your bullshit, and you turned him down. I couldn't understand the reason and logic, but I was a brand new Negro.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't understand that Farrakhan. Somebody else came out with somebody's listening to my show. Because one guy came out and say, I guess he's around not Farrakhan's age, but somewhere around there, Khalid Muhammad's age. He said Farrakhan was not it. That's what he said. He said Farrakhan was not the man. He was not what we thought he was. He was a good entertainer, and he's good for the time period, but he wasn't that anointed one. And people like this, Kala is a modern day griot. He should change his name to Kala Griot. I don't call myself a griot, because that's another whole terminology. I believe in written stuff. I don't believe in storytelling. I believe in the written work and literate work and stuff like that. I believe in books. So,
No literature. Can't find no literature. The only, like I said, I
well, yeah,
was
you tell me about that in Bassa, right?
yeah, I told you I can only find the Bible in Boston.
But when somebody says,
I couldn't find a math or science
when
book
someone
or
says, I'm a proud Bassa man, like my guy Rubion, right? Probably he's a proud Bassa man. He could kill. He helped me. We was down in some fucking vodka, absolute vodka. Good man. We fed him all the time. Food out there, good man, like that. But what can I learn from a Bassa man, Dave?
nothing. I found that out the hard way.
But
Damn, they
if you
almost
say
caught
things like
malaria.
that, yeah, what can I learn from a crewman?
I said nothing.
Yeah, but if you say
Well,
that,
I learned the hard way. I almost caught malaria.
things out. I caught malaria. Shit, I'm just now still recovering from this shit.
You fucking
So if we can't learn nothing from the Bassa man, the crew man, the Yoruba man and whatnot. I mean, you know,
What can I learn from a South African Zulu? Right? Look at
yeah,
look what the
how
look
not
at
to
look at
look,
look what the Zulus are doing now
yeah,
in South
yeah, how not to look in public. With the pom pom,
They got they
their
got they
legs
got
and whatnot,
spears and
big,
shields.
the big belly hanging out. I
They
thought
got
Zulu
spear,
warriors
look,
were supposed to be trim.
yeah, those supposed to be cut, still chiseled,
But
ready to
I don't.
go.
I look, Dave. I know a little things, but I don't know a whole lot. So, but something's just not quite adding up here. And then I was told that there was this wonderful philosophy called Ubuntu out there. I don't see a lot
Yo,
of
Kala, stop, Kala. Leave Ubuntu alone. A lot of Black Americans love the concept of Ubuntu.
Yeah, we love the
I,
Kwanzaa.
I, I was talking to some Ubuntu guys the other day. They
Yeah,
love this. They love. I'm just running into people that love Ubuntu. I don't know why. I
yeah,
don't.
they
You
love
come
it.
here and in the Afghanistan, people are gonna pressurize you for some Ubuntu.
Yeah,
I'm
oh yeah. I got it.
telling you.
Matter of fact, Dave, I got a whole Ubuntu program for them.
You're gonna have to do some
It's
Ubuntu.
called my Ubuntu is FTA, foot to ass. Get your ass out there and work. Ubuntu, nigga. Jail, fire, jail. Or you gonna get jail, fire, jail, nigga. Uncle Ruckus.
I
Take the
love.
Ruckus approach to Ubuntu, Get your ass in there and work. You better pay your taxes, You better feed your family. Now, in the African, it says, I am because we are. Now, Dave, that could be interpreted in many different ways. That means that you could basically go out there, drop your kids off at everybody and say, hey, I am because we are. That means that, each one you got to volunteer to watch my kids while I'm out there, And people are like, see, you know what the problem was, Dave? When America first found it, they tried the Ubuntu way. The Pilgrims. Did I ever tell you that the Pilgrims tried Ubuntu, but it failed?
You said they
It was
tried
a
to
cult.
Ubuntu and it failed.
What it
Yeah,
was is
because
that
everybody wanted to be greedy.
it said it's no, not just that, laziness. You gotta understand laziness, greed, laziness, and just power dynamics, all that comes into play with human nature. That's why Ubuntu really has never been put to the test. It sounds good if it's like, oh, I am because we are, and we all got a bounty of goods and everything's good. What happens when there's few jobs and few resources? That's when you put your Ubuntu to the test. South Africa was an epicenter of Ubuntu like 20 years ago. We're Ubuntu. Nelson Mandela's, we're going to practice Ubuntu as far as business. How's that working for him now? They're literally ready to kill other black Africans there. African guy says, we can learn from each other, but we don't have to lose. I am not trying to lose who I am. Sorry, I can't do that,
Yeah,
I'll learn from anybody, but
crazy.
whatever learning tells me, I forget. Like a couple years ago, I'm trying to think what year it was. It was after Obama got elected because I never heard of New Yorker magazine before, but it was in New Yorker magazine. I think it's the same one article, same issue. I think. Remember when they had when Barack Obama was running, and him and Michelle gave each other a fist bump. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of mess is this? They had Obama like in a communist thing, and Michelle with a big outfit. Remember that?
Oh man.
Yeah, but there was a Ghanaian that featured in there talking about Ghanaian food, right? He said, yeah, my food's really taking off, and I guarantee in a few years Black America is going to give up that soul food.
Who said that?
It was a Ghanaian chef.
Ain't nobody gonna give us soul food,
Yo,
man.
dude, man, I'm telling you, you see all the soul food restaurants, gourmet soul food restaurants are popping up.
Yeah, ain't nobody getting rid of no soul food,
Yo,
man.
I would tell you right now, I love Liberian food. I love it, but they ain't nothing like getting your candy yams, and your fucking baked macaroni and cheese. I'm getting hungry right now sitting in the hospital. Your fucking baked barbecue chicken or fried chicken, your collard
You ain't
greens,
like it.
that cornbread. Ain't nothing like our soul food. Nothing.
My mom cook it. My mom be cooking some soul food every Thanksgiving.
That big turkey and whatnot,
Yeah, man. Some
ain't
mac and
nobody,
cheese,
what about,
candy,
did your mom make,
barbecue chicken,
did she, yeah, that
fried
none of the
chicken.
time turkey, and then you have barbecue chicken too as an entree, that's the
Yeah,
best.
barbecue chicken, turkey, mac
What
and
about,
cheese.
what about,
Um,
what
um,
about banana
apple
pudding?
pie. She do the apple pie and the sweet potato pie from scratch.
Does she do banana pudding?
Nah, she don't do the banana pudding.
Oh, that's a special thing. Certain black people don't do black banana pudding.
Yeah,
Banana pudding is good. They take vanilla wafers and all that. I don't know how it's made, but it's
I
delicious.
don't know how that's made either. Only certain black people know how to make
Yeah.
that. With
That
the
was
yeah,
an
with the
old
with the vanilla wafers. Yeah, with the vanilla wafers in it. Only
What
certain
about
black
your
people
family?
know.
Do they got any pasta dishes? Lasagna, ziti?
And I go to my stepmother for that.
Yeah, what you call my family got a
A baked
ziti and pasta,
ziti,
like
baked
you want to call
ziti.
it,
Go to my stepmother for that.
you know. And I'm like, African food's good, Liberian food's good because it's close to Black American food, But
Word.
all that other stuff, I mean, you can't eat that spicy shit every day and everything. Like, you
But
can't.
Liberia different. You got people in Liberia that can cook soul food.
Yeah, you got people. Yeah,
That's the thing.
Liberia.
That's the thing. That's
Liberia,
what
you go Philly
this
cheesesteaks.
guy doesn't understand. He
That's
doesn't
one thing about
understand.
Liberia.
They have soul
Yeah,
food in Liberia.
oh, you ever taste Liberian grilled baked chicken?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, that's delicious, bro. It's the quarter thighs.
Yeah,
So
so it's different, man. I can't eat, like you said, I can't eat spicy food every day.
you can eat it, but not every.
I like to balance it out. Eat my salads.
Yo, ZV says pasta is Italian. Yeah, but in New
Yeah,
York, where I'm from, we ate pasta because we're around
yeah.
Italians.
Spaghetti, pasta.
We love spaghetti, meat sauce, spaghetti
Yeah,
meatball, ziti, uh, lasagna,
yeah.
manigot, whatever. We love the eggshell clams. We love fucking
Italian
no,
food. I
hold
love
on,
Italian
no,
food. But we
big,
close, but in New York is automatic with
yeah.
Italian food.
Check us
You got
out.
Italian food.
Which we call macaroni, baked macaroni and cheese is African American.
Yeah,
Macaroni and cheese, and macaroni is other people. Baked macaroni, that's a whole different taste.
yeah. Baked macaroni.
Baked macaroni is Black American culture. Yeah, it's nothing like our food, man. Nothing. So when that guy said that, I'm gonna
They
get real.
got this. They got this chick up online. She go looking for all the old slave dishes from back in the 1800s, stuff that we losing.
Yeah, check us out. I saw that. I think I saw a video. Get this. I had no idea navy beans with neck bones was a struggle food.
I didn't know that.
I did not know that. I just knew when we went down south where the thing, my grandmother, whoever, would put those navy beans on the thing early in the morning, have them soaking. By the day it starts cooking, making that sauce. All we knew is we had a freaking neck bone in there. You get some pieces of meat with it, if you're lucky. And then they had that cornbread, that jiffy cornbread.
Oh yeah, that Jiffy, man. Good old Jiffy, man.
Yeah. And I didn't know that was a struggle food that we used for survival.
Food.
I did not know that. I thought that shit was just so good. Navy beans and neck bones, navy beans. Sometimes you put chicken in it. Sometimes you put beef. And then what you call you have a thing. I didn't know that was a struggle food we used to survive. I did not know that. A lot of stuff that people make famous now with like grits. We didn't know that was like a struggle. We were just trying to get by.
I only
People,
used to eat grits when I go to my grandmother's house, bro.
yeah. So you had
Oh,
grits or not grits with eggs and cheese. We didn't know that was like poor people's food.
yeah, the
We didn't know
grits.
that shit. The white man came in there and took all our dishes and got famous with them.
The grits with the toast, man. No.
Yeah, Italian Irish trying to claim gumbo and jambalaya. That's when people come here and they have a jollof first. Now I like jollof rice, right? But I can only eat like once.
But
We
jollof
eat
rice,
jollof.
everybody fix their jollof different though, Kyla.
Well, Liberian jollof is the best. That's what Bomani said. The best it tastes it. Spicy, but you gotta have fish in it. You gotta have like
My
chicken.
mom, she just put mixed vegetables. That's it. That's what she
You
does.
don't have no meat.
Nah, she don't like to put meat inside. If she
I
put
can't
meat
eat
in,
jollof without meat.
she don't like, because she don't, because sometimes people might not like meat in it or whatever, vegetarian.
Right, right.
So
But
she
if they
just
don't
make
eat meat,
it.
do they
Yeah,
have
she.
fish or something like
No, my
that?
mom just make it vegetarian. She don't put meat inside unless we ask her for it.
Yeah.
Then she'll put meat inside.
No,
But
Dave's mother is Liberian. His father's African American.
Afro theory come up. I heard her talking earlier.
Oh yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, man.
IC3, I think IC3 was freaking her out.
What are you saying?
Yo, this dude is crazy, man. He's like, that's good, but Ghana's gonna come to him for his software. I mean,
I'm not.
this dude's mentally. I really feel sorry for ITT. I think he's lost his mind.
But that plan could work. It's not a bad plan. It's not a bad plan, but
Yeah, I know, but the bottom line is
it's not
this:
a bad
what we
plan. But
can't do is let that take center stage. That's what I'm talking about, right? It's like too many people talking. And I told him, I said, look, now the government of Ghana came up with something. They're negotiating with the country of France. That to
yeah,
me is a win. That means in the race for this thing y'all call reparation, which I don't believe in, right? Hey, what you call
Kyla, I don't like talking about It makes me mad, man. It makes me
right?
just
So
hearing
I'm
just
like,
hearing the word reparation makes me mad.
all the reparations movement did was try to give the
Because
FBA movement.
because nothing's going on.
They know
This,
that, but they bottom
black
line.
people right now beefing over reparations that's not coming. And all this diaspora,
Motherfucker be like,
oh,
yo,
we
I want
gotta
you to tell me.
delineate and we
That's why when people
delineate
say,
so y'all can't get a piece of our
I tell them, Dave,
reparations
they
and
tell me, well, Kala, once you give your, I said, look, y'all can have my reparation check. I'm getting that money, man, Kala. Dave, it's a joke, right?
oh.
I want your 200,000.
Like, they
Okay.
don't even most black people in America, the people that ask for reparations, they don't even know white people already look at you and say, you already got reparations. You in America.
They said your black ass being able to walk the streets without being in chains.
Yeah, you got
That's how
reparations.
deep this shit is. They're
Yeah.
like, we took the pains to bringing your black ass over here. Made you work, disciplined you.
Some white people gonna say, my great great grandfather died in the Civil War for you to be free. What you gonna say to
Right.
that white man?
What are you gonna
Ain't
say?
you paid? They give you reparations.
I say, you ungrateful bastards, you know?
Yeah, it's gonna now you're gonna turn him into a white conservative. We go now you're gonna
And one
now
thing that makes
you're
white
gonna turn
people
him
mad, white people
negative.
mad is telling them after everything, you owe them money. They owe you money.
Yeah, now he's gonna turn mega on
Yeah.
you. Yeah, man.
Baruti says, Kala, did you like ended up being I don't know who the fuck that is. Why am I supposed to know who that is, Dave?
I don't know. I don't know. So.
Ngugu Thong's work, the colonization of the mind. You know, look, man, I mean, telling me what the hell I know. The African mind is colonized because for one reason and one reason only. The African mind does not believe in itself. It believes in everything but itself. So it's always gonna be colonized, you know. So we it's like you're singing to the choir with me. But like I said, I ain't against Ubuntu. So long as you're on Ubuntu, don't mean you're dipping into my pocket, you know. You're dipping into my pockets, yeah, we got a problem here, you know. Houston, we got a problem, you know. If I gotta do any more extra work, then that Ubuntu shit goes out the door. Because like I said, Dave, I got a PhD in Negroology. What's Afrotheriac since was coming up?
She coming up?
I don't know. She ain't come up. She didn't pop up yet.
Nah, man, it's just I don't. That reparations is just a dead conversation. I don't like talking about
But
it.
IC3 talks like, oh
It's
yeah, it's on this way.
it's
We gotta keep
I
hope
don't see
alive.
it. I
You
don't
know.
see it happening. I don't.
And like
The
I said, yo, my
the,
boy
U, the
is
U.S. just
on
voted
TikTok.
not to even say it was a crime.
Check this out. You check this out. There's a guy on TikTok you gotta follow. His name is Darkson brother. Name is Detroit FPA. He shocked me the other day when he came up with this video. He was all FBA'd out. The time he was going after the boycotts Africans. He was going in and out Africans. Now it's like, you know, I guess he's tired of FBA people. Right? He's like, he goes, says something. He said, man, he goes, why are you guys angry at these Africans? Because they come over here and they take advantage of the nickels and dimes that's on the streets and they make something out of themselves. Why he goes, and you freaking females, I've been listening to y'all talk. I know what he's talking about, right? They sit online, oh, African women ain't shit, blah, 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 African, blah, blah. And you could see the EBT. You could tell, he said, I noticed a pattern. This is funny. He goes, why does it seem like everybody that's an FBA seem like they're on the EBT? I could tell that, you know?
Yeah. FBA is crazy, man.
Now, these are the people that sit around, they're on EBT, they're on disability, they're not doing nothing with their lives and whatnot. Yet they want to sit around and act like they're people like you and me. Some of them be having now. We have legitimate arguments against Caribbeans and some Africans. We have legitimate arguments, but the FBA people aren't the ones who should be arbitrating it. You know. Good Afro theory.
You guys, hey, Focus.
Hey, what's good? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, about reparations, I don't believe we're ever gonna get reparations, but I don't see anything wrong with Black Americans, excuse me, with Black Americans who's continuing the fight for reparations, that same fight that our ancestors started, you know. So
Let me
let's
ask you a question.
My
Let
grand
them.
no. My great grandma, my grandparents ain't get no reparations. They get no reparations.
Who started? Look, right after the Civil War, or during the Civil War, black people were not asking for reparations. They were just asking the white man to keep his foot off our neck.
So what was the whole? Okay, so the government promised 40 acres and a mule. What can you
No,
explain
let me
that?
tell you how that worked. Right
Mm-hmm.
during the wartime, right,
Mm-hmm.
the General Sherman of the Union Army, right, he did something unprecedented and revolutionary. He went, instead of sticking down and talking to people like Frederick Douglass and all these other people, he
Mm-hmm.
went to a group of free black people who were living in proximity to slave population that was going to be naturally the leadership when this war was over, right? And he simply didn't tell them, ain't impose nothing on them, like the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment said, this is what it is. He asked them, he said, look, what do you people want when this war is over? He asked them. He said, I'm going to sit back here and listen to what they have to say. And after meeting with these black leaders, prominent black leaders, they said a couple of things. They said, look, we need 40 acres and a mule. What that meant was a specific territory that was protected by Union armies for at least 100 years, where whites could not, he says, the white people, if the South was to lose, they would enact, because of the prejudice they have, they would spend the next 100 years persecuting us and trying to destroy us. So it's useless. We need the equivalent of 40 acres of mule. That means they were going to take that whole area, which we call the Gullah Geechee corridor from Wilmington down to Jacksonville. That was going to be an all black homeland. Lincoln approved of it. And then what happened is they wanted to develop that land and connect it with Liberia and Haiti and point the black man's manifest destiny away from white people. That was what it meant by 40 acres and a mule.
Oh, okay, so over time, the 40 acres and a mule, the lines got blurred. The statement got blurred and it became
Yeah,
misunderstood.
people like 40 acres and a mule. That wasn't like literally 40 acres and a mule. That just meant territory.
Right.
Value 40 acres of mule means a space that you could develop yourself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand what you mean.
So when people come in now, we didn't get our 40 acres of mule. You would
But
never have promised.
but Kyla, that's a great plan. That was the best plan. We should have fell through with it. It's the best
What
plan.
happened was when Lincoln got assassinated, right? All the people that were for it, Thaddeus Stevens, it died, as Reconstruction collapsed. That's why when you buy my book, Journey to the Promised Land, the story starts right around that time period.
Oh, I started a book club, so we're gonna we're gonna start reading it for the month of June. The Origin of Races and Color by Martin Delaney, and then we're gonna read your book in July.
Well, that's good. The Journey to the Promised Land tells you the whole story. I don't pull no punches, and I basically tell it like it is. Reconstruction was an absolute failure. Reconstruction, people don't understand this. There were several black districts in places like Colfax, Louisiana, where blacks were the majority, and the federal government protected these territories. But once the Unions pulled out, the Confederates took over again.
Okay. So essentially, there was never any promise of reparations in the first place.
No, there's no problem. Reparations, look, back in those days and times, land and autonomy was reparations.
Yeah, that still should be the definition of reparations today.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen today because that's when America was still a developing country. We
Right.
had back then. Now America is a global power. They don't really need black people anymore like that.
Yeah. That's something. Well, you know what? I think that if Ghana would create the template for what reparatory justice looks like, and then other nations, other African nations can
If Ghana,
follow
this is
suit.
my suggestion of Ghana. Do you got people there that want to build cities, whatever like that? If Ghana was started off saying, we're going to build new cities, states, whereas black people from the diaspora slaves could settle. Now, if France wants to be part of this or whatever like that, it's going to help settle and build infrastructure for this new geopolitical entity. Then I'll take it seriously. It ain't gonna be a cash payment. If France says, you know something, you know, this is gonna be our contribution to slavery. We're gonna give the government of Ghana $100,000, $200,000 for every family that goes there that want to settle. That means I'll pay for healthcare, infrastructure, all stuff like that, and then then you would build a thriving community, and then the problem will be solved forever. But I seriously doubt that because, given the track record of African countries, they see that money. What's going to happen with that money, Dave?
And
Oh man, that should go. That should go to Dubai, man. Do condo in
Yeah,
Dubai.
so I'm not really looking forward to that. I know exactly what that would be the nice thing to do. That's what I would like to do in Angola, and be like, okay, Portuguese going to pay for their sins of slavery. Spain and the Netherlands, we're going to hold you accountable. If not, we're going to seize your assets.
do you think the issue that's happening in the AES will eventually spread to Ghana if Ghana allows itself to be used by the French
I don't
by
know
France?
if AES has a history. I don't know really the history as far as the AES, that region right there suffered one of the most brutal wars in colonial history with the French. I mean, French were really brutal in that area.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was really bad. You're talking about genocide level destruction right there. That being said, that's a totally different fight than the people who are talking about the reparations agreed that from the Atlantic Holocaust. The AES is not part of the Atlantic Holocaust. And when you talk to AES people, St. James and all them, they don't reference that, that because that's not their history.
Right. So then, and I think that's their point. A lot of their points, though, because although it's not their history, well, I can't speak for
Right
them,
now,
but
when I still look at the AES, they're doing good for AES people. If you're from that region, so yeah, like a Sahori, whatever like that. But that's my fight. I'm a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. My fight with the white man is different than their fight with the white man. See what I mean?
well, and with that same, okay, if you say that, well, then why would France be responsible for paying Ghana
Well,
reparations?
France was one of the biggest slave traders in history.
But what about Ghana? We're talking about relationship.
The French were in Ghana. Ghana's not doing it just for Ghana. Ghana's doing this like these countries that were victims of slave trade don't have a voice, and Ghana's becoming that voice. You understand? We're not Ghanaians, but
No,
they do
there's okay.
on behalf.
The slave trade. They mentioned Algeria, Angola, Barbados, Belarus, Benin, Botswana. I'm not gonna name all of them, but I mean Belarus is mentioned there.
About what?
The slave trade, their resolution to the United Nations General Assembly, commemoration of the abolition of slavery and the
okay. But liability, who's liable?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see. I got to find it in the document.
That's why I don't get hyped up over, just talk, and you got to give me specifics, you know.
Yeah, after finding in here, who are they naming responsible?
That's the point. Otherwise,
Mm-hmm.
sitting around talking about that don't mean nothing. Who's responsible? Who are you suing? And who's liable? You know. So it's very vague. What it says France is talking about convening that. Is Algeria going to pay, or is that, do they owe anything, or whatever like that? Why even mention Algeria?
These are the okay. It just has at the very top. It says commemoration of the abolition of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. It mentions Algeria, Angola. It mentions all these countries, and then it says, and then it just addresses the General Assembly, recalling the aims, purposes, and principles of the
Right. So in
Charter
other
of
words,
the
are these countries bringing suit like this needs to be addressed? That's good, but the point I
Morocco.
make is like this: somebody has to be liable for this.
Right. And so in here, it's so vague where they don't say exactly who, or maybe I just haven't found it yet. But I'll go over it right now, and
So a
later
lot of these
to
blogs and stuff like that, they are vague and they don't really like. As I take them when I read them with a grain of salt, you
Oh,
know.
okay.
Because the bottom line is this: you're going to need a plaintiff with an affidavit, right? And you're going to
Hmm.
summons. Okay, we're summoning this country right here. What say you? You know, and so if France says, something, we're going to look at our history. One thing France got to pay back is what it did to Haiti.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's true.
That's the first thing.
Yeah, so they're linking
Ghana,
up with Ghana.
Ghana could be arbitrary between a liaison between
Hmm.
between France and Haiti. That's what I see.
Yeah, that's what I see. That's what it appears that they're positioning themselves as a liaison of all these nations that they mention. But there's no mention of Haiti on here. They mention Saint Kitts and Nevis. They mention another Caribbean nation. I gotta find it, but no mention of Haiti.
Haiti's a hot button topic, because France took a lot of money from them. Yeah, I mean, just Haiti was always poor because of France.
Hmm.
African guy says, "I am all for helping the family, but we're taking it too far in Africa." What does African guys mean? What do you mean, African guys? You take it too far in Africa?
Does that mean? Yeah. What does it mean?
I don't know what that mean, but
Is that in regards to what we're talking about helping Haiti, or about Ghana playing the liaison?
yeah, well, if we're talking about slavery, you're talking
Hmm.
about the whole entire black world, right? That's what I thought.
Right. Yeah. So that's why I was thinking that must be in regards to, but she would have to clarify. I don't want to make an assumption.
But every race set themselves their problem. Black Americans have praised. It says 50,000 inventions in the county. Oh no, we got an FBA person here.
Africans query every race except themselves. That's their problem. Black Americans, we praise our ancestors. Well, does that go back to the topic that you mentioning about them focus like learning their history, Africans learning their history? Because it was mentioned in the comments that their African history is not taught often taught in African
Well,
schools.
remember something. This is a problem in Africa. Is that learning is something new. You
You
know,
no, you didn't. You said learning.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm.
Oh.
Let me. I don't mean to hurt your feelings or whatever like that. You only talking. Look, it's hard for me to say this, right? When you have a civilization that just not saying Africans can't learn, is that when you basically give them information, they'll run with it. They run good. Like your Africans, you put them in academics in America, they'll do good. Why? Because there's nothing to compete against, academically against what they're learning. So therefore, when you see Africans excel in academics in America, that's it. There's no when you see other people, races of people, Chinese. Think about it. The Chinese got to go. They got to undo thousands of years of history to learn modern Western medicine. See how it works, right? See how it works? You know what the biggest problem with China was? China was getting Chinese to convince the Chinese that they needed Western learning. They needed Western
Wow.
technology.
That's beautiful that they had to be convinced of that. That they have so
Well,
much pride in their own culture.
the thing is, though, because of that, they suffered 100 years, a century of humiliation, where they were mocked and ridiculed. China was once called the sick man of Asia, like the Chinese people, was getting brutalized by the Japanese. The Japanese were making progress, and all these people were making progress, and Chinese were sick. That's why when they had that revolution in 1912, the country just descended into chaos. Everybody's on opium.
So which country in Africa, because Frenchie mentioned, she said name the country. Africa is a continent. So what are you saying?
Oh, oh,
That,
oh, oh
that's
no, Frenchie's on my ass. Oh no, what I'm saying. No, no, I'm just. Let's say Liberia. I love to see my favorite country, Liberia, right? Education was not the American Liberians were highly educated. Some natives were highly educated, but even to this day, you got people out there that can survive. They will tell you they go to 12 years of school, they couldn't finish a book because their lifestyle and the way they believe, they gotta be a bossa man, they gotta be a crewman. Dave knows what I'm talking about. And so education is not really stressed in rural Africa.
what about in the other parts of the nations?
Well,
And
the more people move to the city and the cities are modern, the better, right? But cities are modern and better and they live in this century. But the majority of people still live in rural areas and education is not really that champion. Survival is more important.
I'm gonna look that up, Carla. I didn't. That never crossed my mind about education systems in Africa,
And then
African
when the
nations.
education system is there, it's whatever's there is a holdover from the British or the French. The education is not going to teach you your history of your country.
Hmm.
You're not going to learn all the country, your heritage and whatnot. You don't have like an encyclopedia. or an almanac and stuff like that that we have. We take education in America for granted. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we have almanacs. You know, we have historic. You grew up on historical books on Black history, right?
Right.
Most African countries don't know that. They don't know the history beyond 20 years. And then what's dangerous is when they do hear about it, it's in passing online. And I'd be like saying these people, Dave, how the fuck do you be so ignorant about the country you come from? You know? They be like sitting there ignorant about the country they live in. They know nothing about their own country, right? Because there's never been any really scholarship work saying this is the truth. So people make up their own narrative of the country they live in, and that's where conflict comes in. In order for you to have a civilization, everybody got to be on the same page. We could disagree on this, that, and the nuances and everything, but everyone got to know when the country was founded, who was founded by it, why it was founded, and all those things. And you got to understand the frame.
Tyler, I think that's a blanket statement because there's universities, there's schools there in different nations. You know, I can't speak for
Let
all.
me
I
ask
don't
you a question.
know.
That's the question. Why so many
Okay.
Africans? Right now, I just saw a video the other day. What's the last country you think African women are trying to get out of?
Maybe South Africa right now?
No. I seen a video
Nigeria?
where friggin' there was a boatload of women on a raft from the Gambia trying to get to Europe. Look it up
Wow.
on TikTok, you know.
Okay.
African women trying to get to Europe on a floating raft from the Gambia. You know, so when you look at stuff like that and you say, well, what about the education? Look, you got education, you got universities, but if you got like half the population of Nigeria trying to get out of Nigeria, there's something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find it?
Yes. Yes, I
Sad.
did. Yeah.
Sad, right? But that's the reality. And it's not enough for one or two people to know a book. The whole entire society got to be educated because the people in power, leadership power, they have to know and taught the consequences of betrayal and mediocrity in order for the system to work.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I want to say.
They would have smoked Farrakhan. What is he talking about?
I don't know. Who would have spoke Farrakhan?
I don't know. Shorty McGriff said that. Excuse me.
Who that is? I get a lot of weirdos up here, you know. But that's what it is, you know. But in the end, you know, Ghana has become the main center of slave reparation. Why? Because the Cobra movement failed. And Cobra has been around since 1964. My parents were in high school at the time, you know. So you got all these movements that came and left. Yeah, Yvette Carnell, you know, what's she gonna do? Yeah, Tariq Nasheed, what's he gonna do? You know?
The Cobra movement.
You never heard of them?
No.
Their movement for reparations has been around a long time. And they always give themselves awards, reparations awards, you know?
You said they give themselves award.
Of course, reparations awards for your years of dedication for the reparation struggle, and
Oh
pretty
my
soon
goodness.
they'll bring in IC3, and they'll probably bring him in, give him an award, and keep the legacy going of fighting for reparations. I mean,
Okay.
you'll never see a dime, I'll never see a dime, but doesn't matter.
If Farrakhan was the man he say he is, he would have tried for the people. He would have died a martyr.
Farrakhan ain't trying to die for you niggas. Please stop. Farrakhan ain't trying to do nothing but look good for Farrakhan. That's all that is. And what do you think about my new straw man they call the brand new Negro? You was on
Who?
it when I said the brand new Negro. In other words,
Oh, so the new black person who just comes into learning their history and wants and gets excited and wants to become
yeah,
an
when
activist.
impose that on me.
Oh,
Kala, man, you lost your way. This is a teacher, look, nigga. I seen that before.
but Kali, you know that it's always okay. So it's always the younger generation who takes the baton, and then they have the energy to do what you did years ago. You know what I mean? And they're just excited and young
Get
and
excited
naive.
because he learned something new. But then when
Right.
he come back to attack me, oh, Kali, you're a jealous old bitter nigga and whatnot. And I'm like, no, bro. I'm trying to spare you the heartache.
Hmm.
And people ride along for a little while and they realize, damn, man, this ain't going nowhere.
Yes.
You know,
Yes. I think I've learned that. I've learned that.
people are like, this ain't going nowhere. And then they're like, Kala was right. Like I said, everything leads me to the fact that now I think is a point in time where we have to really start think about this. If all these countries start coming together, like Ghana and all these other countries, this is right time for building a nation. You know,
But Kyla, the thing is a lot of us are dependent and have not divorced America and don't want to divorce America, you know?
and
So,
that's the love of America is a death to the black man. You know,
yeah.
They'll be
And also,
my
and
thing is
also,
we have to wean ourselves from America.
yeah. But how do we do that? How do we wean
It's a
ourselves from
transition.
America?
Like when you get ready to go through a divorce, right? You start getting things in line. Okay,
Well,
Man,
can we use a different
Tyler,
example?
it's hard. You telling me to get rid of Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Amazon Prime?
but I thought about this.
Telling
Steve.
you
I thought
telling
about
Black Americans to get rid of Amazon Prime?
check this out. I thought about that, right? Now, what I believe in modernity, but modesty.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to build a super modern nation, right? That people have the basics. That's what the people understand something. As long as people have the basics, transportation, roadway systems, railway systems, and stuff like that, communications, they're on a grid. The country's neat, it's clear, everything works, right? They got a healthcare system, you got a healthcare, education, you got a basic stable of income. I believe everyone should have a base with the money that the state owns. Well, the state's going to have businesses before they hand over to. That's going to be the motto. The state is going to own all the major industries before it hands it over to our own private sector, right? In that private time period, that's money being generated and put in trust, so we can give always give everybody a basic income. You know, not forever, but temporarily for a couple of years. You get on your feet. You know, we'll do that. And then once you have that sort of society where everyone knows their basic needs are met, you know, And people wean themselves off that stuff because America is a rat race. You understand? We get a lot in America, but do you really want to keep paying $5 a gallon for gas? Do you want to eat? Don't you want to live in a society where we have those new technology, where you have uh, 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 most people travel by Uber, light rail, and stuff like all the technology, all those electric buses and stuff like that, and get around? Or does everybody want a car payment forever? You see how it works? See how you solve problems?
Yeah.
And also, he said Uber Eats, Dave, in a lot of countries like Japan, they got the equivalent of Uber Eats. But, people, you can still have all that. I mean, everyone with your extended family thinks they have the right to any money you are generating. Ooh, African guys taking a shot as Ubuntu. Woo. Woo hoo hoo hoo. See, man, I bring it all out, man. I'm not trying to spread hate, anything like that. But African guy says no. His comments from much earlier comments that it's the Ubuntu section. It's not in African schools. Yeah, they don't teach Ubuntu in schools. It's bullshit. You know? So, like I said,
It's not taught in African schools. Oh, she's talking about history. Is she talking about the history? African
history,
history?
anything that's constructive is not taught in
Okay.
schools.
Okay.
All they teach you how to do is like if you want to be a nurse, you gotta learn math, you gotta learn this, a set of equations. It's not hard. People have this thing where people think that like me, what I do for a living, I gotta take every 2 years, I gotta take a 16-hour certification course, right? Every year, I gotta take one course called AHIP. That takes me 5 days to complete. Plus, because I'm MGA level and I have a downline, I got other 15 certifications I got to do every year. It's not hard. It's not easy, but I get through them, right? I'm good at taking tests and passing, right? People think that by memorizing stuff, that you're smart or whatever. Not always the case. So if you teach people enough in schools where you go to school, like we don't even know what these schools are teaching them. Are the teachers giving them the answers and they go there, pass the test? Oh, wow, we got all these things. They found that all these Indians coming to, listen to this carefully, Dave. They did a discovery and they found that most of these people from India that we praise so much, less than 2% of them, when they actually tested them, had the real academic credentials that their degrees report. 2%. We don't know what these kids are learning in their own countries. Are they cheating on tests? And so that's what I think it is. People cheating on tests and getting grades or fake degrees and stuff like that.
Yes, that happens a lot. I saw that in the UK. They were recalling a lot of Nigerian nurses' licenses because of that.
Because
And that happened in Florida too, here.
yeah, it happened all over America. So my thing is when you say about education, oh, we like education, you like the degree. We go to education, you're going to education to get a full education. I want to know why I'm on this earth. I want to know why we have a government. How did this government get formed? Why does this government have the right to rule over me? Education teaches you who, what, when, why, and how. Education teaches you what's important and what's not important. And then
You know
education
what?
also teaches you
Mhm.
not only what's important, but who gets to decide what's important and who gets to be at the table deciding what's the important thing. By the time you're educated, you understand how the world works.
You know what? Dr. Amos Wilson, I was listening to a lecture of his and he was speaking on this and he was saying how Black people we go to school to be educated to work within the system, like to the degree of which we're allowed to work within the system, like that, that limit. But we should go with the mindset of like what you just said, trying to become the rulers, or not necessarily rulers, but in charge of our own realities.
Yeah, if you get a situation where you always are the minority group, you're never gonna get there.
Mm-hmm. Of course, he said it much more eloquently than I did, but that's what I gathered from it.
If you basically sit in a situation where politically, economically, socially, you're dominated, what do you think the same outcome is going to be?
Yeah. Yep, exactly. And that's what he was touching on. The same outcome is going to continue to happen. But if we go there with the mindset of us wanting, becoming educated to build our own, that changes the perspective in in how we interact with the education as well. Our interests,
Well, your education could be your greatest imprisonment.
Your what?
It could be your greatest imprisonment.
Yeah, it happens with a lot of people. I see a lot of Black people where they get stuck on just they become like these bougie Blacks. So they have their degree, but they're disconnected.
The dangerous thing is, Black people with a degree tend to prey on Black people without a degree.
Right.
They use their degrees to prey on people that are not educated.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what it is. You got people who got degrees, like this Michael Eric Dyson clown. He just came out of nowhere. It's influenced a generation to hate people like Bill Cosby. Like, who is this guy? This guy came out of nowhere. He literally came out of nowhere.
Howard G. Carter touches on this in his book, The Miseducation of the Negro. That talented 10th.
Right.
But we need a balance. We need the talented 10th, or we need the educated Black people
the thing
who are still
10th,
humble.
As long as the talented 10th are drinking milk and getting their bread from who, that's the way it's
Yeah.
Every group of people have their talented 10th. The Japanese talented 10th is tethered to the success of the nation of Japan.
Mm-hmm. What about Singapore?
Only basically, Singapore had their talented 10th too. They're the ones who guided them through their independence and whatnot, And look at the results. They had Singapore's for all of us. They built a society for all of them. But as long as we sit in America, our talented 10th is going to go in survival mode. Just they're going to look out for themselves.
Yeah. African Goddess asked me what percentage of Africans do have access to university education or any education at all. And I don't know. I don't know what.
They got a lot of universities, but it ain't no practicals like college Genesis said.
Yeah.
You need more practical.
Yeah, I don't know about African education, so I don't speak on it. But from what I do see is that they value Africans, and people from other nations value education a lot more.
What happens? The thing is, though, what happens when you have, like in America, you have people who can make more money in life in skilled trades, civil service than you do with a degree. How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, I don't know.
When people say value education, remember something.
The whole point of education is to solve problems.
Okay, Kala. This goes back to was it? Oh gosh, I can't think of the guy, Booker T. Washington, and is it W.B. Du Bois?
Yeah, he told W.B. Washington, Black people need practical skills to survive, skilled trades, all stuff like that. W.B. Du Bois was like, no, we're gonna solve the racial problems in America through higher education. That wasn't the case. You can have all the higher education you want. If fundamentally people don't see you as their equal because you don't have a background, you haven't built anything, you haven't created anything, you have all the degrees you want, that degree means nothing to them. You know,
Mm-hmm.
higher
And
learning is good.
Afro theory, you got to realize too. Most of our education in Black America, we don't solve our problem. We solve other people's problems.
Yeah,
So
we never was getting.
so
Look,
we're
give me
educated.
an example we're talking about,
Um,
Dave.
yeah,
Take the University of Missouri. You see the University of Missouri, and you see the manifestation of Missouri, that great state with plains of prairie. Do you ever see the agriculture in these areas, Dave? The
yeah,
the
very beautiful, very nice and
the
organized.
people. When you people think of farmers, you're thinking of somebody ignorant, loud, and stupid, right?
No,
Who's out
no.
there got
When I
degree.
think of farming, I see a guy with boots on a trailer. He's a millionaire.
Yeah, he's like, and
He's
he
a
got, and
millionaire.
also
That
now
is a
that
millionaire.
him and his son also got a side business making jams and grapes, and they're making all kinds of, they're doing all kinds of
Got their
deals.
own farmers markets and stuff.
Yeah, and then not only that, they go to Walmart, cut deals and whatnot, this annual thing. So what I'm saying is this: you got that, and then you see the highway system, you see the transportation, every sector of the civilization. The university produces it, the mines, the civil engineers,
Yeah.
everything. Now take Howard University and look at the black community in Howard area. Was Howard able to solve any black problems? No. Was
A lot,
Morehouse able to solve any black problems?
none of those alumni solved any problems. So
Right. It is what it is. This is the truth.
Can I read this? It's really short. It's a quick thing that I saw on Twitter, and I believe the person who wrote it is from Africa, from the continent of Africa, and she said China built the world's manufacturing floor with vocational schools, not universities. 35 million students are enrolled in technical training right now. Their graduates get hired before they finish high school. We built grammar schools instead. A bricklayer who understands laterite, a carpenter who can carve and turn wood, a potter who knows clay, a weaver who works cane and bamboo, a mason who reads soil. These are not lesser educated people. These are the people who physically build a country. Our universities produce architects who cannot read a construction site, engineers who have never mixed a material, graduates fluent in theory and lost on the ground. Vocational training should not come after university. It should come before it. Let every student learn to build something, make something, fix something before they are allowed to theorize about it. The hand that knows what it is doing will always outbuild the mind that only read about it. I thought that was I thought that was great.
I agree with that 100%. That's the Asian
And
way.
yeah, and for us too, it applies for Black people worldwide. People just
We need
worldwide.
to adopt that model because in Africa, everybody thinks getting a degree is going to solve their problem. And most of them have no real technical or vocational skills.
But not just Africa, but also us African Americans.
Yeah,
But
same
with
thing Black Americans. We
mm-hmm,
look down on physical labor.
mm-hmm,
We think of having a degree. Like all those girls running across the streets acting a fool at the graduation, because
yeah.
there's gonna be some job waiting for her, what she's gonna do her lifestyle. Me and my girls gonna go out. We're gonna all make $80,000 a year and whatnot. And then when they get out there, 3 years gone by, and next thing they gotta take a junior manager job at 7-Eleven. They're bitter and angry.
Oh Lord. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
You see them girls running out. They suspended the one girl. They revoked her diploma. She had to act fool. Stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that's silly. That's silly.
So, but as I said, with us, a degree is everything. It's like I got my degree.
But I think Germany.
That degree, man, I can see why Africans are excited, right? Because that degree means their whole village be showing up, and they graduate. Their whole village will be eating. So they're out there, yes. such and such, Abiola got a degree. They know that whole village is gonna be eaten, somehow, some way. They're gonna get a job with an NGO and that. Life is gonna be good. Frenchie thinks I'm being funny, but I'm just Frenchie knows what I'm talking about.
You even had a name. You even had a name, Abiola.
Abiola, I mean, but I see, but African women, I can get that because they got a whole village waiting on them back home, like Liberian women.
Yeah, waiting for them to
Whole village
succeed.
home. So you got, yeah, I don't agree with democracy. Black race is not ready for democracy. We ready. What we need is a technocracy.
But what is that?
I
See what
keep
we do.
preaching it, Kyla. You know I keep preaching it. You hear
We
me?
need a technocracy. Ross
I
is the same
keep
way.
saying that,
Ross is
man.
the same way. Technocracy means a bureaucracy of technical people.
Yes, can I help you?
Okay, I'm looking it up right now. Technocracy is a system of governance where decision-making power is delegated to technical experts such as scientists, engineers, and economists rather than to elected politicians. It prioritizes empirical data, efficiency, and scientific methodology over popular vote and political debate.
And the black community needs that for like about 50, maybe 60 years.
To reset, huh? Because I mean that okay, so my idea was
I
that
vision an Afghanistan being
Oh
a
yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Zero tolerance.
is that what Singapore was built off of?
it was a technocracy. Yeah,
I mean Singapore, I would love to go to Singapore.
Japan was a technocracy,
Okay.
and the reason why it worked was people saw shit getting done.
What
Japan
about Germany?
factories being built. There was industrial parks
No.
being built, railways being built, shipping was being built. They seen all this progress, and they're like, they seen an army marching across Asia, taking territory. They're like, somebody's doing something right, so let me just sit
Is
back and shut up.
is does Germany have elements of a technocracy?
All these countries do.
Oh, okay.
The only
But I
country
mean,
that friggin' talks about democracy is America.
oh, okay.
And there was somebody says, no, let's slow it down a little bit. We understand. America gets all upset when a
Man,
bomb.
I'm telling you, man, we need the technocracy. Sit down there for like 50, 60 years.
Yeah,
All over
that's
Africa. If we
ideally.
could do it at
I
Africa,
know,
oh
I
man.
know in Africa they'll win. Right away, when people say Africa win, goes, I'll
And
never.
then and then you mix it in with some military, sprinkle some military there too.
Exactly.
Because you gotta put law and order in. You gotta knock some
You got
people
a
upside
patriot,
their head.
stuff like that. You got to have national
That's it.
spirit.
That's it.
We
Telling you.
always had the ability, Afro theory, to solve our. See how we solve our problems.
Like we
Always
need it. Definitely Black America right now needs it, man. Like we need some type of military. Look, you got guys running out here talking about their engines. Nonsense. 40-year-old men.
Saying
yeah,
that they're what?
talk about look.
I said 40-year-old men running around here talking about the indigenous. It's madness.
Also, Dave, I see this
If
one.
you got military, you got a technocracy, those things don't happen.
You had this one guy in California, 6 years old, still crippling.
I'm telling you, these are some of our people.
Happen? No.
Oh Lord, we need some elements of a
How old he still crippling,
theocracy too.
Kyla? How
60.
old?
60.
Look at that. But if you got a technocracy, you sprinkle with some military, you straighten a guy out like that.
Right.
Put him in jail or death.
Why? You know who did it? Mao Zedong. They had to re-educate people.
Oh yeah.
Everything. They had to re-educate people.
Africa right now needs a culture revolution. Straight up.
Yeah.
Cultural revolution.
Black race needs a cultural revolution.
Oh yeah, the black race. Yeah, even over here.
We
Yeah.
we can adopt we can adopt the Fulani's Pulaku codes.
I don't want nothing to do with anything that's going on in Africa right now. We need a real scientific thing because none of these things in Africa sort of like it work. I mean, that's good once you have order and you have education and you have technocracy. If you want to add something to it, like like I believe in the colonization that comes from West Africa, and you can add that on to it, but you cannot add that on where you give people a choice.
Well, what about a moral? You need a moral code too.
The moral,
Somewhat.
moral code is you do right, you're rewarded.
But you have to define right and wrong. I mean, I'm telling you, some people can't be governed. Some people need to be governed.
Everybody in their right mind, in their right heart, knows right from God put that in everybody. Everybody knows right from wrong. You know good from bad, good and evil.
Yeah.
Well, like everybody knows it. So when people get in front of you, I didn't know I was doing something wrong when I stuck up Mrs. JJ the other day and blah blah blah. But no, the bottom line, you get like Singapore. You know, Singapore has one rule. Afro theory.
No, what?
Lee Kuan Yew says we're going to give you an egg. Think about life as that egg. Now you're going to have to juggle that egg with you all times. You break it, you only get one chance. That's the rules, So therefore, you're going to start off in life with that egg. You carry that egg through your life, you'll be okay. You lose that egg or break it, that's your life. You're gone. And
So that's a bit extreme.
when people know that that's the rule right here, the natural civilizing effect of people in order and like that will come out. He said, Lee Kuan Yew's book, he says, people want to do good. Everybody does. But they got to be trained. They'll be constantly be steered in the right direction. And you use that through force, through coercion, through reward and punishment. That's the only way a civilization works. That time old thing of reward and punishment. And also in every civilization, every society, there always has to be that element of fear. Without that element of fear, you have nothing. That
and
a fear of the ultimate punishment. The fear of being ostracized by your neighbors and being humiliated or ostracized or othered, whatever like that. Fear. That works in every civil. That's what keeps the order of things. Is fear. Black people, the black race, they know it, but the thing is though, and that requires everybody to be like that, not just a few up top. Everybody. There's got to be a system where no matter who you are, you could be put on trial. You could be like that. That's how the system works. So that's what I propose. I propose technocracy. I looked at what worked in the past, what worked in the future. And I know as long as we stay in America, it's never going to happen. We're just going to watch generation after generation act. People need to be called on their actions in Black America. And I really do believe that you take Black people out of this situation in America and they got to deal with their own people, they'll act right.
I really do too. I feel like we behave a certain type of way and have certain attitudes towards each other in the world and show up a certain way or the way we do because of the conditions placed on us here in America and this atmosphere.
We have this attitude that we don't give a damn about nobody but ourselves We say what we want. I'm grown. Don't tell me. And stuff like that. Just belligerent. People are tired of us.
Yeah.
And that's what I say. So black people need a special start, and the system that's going to be built has to be built first before you start bringing the rank and file black people in. It should
But
be like,
and that's what will, once when black people start to see that, then they will slowly be able to be weaned off of America because they see that they have something else to go to.
right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if you do it wrong, it's like, what the hell do I need to go over here for? We're doing the same stupid shit over here. And there's
Right.
people now that would love for this to divulge into that. I'm like, no. And I'm like the pacemaker in all this, right? Because people come up here, talk a bunch of stupid nonsense, and think that I'm for that. No, I'm not. I'm not for foolishness. I do not like women acting a certain way. Sorry. And I don't like
Right.
black men acting a certain way. I'm sorry. I don't approve it.
Yeah, same here.
So what you see me say here is when Colin gets a chance, what he's gonna work and spend his life working on, that's what he's gonna be. That's why I tell like this, well, Colin's an asshole,
But
Oh,
Kyle, a lot of people that come up here, they just detractors, man. Just want to
yeah. But they think that I'm gonna be like, oh, Kyle's not serious, whatnot. I'm like, okay, let's say we build the African state. You come over there with your foolishness, see what happens to you. You know, see what happens to you. We're not playing. Like Lee Kuan Yew said, you only get one chance. He said, if you don't got that iron in you, Dark Migos listens to that same speech I talk about all the time. He goes, if you don't have that, you got to have that iron in you, or give it up. You know,
Yep.
because you're talking about nation building here. It ain't no turning back.
There ain't no turning back with that.
Like our ancestors built Liberia, there was no coming back.
Right.
There was no back and forth between here and America. Once you got on that shit, right, Dave?
Yeah, once you got that shit, that was it.
That was it.
Liberty or death.
You had to make that work, and they prevailed.
So it was liberty or death.
And a lot of them chose say, look, man, whatever it is, we're gonna seek our own destiny in our head. Now, if they could do that in the 1800s, you know, protect and cherish Black America. What the fuck does that got to do with the conversation? Protect and cherish. We protect and cherish life. Women are a part of our life. That's why, Nakmeezy, I have a Black woman up on this panel right now. They always come like people like Nakmeezy. Always come here like they're gonna divide people. Kala hates Black women. No, I don't know. Fuck, I don't. You know. I want to give Black women something that they haven't had in hundreds of years in the West. There's men that will protect them.
Well, the reason why he would probably say something like that, or someone would say something like that, is because you say you kind of go back and forth, but I'm learning that you mean well. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this. I just tell it like it is. I can't tell it any other way. I tell the truth the way I see it. And the bottom line is this. We can only produce with Black women. That's it. So I don't see any Black women saying, well, geez, I know y'all trying to build an African over there, but that Kyle's an asshole. What the hell's I got to do with anything?
Man, Kyla, you know the old saying, when you build it, they'll come.
Of course I know.
You know the old saying, man. You build it, they'll come. Man.
He goes, Kyle's a flip-flopping.
Oh, man, Kyla, man.
I don't know. Why does he keep calling me what is Pan-Africanism, Dave? I am look, let me put it to you like this. I'm a culture critic. I believe ultimately the end game is the black man in America. I believe it's time for us to have become a people. We're not a people right now. Now, if you call that Pan Africanism, call it Pan Africanism, but I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, you will have to once we become a people. Whenever that happens, you will have to practice Pan Africanism.
Of course, I'm gonna have to practice Pan Africanism because I'm gonna have to have my talking points mirror white supremacy. How is my talking point mirror white supremacy?
This guy's these guys just want to get you riled up, Kyler. I don't know what's up with these guys,
I
man.
know I don't get it, man. I
Want to
don't
get
get it.
you riled up,
Well, he's mad because I will be in I will be in Angola. I'll be in Angola in 2 years. I'll be in Angola in 2 years. Put my
Oh
plan together
man.
when that, so
Now you're a black white supremacist, Kyler.
a black white supremacist who got a wife in Liberia, who spend most of the time around black people and do black things, and has a plan to move to Angola permanently, and building territory. Main thing is to get to Angola, because I would try to get as many black businessmen in the country as possible. There's always a mystery for my madness. We need to flood those countries with black American capital and businesses. You know what I'm saying? Before we start the
Tyler,
African.
as much as you say that you're not Pan Africanist, you still have you still come off as a Pan African.
Pan African is my yin. I say this all the time, yin and yang. Pan African is my yin. Black national, black American, African American national is my yang. Pan African is always going to be my yin, for example.
We always gonna have some values and principles,
Yeah, that means
for that movement.
that means
Pan-African
that
movement,
even I put Black America first. Hold up, folks.
Okay.
No, I mean we always gotta have some taste of, but even FBA, it comes from Pan Africanism. The Pan Africanism is the goal to me. It's the goal.
How
you
does
know?
how does
So,
FBA come from Pan
it's
Africanism to
just
you?
it's no. I mean, like they try to to me, FBA is the biggest tether of all. They tether to everybody. You know. Let me just get that. Let me just get that out the way. They tether to everybody. They tether to the Native Americans. They tether to Africa. They tether to Freemans. They tether to this.
Look
Tether to
who's
that.
here.
Oh yeah,
Knock
not
Easy is
easy.
here.
Oh, what up, bro?
Hey Knock. Hey
Hey,
Knock.
salute, people. First and foremost, salute to the Black Queen. Uh, we
Hi,
appreciate you.
beautiful
We love
Black
you.
King. Hi,
I we
beautiful Black
appreciate you.
King.
We love you. We protect you and respect you. We don't love you on Monday and hate you on Tuesday. We won't make fun of your hair, your fashion choices, and we understand that you've gone through what black men have gone through because you're women, and we appreciate you. Without you,
And
there
that's
is
what
no us. Hopefully, Collar Flip Flop will learn that and stop repeating white supremacist talking points. Like this morning, he said he's
Ah,
starting to hate y'all niggas. Yeah.
he said what?
He said this morning that he's starting to hate niggas. He said, I'm starting to hate y'all niggas. That's what he said.
So Kyle is an Uncle Ruckus.
He is the biggest Uncle Ruckus, and he calls me Coon Measy. So I told him, let's have a coon shootout. Let's see who's the biggest coon. He'll win.
Oh my goodness. That's what I tried to explain to
oh
Kyla
man.
was that everything that black women have become is because of what black men have become too. Like our dysfunction is in a proportion to theirs, because
You know, you're being nice, sis. The black
well,
man's dysfunction is 3 times worse than a black woman's. Okay, so I
okay.
want, I challenge Kala to give me your MVPs of black woman ratchetness, and I'll give you my MVPs of black male ratchetness. You know, no one crossed the street or get scared when black women walk outside late at night. But when the brothers
That's
walk,
true.
got people's clutching their purses, crossing the street, a phone ready to dial 911. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
look, it ain't even close.
Yeah, that's true.
But I just want
That
to
is
say
true.
we appreciate you. I ain't gonna let Kala, you know, and these other and shout out to my man, Simp Police Academy. But you know, they somebody hurt them. They need to
Yeah.
be embraced in in the bosom of the Black American woman and come back home. Focus Day, what up?
What up, bro? What up, bro? I know, right, bro? I know what you're saying, bro.
Yo, I gotta keep getting this money. Um, gotta buy my, you know, make my money and buy a nice ring for my fat.
You went out. Did you freeze? Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Nat, you still there?
I don't know. I think he fell off. I think he dropped off.
Yeah.
The bad connection. But yeah, man. I'm pushing, man. I just want black people to be organized. That's all. I
Tyler
know black.
loves the black woman. Dave's so two-faced. Lord. But I understand exactly what NACMEZ means as far as Black American men and women relationship here in America, you know.
I got that's a tall bridge, man. Black,
Yeah.
right now most black women don't you don't you, know, you notice like in Hollywood you don't see a lot of black love movies and stuff like that.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
notice that you see a lot of black women with white men, like interracial
Yeah.
relationships. You notice that like in a lot of movies you see that, like action
But
movies.
but it's both. That was the whole point of what I always try to make clear. It's both. It's not just black women. It's
It's
black
the
men
media.
too.
Yeah, it's the
But
media.
it's in the media. Yeah, it's black women and black men.
What I
And,
missed? What I missed? What
and
did
this is why
What
and
did
this
Max
and
Sweezy
this is
say?
why the collagenesis.
Yeah,
This
Dave.
is
What did I
why
miss? I had to step off. So what did Max Squeezy say?
this is why collagenesis says you need an Afristan. You got to control your own social and political environment.
You got
Like,
to control the media, the
control it.
programming, everything. You know. Now where's Nakmeezy? Like he want to.
NACMEZ
I'm being
came on
two
and he
faced,
was
Frenchie. What I say was two faced.
I don't know.
What did Nakmeezy say? I missed.
I don't know.
NACMEZ came
He's just
NACMEZ
saying
came on.
black
You got
American women and black American men. He's pro America. So
But what gets me is this. I don't get it. You know, we're who we are, no matter where we're at. You know, that's what called being a people. You don't have to be in the borders of the United States. This is what the problem is.
so that I said
I didn't
Kyla is essentially a Uncle Ruckus.
I didn't agree with Mac Easy. I just I agree with him that the relationships have to be together in the black community. But about Kyla, what Mac what he said? Kyla got white supremacist talking points.
Yeah.
How
He
do
I
said
you?
that in the
I
chat.
don't think Kyla got white supremacist talking points.
Kyla, I said, so Kyla is an Uncle Ruckus because he mentioned that you said something earlier today or saying that you don't want
Kyla,
to be
not no
around
Uncle
Negroes.
Ruckus, man. Kyla just be saying that shit. Man.
Yeah,
Kyla
but
just
the bottom line is this.
I
Kyla
know.
just be colleges be frustrated with the black community.
You know the problem.
We
is-
all have that feeling.
And
the problem is,
all had that feeling. So
like
Exactly.
my sister, like you want something funny? Because like, I'm in the hospital right now, right? So my sister comes up here, right? She came up here twice today, right? And second time she came up, I was like, oh, by the way, you hear the neo Nazis had a rally down the ocean front? She goes, I ain't worried about no damn neo Nazis. I worry about neo Negroes.
yeah.
He goes, I'm gonna tell you right now. My sister goes, I got black fatigue, my goddamn self. I don't want to be around, you know.
Oh, people use black fatigue so wrong. It was a term phrase made by African American woman, and she used it as a term for black people expressing how they're fatigued by racism, by everything else. Not so it's the opposite. People use it's an inverted way.
But I flipped the script on them on which will call every time white people do something stupid. Where's the fatigue at? Well, you gotta understand. Yes, how white people are stupid, right? Every time I turn on my TikTok, I see you people. I said, well, every time I turn it, I see you people because you look at my TikTok for you. I look for the worst of you guys, so that's what shows on my algorithm. You know, I said when I turn on my TikTok, it's like I'm watching Jerry Springer. Motherfuckers be mad as I don't know what.
Yeah, some of our people.
Like this, yeah, I noticed some black people fuck it up. We know that. You know, I ain't nigga like we were gonna shoot them. And some black people got to be checked. Well, not but it's only gonna be us that check them because I know for a fact that the matter is when you see these people that act checked, they don't think nobody's gonna check them. I worked in club security for years.
Mm-hmm.
I do know this one thing: black strength and black power works. We had security out there. People, people get drunk. They'll come there. I ain't listening to this shit. I said, I'm just here doing my job, but we're gonna make you work for that money tonight. Oh, really?
That's sad.
Yeah, really? They come in the club. Yeah, they're just thinking of a way how to buck. We're letting you in the club, but like that, you're already thinking about how you're gonna buck me, like that. So what we do is we preempt it, right? Say that nigga right there, that nigga right there. That's what he said earlier. Like, keep an eye on him. Sure enough, like an hour later, come on, move, move, move. We got somebody. I said, who y'all dragging out now? Choking out, dragging. Be that. I said, oh, I should have known. You gonna get in here. As soon as you got some liquor, you gonna get big and bold and bad and challenge security. Now your ass getting choked the fuck out and dragged out the club. You know, he paid $30 to get in here. Now you getting dragged the fuck out. But I know for a fact that the matter is this. I did a blog, one of my first blogs called Welcome, Dress Code Strictly Enforced. We'll do shit like you gotta have a button-up shirt to get in here. You, Dave, you want the funniest shit. If you see me at the door dealing with these niggas, man, you gotta pull your pants up, bro. You know, like this. One time I tell you the story about Chris Brown came up there. And this nigga it was 2007. He was only like 17 at the time. And he came up there one night, Thursday night, or one of our off nights. He wanted to get in. And I said, you're Chris Brown, right? I said, you can't get in, you're not old enough. This nigga out there railing, man, you gotta let me in, nigga. Blah, 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 blah. Nigga, fuck out of here. Get your little yellow ass the fuck out of my face. Anyway, he was talking about one of the owners, right? I said back then, this dude's gonna be a problem in life. I said that. I said he's gonna be a problem, you know? And basically what it was is he wanted to get in, but his boys, so-called detectives, had guns. We go, no, everybody gets patted down and searched. But they're detectives. I don't give a fuck who these niggas are. They're not getting in my club unless they get searched. And they ain't getting no guns in this club. Nah, man, blah, blah, blah. He talked about my manager, Rob. And he was like, nah, man. And he's out there for the longest time arguing. I'm the next biggest thing, man. I'm going to blow up, man. I'm Chris Brown, man. I just packed the amphitheater stadium, man. Chris Brown and whatnot. I'm like, I said, this little kid is gonna be a problem. A couple years later, that's when he beat up Rihanna. You know, so I seen it all. But I tell you one thing: we said when we break down the law, everybody's like, y'all are strict. Yes, those other clubs they let y'all get away with that nonsense. You gonna rear up against it, man. Females too. You look over there, you get backhanded slapped too. Pop, shut the fuck up, you know. Because we've noticed that it's to be the females that be starting a lot of shit in the clubs, you know. They get loud, get drunk in them, and then they go get their boys or whatnot. Like, yo, that nigga disrespected me. And I overheard them one time talk like shit. They were gonna gang up one of my security guys, and I got wind of it. Right, we get to these dudes, we fucking mollywopped them, you know, and dragged them all the fuck out of the club, you know. We did not play. After a while, the word got around. You come up to this club, Shakespeare's, stay in line, or you be walking out here in pieces. And that showed me right then, that's the only thing black people understand. Is force. Really. Had one night with these African guys, man, they were tough. They were going up against these Jamaicans and whatnot, you know, it was just like a group, like a gang of Africans, you know. And I didn't know much about them back then, you know, this was back 06, 07. I didn't know a whole lot about the night scene, whatever. Now stuff started coming to me now. Oh, man, that dude right there at night, those dudes are Africans, you know. Everybody had an accent. I'd be like, yeah, what was that dude's problem with that? And now it dawned on me. That dude was probably wasn't African. Dudes you kick out of the club one night, and they're sitting there trying to talk their way out of it, getting kicked out of the club. And I'm like, go ahead, Kidola.
Hey, Carla.
What's going on?
I'm alright, Carla. Carla, life is different, Carla. You don't have to concentrate on just on one aspect or group or race of people, Carla. You have to enjoy all the whole race together, Carla. You know, there's nothing like black fatigue, there's nothing like white fatigue. Just enjoy your life.
There's a time and place for everything. You get all it. There's a time and place for everything. What am I supposed to do in my city when there's neo-Nazis walking around giving white Hell Hitler salutes? Am I supposed to just ignore that?
Yeah, but those are individual people. Those are not generally the white people, Carla.
What you're asking me to do is this. White people don't ignore the shit we do. They constantly talk about our mess. Why can't I talk about their mess?
Yeah. You know, no matter what people control, you cannot really control nothing on this earth. They can be white supremacists.
But what I can control is the fact that when I say that I want to build a world with my own people, like give me Dave, you heard about that girl Osaka in Japan?
No, who's that?
Well, she's half Haitian, half Japanese.
Oh yeah. The tennis player.
Yeah.
She just did a thing where she invited only black people too.
Yeah.
It's a party where they're all black party. There's a pictures out there. It looks good. Bunch of young people.
Mm-hmm.
The internet is going crazy.
Wow.
Because she's like, that's racist. Now she's in Japan. She's kind of a dark-skinned woman. She's beautiful, right?
Yeah, you know, kind of,
cutie, but she's dark.
Nice brown skin.
And it ain't that's not what the Japanese want as far as their mixed race people, you know. They were like Japanese, like a Zendaya type, you know. Anyway, they're all black because she wanted to bond with black people. She like, well, I'm always getting rejected by white people, Japanese. So I just want to, but see, the thing is, they're like, you ain't supposed to do that. See, the
What do you
moment
mean
you
you're
start
not supposed to do that? What do you mean?
well, white people consider that that's not building a multiracial world or whatever. But they don't understand. We're past that shit.
And
Yeah.
it was she hosted the party in Paris, and she made a statement about it, and about the backlash that she received too. And she basically, well, I have it in front of me, but it's a long statement.
Go ahead,
And
go ahead.
she
Read it.
okay, she said, I'm seeing a little bit of why can't you love everyone for all skin tones? And what if someone had an all white party? First of all, I do love everyone for who they are, no matter their race and ethnicity. I'm literally half Japanese. I can only speak from my experiences in my own life, though. Growing up as a tennis player, I didn't see many people that look like me, and I feel like it's important to celebrate them. Secondly, I feel like it's important to note that there have been all white dinners, parties. I don't know how else to tell you this. I literally see them all the time and never had an issue with it at all. To the people who asked this question, I want to ask you this question too. What is it about people of color getting together that unsettles you so much? I want to end this by saying I grew up watching my dad get discriminated against, having the cops called on him multiple times at the tennis court. There are multiple things I will apologize for in my life, but celebrating being Black and appreciating who we are will never be something I would consider saying sorry for. Thanks. Actually, I lied. I am sorry. I'm sorry for the people who cannot comprehend in their brains that this is not about exclusion. This is a celebration about how far we have come.
I
I think
mean,
that was a
that's
great
it.
statement.
That's it, man. That's what drop the mic, man. That's what drop the mic.
Exactly.
That's that's
Exactly.
that's 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 Pan African talk. That's Black nationalist talk.
Yeah, and she made a great point. The white people
You
do it
hear me?
all the
You hear me,
time.
Carla? That's Black national. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's revolutionary talk. You know, that's Muhammad Ali type.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
We
they
sh-
thought we were gonna do is back down from them.
yeah. Yeah.
Like they
So
get they
white
download
people
this whole interracial shit before our faces. Like that's our only saving grace, you know.
or multicultural nonsense.
She got it. She explained social and political views. Personal, social, and political views. So I mean, hey, man,
Oh, Kala,
you
this
know,
reminds me. This reminds me of the white guys. Okay, so there's a there's a website, a database of all of Black doctors, and a white doctor filed a lawsuit against them because he couldn't be included in the database.
I saw that. I saw that.
I'm like, wow. So they can create their own. They're such hypocrites. They create their own cities, their own nations, their own everything, excluding people, but they can't be excluded. And that's what we need. We need to exclude. We need to make exclusions. One time when I lived in Los Angeles, I went to a Persian. It was a Nowruz or whatever. Their celebration. I just got out the house and I just went to see what was going on. And so they had there was these vendors and different vendors, and they had a flyer. I went to one vendor and they had a flyer for like what was it, clay, like pottery making. And so I was thinking, okay, you just sign up, everyone's, it's multiple different races here, this is America. I'm just sign up. I like art stuff. They told me no, it's just for Persian people. I was like, well, dang, Black people. And then they had a Puerto Rican working the table, and he was trying to tell me how, no, like Puerto Ricans, we do this, and like we do this too, and he didn't make any sense. See, and that's why I'm for Black Americans delineating, and because we should be more exclusive. But I just thought that was interesting, like, oh shoot, Black people, we need to start doing that too. I wish we did, but we're so inclusive of everybody. So I didn't blame them. I didn't blame them for it, but I just thought that, wow, okay, this isn't the America, you know, that everyone says it is. People of color,
you
that all
listen
inclusive stuff.
about Afro theory. You listen to Amos Wilson. You know what he said in the 90s. He said as the country get more into the 2000s, he said the country's going to become more racist and conservative. I don't
Yeah.
know if he
It's like
said that in one of his lectures. He
I gotta
said as
watch it.
time goes on, the
Hmm.
country is gonna get more racist. It's like it's you know how it's a ripple effect. It was liberal, nice, everybody. Oh, then it's gonna go back. It's gonna revert back to the old way.
Right.
That's what you see going on. Like, come on, like
Right.
check
Oh,
the
so
building.
so
Check
what?
the
And we
building.
know that. You know
Uh,
that. I know that. What? So what the hell is Nakmeezy talking about?
About what?
Nick, look at somebody like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is young. You understand me?
And these are all these racists like the
And
builder.
he's a
These are all
radical racist.
Gen Zs.
Yeah, these guys are young.
Yeah.
Chuck the Builder. These guys are in their 20s. And they're
Yeah.
talking local talk. Local what David Duke, at least he used to put on
That
at
is
least at least he
something
used to put
that
on
you
a suit.
cannot explain to me. Why are the youth turning racist?
Yeah, why you gotta understand that Africa. Why is a young guy 20 years in their 20s speaking like this? So that means everything's going back. You understand me? These
Right.
young guys are gonna get seats one day. They're gonna get seats. They're gonna get in power one
And
day.
none of that. They want the power. What it is? Somebody said this. They're
You know,
jealous of
look,
the
look, look,
power their
Charlie Kirk.
ancestors had.
These guys are young. This
They want
radical,
to go back to that world where they had absolute power.
radical, you know?
They could call you the nigga. They could buy and sell you whatever, do the hell they want. White women with their exclusive property, and black and Asian women with their property too. But white women was their
That's
property.
why
They owned
that's why I'm
it,
kind of like disappointed. Like in a time in the Trump era, I thought Trump coming in, I miscalculated my political analytics.
Hmm.
I thought when Trump was going to come in, it was going to unite black people more. We're going to get them together more, and the Africans they'll see the racist radicals. I thought it was we all gonna group up, click up, and get more work done. But it was a miscalculation. We more
Well,
divided now than before.
Yep.
yeah, that's
It
something
was a
we some of.
miscalculation. It was a
Hmm.
total miscalculation. Totally off. I was wrong. I thought, all right, let the Trumpster come in. We're gonna really see races. Okay, he calling people shithole countries, bop, bop, bop. We're gonna unite. But now we more divided. You got niggas running around here with feathers in their head.
Yeah.
What's going on?
That's something.
What's going on?
That's crazy. Yeah.
Come on, it's nuts. It's nuts. So,
Yeah. Yeah. To be so ashamed of having African and say, I just think that is so cruel to yourself and your
And
ancestors.
look, yo, and look, the Native Americans, they know what's going on. They about to got a lot of things they got a lot of things down the pipeline they working on, man. So I ain't gonna. Just anybody calling yourself indigenous and you
Yo, you
black.
see that one dude, the
Yeah,
dark skinned dude, Dave, with the feather in his head? It's about we native when I look crazy. And somebody said, "Yo, he's off his meds."
yeah.
They look
These
like
guys,
Kumo D with a feather.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these native got these guys that call themselves indigenous and their feathers in their heads and shit. I won't be surprised they start running around here like the Zulus in South Africa. Yeah, I would.
You do you
I won't be.
think do you
I
think
wouldn't
that
be.
it will get to that?
I think it would have
But
get
you
to
already
that
got
point.
people talking about we're
We're
gonna
in the
drive
digital
everybody off our native land.
Afro theory. We're in the age of the digital minstrel show. Somebody will
Mm.
do some shit like that to go viral. Oh, yo, we Indians and we native. Oh, let's get these guys off our land. Off our land. Put all their frustration out on some Africans.
You know,
These
what
guys are crazy. They're
you
watching the Zulus. So they're gonna
you
pick
know
up on something.
you know what I think we have to be like just mindful, like watchful of, vigilant of. the FBA people who start to click up with the heritage Americans. That's what they call themselves. The white version of FBA are heritage Americans.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
they saw what
they love
was
to rape the shit.
doing. So they said, no, we can't be FBA. We got to do our own thing. Heritage American. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, the heritage
but
Americans are white. You know,
Yeah. They said they saw FBA and saw how they was doing things. They said, we can't be FBA, so we got to do our own thing. We're a
and
heritage
also
American.
there are Black Americans who do call themselves heritage Americans and not FBA. Like there's
So,
so
you
many
know,
different fragments, and they hate Pan Africanists
and
and
Tucker
Pan
Carlson,
Africans.
look what's going on, Afro Theory. Tucker Carlson co-signed FBA. You know
I know.
what I mean?
I saw
Like
that.
when
they were
something
so
like that
proud.
happened, your
They were so
movement is
proud. They was like,
trash.
they were
Like
yeah boy, they were yeah
yo,
boy, they were yeah boy and Tucker Carlson.
I was like, damn, y'all not even gonna say nothing. Like Tucker
They were yeah
Carlson.
boy, my boy Tucker
Like,
Carlson.
yeah,
Yeah boy,
man, I like those FBA guys, man. Those my guys, man.
And
yeah
they
boy.
right, they only like them because they purport the same ideas
Yeah, like, oh
that they have.
yeah, that's my guys, man. Yeah, I'm like, oh, y'all clicked up with them, man.
Yeah
I
boy.
look at y'all funny, like, look at them funny. Don't click up with Tucker Carlson, man. Like, come on, don't click up with Tucker.
I mean, they perpetuate their ideas. I said purport. I'm sorry. They perpetuate their
Next
ideas.
thing you know, they're gonna be hooking up with Greg Gutfeld.
Yeah,
Yeah boy. Greg Gutfeld boy. He even got Negroes out there. Yeah boy and Chud the Builder. He said Chud's that nigga, and I'm like, man.
But I
Nigga,
see. Was it one of those the immigrants, one of a black immigrant, or was
yeah,
it?
well, one was that fucking Haitian dude, like a fool. You know, but other ones just that ignorant motherfuckers from bro, I love Chuck. Look like a fucking, I think it's fool like sitting in his car, broke ass motherfucker. About, yeah, I want to hang out with Chad the Builder when that, you know.
And
I
see,
love,
that's what I mean by those are the weak black men because they cowered and they surrender.
yeah,
Like they'll provide the rope to be lynched on.
yeah, what you call it. And so, oh yeah, in Missouri, another pretty black girl found hung. Heard about that?
Wow. No, I didn't. I'm looking it
Happened
up
like
right
2 years
now.
ago. And all these black, I did a show about this about a month ago, right? You know, all these black people getting hung. Everybody rule of suicide. What's the first thing they do?
when,
Is
when,
bring that racist
when,
forensic file.
where's FBA at? That's why I always when real problems occur, I always get at where they at.
Ooh.
The FBA guys, when real problems occur like this, where are they at?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Oh, they're out
Yeah.
there trolling. They're out there
Tucker
trolling.
Carlson co-signed you. You outside.
They're out there trolling some Africans, complaining about fucking what some African immigrants doing. You know.
Yeah. As much as FBA critiques Pan Africans, the Pan Africans are really the ones who's making the major moves
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
The
to
FBA,
making
what
it.
FBA. The only moves FBA makes is what you see on TikTok. That's it.
And then I think some of them are leaving FBA. Like they're seeing like it's just hate. It's a hateful group. I mean, it's
Yeah, you
crazy
got
to be
A lot,
hateful.
a
yo,
lot of people leaving.
man. What be that shit, yo, that shit on yo. It's only like 2-3 years left out the hustle. You know what I mean? Like 2-3 years, hustle around, liquidate, you know what I mean? Go find something else.
Yeah.
Find something
Yeah.
else. Right now, it's going through the liquidation process right now. You're gonna see some FBA talking guys, real FBA guys. The numbers is down already. They're gonna start going somewhere else, maybe Rad Pill community, They're looking for a way out,
Yep.
Everybody looking for a way out. Some guys gonna go the Aboriginal way. Some guys, it's just it's busting down right now. FBA busting down.
They make fools out of
Well,
themselves.
You know?
hope
Their
yeah.
peak was that protest against John Mahama, and they made themselves like complete fools. Nobody wanted to take ownership of that. First they were
Right.
like, "Oh, we
Yeah.
had our people out there. It was 4 fucking people." When 4 people showed up, now they're like, we look kind of bad. And the speech went on regardless. And Ghana's making major moves. So in other words, you didn't move the needle one bit. And some people like Bantam Mandinka, when's the last time he showed his face up around here, Dave? NBA all day, NBA all day. Bantam
Oh,
Mandinka.
yeah, Bantu been missing. He
Of
been
course, he's
missing.
hiding. He's hiding out.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. They liquidating Afro theory. They liquidating. Some
Well,
guys
that's
gotta look.
good.
They looking for a way out. All right, do I go the Aboriginal way? Do I go back Pan African?
They
What
should
I'm
go
gonna
back
do?
Pan African. I mean,
That's
that
what
would
they
make the most
doing right
sense.
now. Everybody, finding their way. Should I be
Yeah.
Freeman now? Freeman looking eye, you know what I mean? They stick, they looking through like, oh, that's what it is. Everybody
One thing
looking
that's
for
growing
that.
is the Hebrew Israelites. I don't know what they're about, but they be out there yelling that purple shit on. I don't know what the hell that's about, but they're doing something.
Yeah, they doing something.
So
They hate on Africans too. A lot of them hate
Yeah,
on
they do.
Africans.
They do.
They're anti-African.
yeah, like
Some of them.
General Tarajiat, man, dude, he's not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He's not stupid, but he just got this anti. I think him with that. I think with him is that light skin shit with him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably that.
What do you mean? Oh, because he's lighter skinned?
Yeah, I think he has a problem. Yeah, he is. A lot of these people bring their self hate to these movements.
Yep. I don't know that about him, but
They bring that color. The way he told this one kid, like a regular Brooklyn kid, I can't get with you because the kid's parents is from Senegal, but he was born in Brooklyn. He goes, but you're a Hamite. I'm a Shemite. Like, what the fuck? He got young.
He go about Bible theologies, bro.
No, theology, that's their own thing. Like they create their own theology, but
Yeah.
I mean, that is crazy. I'm telling you, Africans get the short end of the stick. They get so much critique and hate. And I really feel I don't know, I just feel bad, not bad for it, but I'm saddened by that because we're hated in the world because we have African ancestry. So just imagine the disdain that's targeted towards them, and then on top of that, you're getting it from Black people who descend from Africa. It's just
Yeah,
it's
I wouldn't
insane.
imagine. I wouldn't imagine these days of time being an African immigrant in America.
But they always have it bad wherever they go. Not because they're bad people, but because just the world just hates black people. And Africans especially. And it's like why are we
Like you got that one chick
perpetuating that?
that in Japan, the Japanese lady called her a nigger. She goes, I'm not Black American. She goes, okay, nigger. I'm like, damn, She made a point clear, you're a nigger,
Yeah.
She tried to
She tried to get out of it.
yeah, with
Japanese
Black.
girl like, no.
You don't know my background. I'm not Black American, right? She okay, nigger. I'm a
The
nigger.
original N word.
Yeah. So
I hope
Niger.
that Nigerian woman got a wake up call.
yeah.
I hope she
No,
did.
but a lot of them, like Michael Awale, they'll be called nigger to their face, and they'll say, "Forgive them, Lord. They don't know what they do." He mistook me for Nakata.
Frenchie says that so it's okay, Afro theory. Sometimes we bring it on ourselves. No, 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 no. The hate that I'm talking about that Africans receive is not brought on by, like, the original hate is not brought on because you did something wrong. Africans did something wrong. It's because white people have to uh push hate other people in order to build their confidence. That's what I'm talking about. And hate Africans, especially, like,
Yeah, it's different in America. In Africa, it may be a trifle over some parking spot or some shit like that, right? Or in Europe, it's like that. But in America, you could be minding your goddamn business, right? And
mhm.
somebody they feel is necessary. You black bastard motherfucker, you
Yeah,
nigga,
you could be walking down the street, somebody yell out the car, nigga.
nigga, and drive off. It's like, damn, man, what did I do to deserve that shit?
Yeah,
Yeah, just be black. And I think that also may be a FBA's f- something that fuels their their messaging, because they despise the fact that they have African, some, not
And
all,
a lot of
but
the
some may
FBA people,
despise.
yeah, I've noticed that the more African DNA they have, the more your FBA.
yeah, yeah,
Dave knows that. Dave knows what I'm talking about, right? Yeah,
yeah.
well,
I
you
met I met one of them
you
today.
gonna tell me that your
All
parents were born in
right.
Nigeria and you were raised here? You gonna tell me you're FBA all the way? You look like you from fucking Cameroon or fucking Uganda and shit.
Brother looking like he's from the village, from the Grand Bassa village.
That's what I'm saying. People like, I ain't no
Right.
African dude. I see everybody's twin. When I'm in Liberia is a diverse country as far as phenotypically diverse.
Yeah.
You got Liberians that you could tell descended from the African Americans, and the Caribbeans. You could tell it.
Mhm.
You could tell who come from the hinterland. You know, they look really Aboriginal. You could tell who basically lived on the coast because there's a lot of coastal Liberians that are mixed.
Hmm.
Portuguese traders and British traders. There's a lot of coastal
Yeah.
people that are mixed.
I know a chick in Liberia. She mixed with German,
Yeah, yeah. You got a lot of Liberians that mix with
German,
Swedish.
Portuguese.
You got a lot of Swedish. So
I know one chick in Liberia. She a descendant from a freedman in America. You
yeah.
see, so you see what when y'all get these reparations, Afro theory, some people gonna come from Liberia, from Africa. They're gonna say they want they cut. They got their paperwork.
I
I'm
thought you don't
surprised that
believe in
hasn't happened
reparations.
yet.
Huh?
I said
I
I
don't
thought you don't
believe
believe
in
in
it, but I'm just letting you know. I'm just giving you know. I don't believe in it, but I'm just letting you know. Some people gonna come with their paperwork. They gonna say they free it. They
it.
from
The main
Liberia.
thing is,
You
main
know,
thing.
I know a chick. Her last name is Freeman. She's descendant of somebody named Freeman, and one of them who came from America. You know, they out there.
Yeah, which yeah, like I said, it's one thing you need to know. We lay joke about the reparations, but it's something to laugh about. It was always like a comedy thing. Oh, reparations! Remember Dave Chappelle did that thing?
Yeah, reparations. Yeah,
Yeah,
he bought the cigarette truck. He bought a baby.
yeah, yeah.
Tron.
Malt liquor stock went through the roof, and
Yeah. Cadillac
it's
stock
always
went
been
up.
it's always been like a side joke in Black America. Reparations or not. No one ever took that shit seriously.
All right.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
lot of black people.
you're right. You're right, Carla. It's always been a butt of the jokes. You're right. Now
Yeah.
that you look at it.
And we know for a fact that, like Nas said, you could be poor or rich, still what?
Nobody want a brother having
Yeah.
That is gospel. Whatever, if anything, like Garvey said, worth having in this world, the white man is going to have it. And you ain't getting shit. White man ain't giving coming out his ass with nothing. You could be poor, but still nobody want a nigga having shit.
I love Nas.
That's all right, you know. He lived in the same building as my uncle. Matter of fact, my uncle Junior, Jamaican, him and Nas father plays on the same band.
Oh, okay.
My uncle Junior's a musician. You know, he's Long Island City, and his father Nas was good friends. Father Nas, and he knew Nas when they lived in the same building in Queensbridge for years. Now he lives in Hempstead,
So
Long Island. He got a
your uncle
recording.
is a jazz or a blues player?
It was like a jazz,
Oh,
like he played the
oh,
trumpet
okay.
or something like that. You know, yeah. Is he FBA? Yeah, no. My uncle is all Jamaican. He married my aunt. They live in Hempstead, Long Island right now. He has a recording studio, which I saw 2 years ago. No, last year. I left my car there when I went to Liberia to get on Kennedy Airport. He has a nice recording studio where there's sound. He took his garage in his backyard and made a recording studio. And he charged $45 an hour thing. No, Nas is Black American. Nas is Black American, you know.
Well, he would call himself African American because Nas is Afrocentric. Nas is a Pan
Yeah,
African.
yeah, I call him African American.
Yeah.
I can
Mm-hmm.
call people African American again.
Would you say, Kala? Can you repeat that?
I said we gotta get back to calling
Yeah,
ourselves.
we gotta repopularize that, man. Come on. I don't understand it. Most of when you go to school, you want to learn our history. You got African American studies. You go to the library, they say African American
And
section.
you got people, and most of the FBA people running on the
I don't
internet. We're
understand.
not
That's
African. We're not African. We're not African. And so white people starting to call. They want to get white people to stop calling us Africans for some reason, right? And like I said, there's a difference between an African immigrant and an African American. African American, what you call? I don't know what Nas said. He said he's not. Some of these people just don't
Nas
know.
never said that.
No,
Nas don't
he
say
pro-
shit like that. Nah.
yeah, he
I don't know
probably
where
was just using
Frenchie.
it.
Yeah, Frenchie tripping. Nas
He
be on some
probably,
African shit.
yeah, he probably was just using it interchangeably. Because sometimes I say
Yeah,
Black American, African American, it's the same.
he interchanges.
What?
It's interchangeable. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
But
but the thing is, a lot of these FBA people, it's just Frenchie. It's just a phase because for the most part, the FBA movement, like it was going.
Nas is for Africa. Nas is Pan African. He came out with an album with Damian Marley called Distant Relatives to even highlight the relationship between Black people, African or Black Americans, African Americans, and Africa, the
And
Caribbean.
he always calls it Queensbridge, Little Africa.
Okay. And then 19 Keys, I believe he's Pan-African as well. He was in Uganda speaking to President Museveni, proposing an idea for business exchange with Black Americans. Yeah, about now, yeah. Yes.
Nas Black.
In the end, the Pan African movement, as long as Africa, the continent,
Frenchie don't know we be going through phases over here. She don't
look,
really
But it's
know.
not
as
but
long
it's
as
not just
what people need
phase.
to understand is this:
She don't know. We
as long as
be
that
doing
African
that.
continent exists, that giant continent exists, right? And Black people feel like that's a challenge, and well, like that, it's the Pan African movement ain't going nowhere.
Oh,
The
wait,
FBA
Kala, no.
what?
Stop trying to gaslight me. That okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. But Pan African, you saying the Pan African music movement won't go anywhere, but
No, it's
it's
going
you talk about
nowhere.
in America. You talking
No,
about
I'm
in
saying
America?
global Pan Africa is always going to resurface and exist. You know, for example, I'm trying to think of just recently. There's always something that happens, you know, that sparks it, you know, and stuff like that. It may not be overt. We may not go to the Wakanda era, but there's always going to be something like Mike Tyson. He went to the Congo, found his ancestors in the Congo. He's down there. They loving him, man. You know, and so Will Smith is in Angola.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Long as that continent exists,
People going look. Nobody giving up Africa, man.
ain't nobody giving up Africa. That's
Nobody,
not.
Nobody giving up Africa because of these silly ass fools on the internet.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay?
Don't let these
You
FBA,
don't let the fool. That's just a phase.
don't listen to the NACMeezies.
Those same guys, they're gonna come back knocking the people door like on College Genesis and
It's
Afro.
just
They're
like
gonna keep knocking on their
it's like
door.
Noah's
Oh,
Ark.
let me
Remember
get
Noah's
back
Ark in the
in.
Bible?
I'm telling you.
When the
Don't worry
storm
about
came, everybody's banging on the door. Let me in. Let me in, Noah. Let me in. It's the Ark of the Covenant, And bottom line is this, like I said, we got all kinds of people doing when the black people keep hearing these success stories on the continent.
but Kyle, I'm already saying FBA on his last leg. Ain't got nothing else to, and it's nothing else to do with
They never
FBA.
had
It's nothing
anything
else
planned.
to do.
Their big plan was don't do Pan Africanism. We're going to get a big payday from the federal government because of reparations. And when they rolled that out for years. And like I said, that's why you don't see people like Bantu Mandinka coming around anymore. FBA all day.
Oh my Lord.
You see, French, you see, we can't see Bantu Mandinka. We can't see no FBAs coming in no more. They all run away.
They all run away.
Right now, everybody in the corner trying to figure out what are we gonna do next. What's the new wave? That's
And
it.
when it really comes down to it, that's why I'm here every night, because this idea of an Afghanistan is now starting to seem logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical to people. Because all I have to do is, if the thing is, we know we can't build a nation overnight, but we should be setting up, getting into formation. You Black Americans are more happy about being scattered Africans. They come in, young people, and build structure, the richest man on the planet.
What country do you live in, Chick?
Well, I don't even understand. Can you explain to me what gibberish he wrote? What does it mean?
Well, it's clear. He says, okay, so you Black Americans are more happy about being scattered Africans than coming together as your own people to build structures in the richest man on the planet. You guys are finished. So he's saying that we rather talk about being scattered Africans than building here in America. Is that what you're saying? That's what I got from
I'm
you.
like this. You can only build for so much. Remember something. In one generation after slavery, we had built thriving cities and towns coast to coast, sea to shore and sea.
But Kala, we have to figure out who is this person and what country they come from, because if you're not even a Black American in America to understand where we're coming from, then
Well, like I
of
told
course it
Michael
will
about
be
the GMB
like,
while the other night, I said by the time you guys started arriving in the '60s, we had communities that were still smoldering. You could still see the smoke of communities that were burned to the ground by the Klan and everybody else. We literally was in a war. They burned everything out. We had insurance companies, banks, we had all that stuff like that. So we had to start off with nothing.
I mean, my whole thing is that we should continue to strive to make the best out of what we have here.
Yeah,
we
understand
to
that, but
do it elsewhere.
Thing is, we cannot do that now because the reason why we was able to do that before was we didn't have millions of immigrants coming here.
Yeah, that's true.
We didn't have millions of immigrants coming here. That really killed that right there. We was a dominant entry level jobs, small factory work and stuff like that. Janitorial work and stuff like that. We was able to make a living in this country. We pulled our money together, nickels and dimes together, and made it work. Now you got immigrants coming here by the millions. So it's not like that we could start all over again, because we've essentially been replaced. You got literally millions of people that came here, the opportunity we were supposed to have going into the 70s, 80s was absorbed by these immigrants that came here, So, and everywhere we go, you know how hard it is to get a house nowadays, even rent. Because you look, every time you got millions of people coming here, they got to be housed, right? Hospitals are overburdened because people coming here not paying into the system, but they're collecting Medicaid and everything else. It ain't like it was before, when it was just us on the bottom.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Really, it was a cute relationship. White people had all the money, but it trickled down to us. We was able to carve out a living for ourselves. Good living. Yeah, black people in the South, in North Carolina. Dave, do you have relatives in North Carolina?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I used to live in North Carolina.
Well, every black family down there got land, and they were
Mm-hmm.
like 4 or 5 in the '60s. They discovered a thing called mortgages and short-term mortgages, whatnot, where they would basically have land. This had 20 acres of land, and they would mortgage out 3 acres of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 4 or 5 houses on there, rent it out. I had aunts and whatnot that had so many homes in the South. They lived in New York. My Hattie and Mamie and all of them, they lived in New York. My father's aunts. My Uncle Lake too. He stayed in the Bronx, but he had property making money for him in the South. That's how good we had it. People used to take trips overseas, some everything. They used to take some of that land, rent it out to white farmers that want to farm on it and stuff like that for a certain amount. Look, we had it good at one time.
Yeah. Do you think Black Americans are going to we're going to start voting uh red?
I don't think voting really matters anymore. What's going to vote for what people are going to vote for, like what happened with Al Green, people will vote for their interests. People are going to be voting on
To,
issues. Black people, for the first time in history, are going to be voting on issues, not race.
and that's what we should do.
Yeah, so you might vote one way, I might vote another way. They say, well, I
Mm-hmm.
vote divided. So what? You know,
Hmm.
that's the way it is. You might vote one way, I might vote for another way, but at least we are free. What was happening before was Democrats just had all our vote. And what they'll do in our vote, they're bringing in millions of illegal aliens here. They're helping the LGBTQ. That ain't
Mm-hmm.
democracy.
It's a young Black man who won over Al Green. Christian Menifee. I gotta look this up.
Yep. They went on Al Green, 78 years old. So it's about, crypto. He was against crypto and they're just making an ass out of himself in public. Now he's out.
Ooh.
He got primary and he's out.
And Jasmine Crockett is out too, right? Yeah, she's out too.
Well, I know. I think she's still got a congressional seat. I think that's safe, but her Senate bid, that's gone.
Oh.
It shows you black people are more than you getting up there acting a fool.
Yep. Over this, Black people gotten grown tired of the decades of being placated to and intelligence being insulted. And
Yeah.
finally seeing like, hey, this is what's happened. They really don't think much of you. So why continue to vote this way or why vote that way? And Black people are coming out of it. And then with this last election, it proved that hey, the Democratic Party is the party of the immigrants, and they used you, your history, as leverage to sustain the vote.
I don't know. No, what the hell? I tell people like, what the hell has the immigrant got to do with me? They have nothing to do with me. I don't have nothing to do with immigrants and whatever. It is what it is.
But you know who? Chicago. I saw that Chicago black Chicagoans were very vocal about pushing immigrants out, getting immigrants out of
Oh yeah,
Chicago,
because
or
they're
at least,
paying for it. They paying for that. That
yeah.
Brandon Johnson is a clown. You know,
Oh yes,
black people
he
are
is.
just tired of paying for stuff. And you're telling me my city is one thing about the federal government, but when your local taxes go up, you feel that immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And you paid into a city tax, you expect these services, and the service is not going to be there because you got to settle some illegal alien from God knows where, Venezuela, for what? You know, people don't even like you. Everything. Black people are seething with anger. Everything.
Right.
Anyway, it's been late. 8 hour show. God, that's a long show.
Oh
But I
my
gotta
goodness,
go.
I know. All
All right,
right. Good
take
night.
care. You take care. Bye bye.
You too. Bye.